Hello, everybody, and hello, fall, I should say. It is time, Miss Vicki Bill.
It sure is.
I'm Expo Dave, by the way, and it is time for our Hello Fall Mega Make and Take.
Yes, this is awesome.
I know, and you know, we have those lucky people that were able to get in on the kits, but we hope that we have a lot of you watching, maybe that didn't get the kits, but you can see what the Mega Make and Takes are all about.
Absolutely.
And this one is filled with all of that fall comfort, I guess. You know how?
Yes, like a sweater.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Sweater in a box.
Yes, exactly.
So, yes. And so, you know, we talk about fall and you think of fall and you do think of comfort. You know, you think of being at home and being cuddled up and comfort foods and the smell of the fall. You know, back in Ohio, we have the leaves changing now. It's like the prime time for leaf changing and everything. So
Yep.
Here in Southern California, it's a little different, but we still there's still a hint of fall in the air, and we bring fall in here with some goodies, and we have our coffee and get all comfy while we're working.
love fall because it enables me to have everything pumpkin.
Yes.
Pumpkin muffins, pumpkin bread, pumpkin lattes, or anything pumpkin is so good. And I love like when it starts turning, I guess Starbucks, I love and it changes over like in September, and you know that everything's going to be like so family, and because that just is a reminder, like Halloween and Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's just so good.
Yes.
And the cinnamon and
the cinnamon's the other smell that you get all the time. And you know, you go in the store and you have all the pumpkin and the cinnamon flavor, like the pumpkin Oreos. Maple's my
I bought those the other day, but I don't really like sweets all that much.
Those are very sweet.
Yeah, and I bought them for my family, and they seem to enjoy them. So I should have just given at least a little try with black coffee. That would have been.
If you dip them in coffee, that's good. So. But yeah, it's it's that time of year. It's kind of, you know, we're getting to the end of the year,
right?
And you know, it's time for reflecting and things like that, and getting ready for next year. But gosh, you know, everybody today is going to have a phenomenal time with their box of goodies and their kits.
The box, don't you, Dave?
Yes.
It is so cute. I love all the fall, and like you said, it always has the wording on the spine, so you can put it in your.
Yes,
in
your IKEA.
Yeah,
I think it fits IKEA.
Yes, it all fits in there, and it's just so nice.
Yeah, these, you know, this is nice because, you know, once the Mega Make and Take, you do your kits and everything. If you want to, it'd be a great place to store your kits. And what I have done before, and I think I've mentioned, is I may start, you know, doing cards and things like that. So I might put some fall. Maybe it's papers, maybe it's some stamps, any embellishments. And then that way, when I go to make some cards, or gosh, maybe a friend says, hey, do you want to come over and crop? I just got to grab my box and go if I want to work on that. So
and your little paper keeper that's in there. Your extra envelopes or your extra cardstock.
Exactly.
Anything like that, your scraps.
Yes.
So this box is so fun.
Yes. And there's going to be... on top of the great projects today, there's going to be also some shopping as well. So,
right. So that's always a good thing.
Yes. And I did want to mention as well, and I meant to mention this at the beginning, is so today's event is pre-recorded, so Vicki and I can enjoy this at home.
Yes.
But the great thing about that is because the vendors have already recorded their videos, you're able to communicate with them and ask them questions. So if you see something or have a question about a project or a product that you're looking for, they are there waiting to answer your questions. They want your feedback, you know, anything like that. So that's really good. And I'm so glad that we get to be at home doing the megas too. So
exactly. I know. It is so, I just love to see all the different techniques. And like we've talked about before, when we were at the show, we were working. And so we never really got a chance to, you know, like work with a lot of the things that were so awesome on the show floor. And so now this is such a great opportunity to play with it all and learn techniques, and also different shops that I would never have had a chance to know or meet or, experience. So this is awesome.
Exactly. And, and the companies are still coming out with great products too. I mean, the stamps, the dies,
you think about
tools.
You think about every time there's a new, release, I'm like, there's nothing new under the sun that they can, and then they come out with something and you're like, oh my goodness, I need it. I need it.
We have seen so much new, and we've also seen new ways to use things that we already have too.
Right.
So
that's so true. The other day I cleaned out my craft room, and I found things from a long time ago, but they kind of came back around, and I'm like, I don't want to get rid of that. That's so cute, you know? And so whenever you store things, you find them, it's like Christmas again.
Exactly. Yeah. Every year you'll go to your Hello Fall, it starts to get cool. You'll say, aha, I found it. So.
Yeah. I didn't know I needed that leaf that was cut from a die cut.
That's right. Yes.
3 years ago.
Yeah. And you were talking about, some things, as we've all cleaned, and I've done the same thing.
Right.
It is a good chance to say, hey, gosh, I forgot I had this, and I can add this to my next project or what
Exactly.
have you. So.
Now, I want to ask you a question. Are you going to make me that amazing pumpkin dump?
Oh, pumpkin crunch.
Yes, pumpkin crunch. You guys, he makes the most delicious pumpkin crunch dessert.
Crunch, yes.
And I have been dreaming of that.
I will certainly be able to do that for you.
That was so good.
Now, what I will need to do, though, I will bring it in, and because
we should have had some today to share with everybody while they were watching.
Yes, that's
They
true.
could have had a smell of it while I was.
Oh yeah, we could do that. Yeah, scratch and sniff the box.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's so good, you guys. I don't know what he does to it, but I think the key to cooking is when you do it with love. Yeah. My mom always says that. If you're angry cooking, it's not. But if you make a dish and it's filled with every pour is with love, I'm sure that's what you did, right?
Yes, it is. It is, because I don't buy eggs and milk anymore. So
I know. Yeah, he doesn't.
But it is. It's really good, and it's really easy. But and it's funny how that's one dish that I make. But I do only make in the fall. And gosh, we could have that for any time.
I know. Why? That's the thing. Why don't we have turkey? I love Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
And stuffing is my favorite thing ever.
Yes.
Why don't we have that in a random March?
Yes.
I don't understand.
Yes.
It's crazy.
It's so funny when you do that. I remember I would one day several years ago when I was eating meat, I had brought home and I made a ham steak, and Matt says, why are we having ham? It's not Christmas or Easter. So it just goes to show you that everybody has that same
exactly.
I can only have this at a certain time.
Right. Like a ham is so good.
Yes.
With scalloped potato. What? Are we hungry? I think so.
Well, we had a guest last weekend that did that. She told us she had scalloped potatoes and corn. Oh, it sounded so good.
It did. When we phoned a friend at our last event.
Yeah.
And she was cooking dinner for her family, and she was making scalloped potatoes, we just about jumped through the camera. Yes. We wanted to be in, where is she, Kentucky?
She was from Missouri.
Missouri. We wanted to be in Missouri with her.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So it is. Fall is just so much about comfort. And gosh, you get to sit in the comfort of your home today, whether it's in your craft room, on the couch, maybe a group of friends, and you're going to have a lot of Hello Fall fun doing all these Mega Make and Take projects and doing a little shopping. So,
that's always good.
Yes, I know. Well, yes, it is. So I just need to put my card away. But I know, but it is hard because there are so many great new things coming out.
Sure are.
And you're going to learn a lot of techniques today and see some new things.
Right.
Once again, there's going to be some new items. So you guys, everybody, we want you to get cozy, get in your chair, get your pumpkin, what have you.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, and you guys enjoy the Hello Fall Mega Make and Take.
Hi Stampers, it's super awesome stamper Shirley Merker. I'm an independent Stampin' Up! Demonstrator from Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, USA. I'm excited to be demonstrating today during the Hello Fall Stamp and Scrapbook Expo Mega Make and Take. So let's move to my project table and we'll get started. First up in my demonstration is this greeting card. So use my kit contents to create this greeting card, or you can create this tag topper using the cello bag that all of your supplies came in. So first I'll demonstrate how to create the card. If you don't want to create a greeting card, hang tight. The second segment I'll show you how to use the same kit contents to create this tag topper and mini gift note. Please note that your pattern paper may be different than what I'm showing in my video. That's because Stampin' Up! Packages most of their designer series paper in 6 patterns per pack. So I tried to do the multicolored pattern for most of the kits, but some of the kits also got this gilded as well. And then the back sides are patterned as well, so you get a lot of options to create with your kit. So let's get started. So look for your packet that's got my business card in it, or it's got a postcard in it. So go ahead and dump everything out. Now it is sealed at the top with some staples. I'd recommend using a staple puller to pull those out, or just cut off those staples, because I'm going to share a project using a cello bag later in my presentation. So just set the cello bag aside. Dump everything out, put my business supplies in a handy place in case you'd like to place an order. And then see what you got. So card base, there's an envelope, set that aside. We won't be using that during the presentation. And then all of your pieces are piled up. So the first thing that you would like to do is crisp up your score mark. And that's so that the card base will lay flat while we assemble. And the card base is Cajun Craze. Now look and make sure the edges line up. What I like to do is, it doesn't perfectly line up, but the side that kind of overhangs is going to be the front side for me. All right, and then here's our sample card. So the inside is just that very vanilla piece, this piece right here. So I'm going to go ahead and use some Stampin' Seal Plus and attach that to the inside. And that's so you have a space to write your sentiment. And then the next layer is going to be your largest pattern piece of paper. Now it's double-sided. You can decide which pattern you want up. I would take all of your pieces now and layer them up and see which way you want them facing. Ooh, I kind of like this pattern up this way. If you didn't like all the gilded acorns and leaves, you could certainly have this chevron pattern up. Like that. But of course, I like the bling, the easy bling, which is the gilded side. So we're going to have that pattern up. Now some of you might have the colorful pattern instead. And that's because Stampin' Up! Packages are pattern paper, 6 design per package. And I couldn't order a gazillion packages so everybody got exactly the same design. But that gives you a lot of options to create. So I like this pattern up. Let's layer the rest of it and see how it's going to look. The next is a Label Me Lovely punch in Early Espresso. And then your copper bow. There's a little coordinating tag for that. I don't believe I used that in the card, but you can set that aside. It's part of the gift builder bow punch, so you got that as well. And then you've got a 4-inch piece of the basket weave in the mint macaron color, the ribbon, and then about 4-inch piece of the copper metallic as well. It should be slightly smaller than the basket weave just to add a little bit of dimension. So there. And then I went punch happy. Yes, I used 5 different punches to create your card. So this is from the Autumn Punch Pack, a little maple leaf, a little acorn, and an oak leaf. So I layered those towards the bottom. And I might accent the mint macaron, the maple leaf, on my bow. So like that. That's how I'm going to assemble my card. So let's set that aside and start adhering the pieces that are easy to adhere. So stamp and seal, you just need a bit of tape at the top and the bottom. And I'm just eyeballing this left to right, top to bottom. My next layer is going to be this pattern piece. And I don't have the houndstooth up. I've got the gilded flowers or leaves up. Branches. Those look like branches in the fall to me. And then the strip right here, the 4 by 1 inch strip will go next. And then your ribbon, you can adhere that however you'd like. Let's just for fun, I will pull in my tear and tape. I certainly could use the stamp and seal because it is the width of the tape is smaller than the width of the ribbon, but let's just use our tear and tape just to show you how that easy it is to use this adhesive. So you rip it off, you press it down, you pull up on the backer sheet and press your ribbon over it. Now the copper metallic ribbon is thin. It's thinner than the tear and tape, it's thinner than the stamp and seal, but we're hiding it behind all the Label Me Lovely and the gift bow punch. So I did not attach it on either end, but just in the center. And I will attach it with some tear and tape. So just a little bit in the center of that basket weave ribbon. And then just use your fingernail and pull up. So it will take a little more effort because that ribbon isn't flat. You know, it likes to pull up when you pull up that backer sheet, and the copper ribbon will go over that. All right, now you got a length of baker's twine, not baker's twine, linen thread. And what I did with that is, let me pull this up to the camera for a second. I twisted the acorn trinket on that baker's twine, and then whatever was left, let me kind of gather this together, I placed behind all of the punches for just a little more interest. So let's work on the acorn trinket. Grab your gift bow. I'm going to set this aside for a second so I got a clearer space to work in. Take about, let's see, how many inches is that? About 6 inches in one hand, and what you'll do is place it in the little crevice there between the tail and the loop, and then with your right hand place it in the little crevice on the opposite side. Bring this piece of linen thread up to the top between each of the loops and bring it back down so it runs through both of the tails. So we're going to do that with the left side as well. Bring it up between the 2 loops and then down through the bottom of the 2 tails. Then I'm going to grab my acorn trinket and loop that through just so I know where I'm going with this, and then pull this up and back down and pull that up and back down. So that is what your linen thread will look like. And this is just to secure that acorn trinket. And now the last thing would be to tie a little knot and then tie a bow. So if you're paper crafting with somebody, or if somebody else is in your house and they're the bow tire, you need to hand off your bow to that person. So I just tied the knot and then tied the bow. And then cut off your tails. Or cut off your one tail so it's the same size as the other. And then you got to do a little zhuzhing. So we'll zhuzh that in place once we get it on our card. So that's how we assemble your bow with the acorn. All right, so let's pull back in our card here. Here's where we're at. We got our acorn attached to our bow builder. Next up is taking what's left of your baker's twine. And then you're just going to run some figure eights through the center. Again, this is just to appeal to your senses, what it looks like. There's no right or wrong. I would advise that you don't have the linen thread hanging off the side of your card. You want it all within the bounds of the card. And actually, attach it down to the adhesive. That's a little easier. So we got a little bit of the tear and tape adhesive poking through there. There we go. So if you don't have any adhesive on your ribbon poking through, you might want to run a little bit. My fingers are not working. There we go. One more. I'm trying to make the loops not be the same size. And I can put one more maybe. You know what I can do is to economize this and have a little bit of interest, snip that off and run the ends through that. There we go. Now I'm going to put a little bit of tear and tape over all of that because we're going to just cover it up with the Early Espresso Label Me Lovely punched piece anyway. So pull that adhesive off. Okay, so our next piece would be the Early Espresso Label Me Lovely punched piece. So that's going to go over that, and I would advise pulling in your dimensionals. Stampin' Up's got these little dimensionals, the mini ones. They work just fine, one at the top and the bottom, so it's raised above all that thickness in the center. So right there. Next would be our bow. Just like that. And again, you're going to have to zhuzh your linen bow. Tails down and loops up. You might have to secure that with the glue dot. Okay, so next is to secure this down. I'm going to put another piece of tear and tape. And I'm actually going to flip it over and put it on the back of the bow. Because the flat surface of the bow paper provides a nice smooth surface for that tear and tape. Okay, now look in your packet and there should have been this little piece right here. So here's our bow builder punch. Punched out the bow. Punched out this little tag that I mentioned I did not use, and punches out the centerpiece. So that centerpiece we're going to put over all of that linen thread. I keep on wanting to say baker's twine. And for that, we can use some glue dots. And to perfectly position it, you can take your pick tool or the end of a sharp scissors. So that goes over the center of the bow to hide some of that linen thread. And then you should have these 3 punched pieces, and you can decide where you want to put them. For my sample card, I place them towards the bottom of the acorn, but I think I might want to put the maple leaf there because it accents the macaron paper, the designer series paper. That's kind of peeking out on either side. So I'm just going to tuck that maple leaf underneath there. So that's the fun of the kits. I give you enough that you can do a little bit of your own designing. So if you don't exactly like what I'm doing, or you can do the opposite sides of the paper, that's great too. So that's going to be my card front. And what I have left would be the oak leaf, the acorn, and this little small mini gift tag. So how about we put those three things in the inside? So it brings a little bit of that copper metallic foil in, a little bit of the fall in. So I think I like those right at the top. So use your glue dots. Oh, glue dot didn't stick. Didn't press hard enough. And then the acorn. Aren't these little acorns cute? All three of these little mini autumn punch packs are cute. And they're still punching great, even though I had to punch all of these kits. They still work like a champ. All right, so here's my sample card, and here's what we created with the kit. I included a very vanilla envelope in your kit. I wanted you to be aware that the acorn trinket is definitely larger than 1/4 inch, so it will fit in the envelope, but you will need to add additional postage to that if you want to put it through the postal system. It's definitely thick and larger than 1/4 inch. So set that trinket aside or set this card aside and deliver it to your neighbor with some pumpkin spice bread. I'm sure they'll like it. All right, so I'm going to show you how I'm going to decorate my envelope. The Gildem Autumn Suite has the stamp set Beautiful Autumn as part of the suite. And we've got these coordinating stamps that can be punched out with our mini punch pack. So those three there. And then there's these Have a Beautiful Autumn. And what I wanted to share is these thinner photopolymer verses. You don't have to put straight on your block. You can curve that a little bit. All right, so that's the Cajun Craze ink pad. And then we're going to use our paper piercing mat because these are photopolymer and you need a little bit of give beneath your photopolymer stamps in order to get a good ink transfer. So just look through your stamp and make sure you've got a little bit of ink on there. So it turns from dark to light. That's how I can tell that there's enough ink. So straight up and down, no rocking, firm and committed pressure is my mantra. Have a beautiful day. And then since the punches that I included are Cajun Craze for the acorn, Early Espresso for the oak leaf, and Mint Macaron for the maple leaf, those are the colors that we're going to ink on our stamp. So the acorn is the Cajun Craze, and the maple leaf is the Mint Macaron. So again, just look through your photopolymer stamp, and usually it's just the way of the block. It turned dark, and that's how you know you've got enough ink on there. Let's do the maple leaf up there. And then the Early Espresso would be the oak leaf. Let's put the oak leaf. I've got 1, 2, 3 things there, so that's why I'm deciding where do I want to put this one? Maybe down here or on the front. How about that? Put it on the front up in the return address part. Neat. So I just wanted to share how you can easily decorate up your envelope. The next project that I will be demonstrating uses the same exact kit contents in addition to the cello bag I mentioned at the beginning of my demonstration video that I asked you to set aside. So these are our 6x8 cello bags, and they can be used to gift something small away. You just need to add a tag topper. So in this video, I will show you how to turn your kit contents into a tag topper. So I've kind of laid things out so we know where we're going. But this is your A2 card base. So it's scored at the spine, but that's totally fine. What you want to do to create a tag topper is fold it the long way, the horizontal way, and grab your bone folder and press down. Now, seeing that score mark in the center doesn't bother me at all because we're going to cover that up. So your next step is to grab your pattern paper and just fold it over your tag topper. All right, and then we're going to secure that down on one side, and I'm just eyeballing left to right, top to bottom, and then flip that open, add some adhesive onto the Cajun Craze card base, in this case the bag topper. So that's that. And then your 4x1 strip, you can add that right there, decide which pattern you want up. I'm going to put it right in the center. And then the punched copper bow with the oak leaf in the center. And then I've got my acorn trinket already threaded on some linen thread. So this time I am going to pop up my bow using dimensionals. One on each loop, or mini dimensionals, and one on each tail. And then I'm just going to secure the acorn. Keep on wanting to say acorn for some reason. Acorn. My northern accent isn't that bad. Sometimes though, I roll my O's. I know y'all can hear me when I say my O's. All right, so I'm going to double knot that so it's secure. Okay, and then we can bring those tails down as well once we get this assembled. So paper snip those tails off, make sure they are the same length. And then the center, over the center of that bow, I'm going to put the maple leaf, or the oak leaf, instead of this little doodad thing. The center of the bow that was punched out. And that will help secure down the end. Actually, we're going to flip both of the ends to the front, the tails. There we go. And then just secure the... Oh, my glue dot didn't come up with my punch shape. There. All right, and then we've got a whole bunch of this linen thread. So again, you can do what I did. Actually, what I'm going to do is, where's my Stampin' Seal? I'm going to put a little bit of Stampin' Seal there. And what I will do is just run it around through the back. Oh, it's not going to quite make it. So maybe we'll just do it once. There. All right, now next our bow builder will go over that. So remove your dimensional backings. Again, this is an alternate project using your kit contents. So if you didn't want to make the card that I demonstrated, this is the using the kit contents in a different way other than what was advertised. There we go. Pull the tails down. Of course, it's hard to judge on camera. There we go. All right, now the Very Vanilla piece, which is 1/6 of an 8.5 by 11 cardstock. Just fold that in half. This is going to be your little gift note. Grab your bone folder. And then here's the pattern piece. Recognize that green and yellow, not yellow, copper gilded pattern that's going to be placed on the front. Again, this is going to be your little gift note. And since this is all going to be hand delivered or in a package, we can pop everything up on as many dimensionals as we want. So let's pop up this punch. Pull the backers off. In the center of that. Oh, and we've got a piece of copper here. Let's use that copper. Yeah, through the center of that looks good. The little copper tag, and before I use the glue dots to adhere that down, so let's do that again. And your little punch shapes. So if you like this project, you have all the dimensions on your card if you assembled a card with me. So you can certainly recreate this tag topper using all the dimensions in your kit if you've already created a card. One kit. All right, so I did not use the envelope, but if you have something to tuck in your envelope to gift away, that will work as well. The little gift note can go in there. And then your tag topper, after you've tucked in whatever you're going to gift away, I would seal this down with a little bit of tear and tape or Stampin' Seal. So just thought I wanted to share that you can do alternate projects with your kit contents. While you're cleaning up your workstation, I'll run through the catalog tour. The Gilded Autumn Suite collection is in the August to December holiday catalog. It's on page 44, which shows the concept artist from the home office. Look how beautiful that suite is. All those gorgeous autumn tones. And then page 45 shows the products sold in the suite. So our gorgeous designer series paper is specialty in this collection, which means one side has those gilded touches, the metallic touches. Our beautiful autumn bundle is included in the suite. In addition to the brushed metallic cardstock, you get 2 each of the 3 colors. The acorn trinkets, this is how the trinkets come. You get 20 acorn trinkets in a package. And we also use the basket weave and metallic grosgrain ribbon in the project. If we flip the page over to page 46, this shows the stamp set. So you get the outlined images and then the shadow stamp. So if you want to create depth and color variations, you can do that easily with this stamp set. And the bundle includes the autumn punch pack. So if you purchase as a bundle the stamp set and the punches, you get 10% off the individual prices. But you can also just purchase the punches or just the stamp set as well. So since I'm a demonstrator, I wanted to demonstrate all the punches that I used. So these 3 are in the autumn punch pack. So Cajun Craze cardstock for the acorn. And see how beautiful that still cuts after all those kits are prepared. And then the mint macaron. I'm in the mint macaron camp, not the macaroon. Mint macaron. So that's a maple leaf. Still punches beautifully nice and crisp. And then the oak leaf. I had to grab a brand new sheet. I didn't have any scraps large enough for the Label Me Pretty punch. Oak leaf is rounded, but that still punches beautifully as well. And then the Label Me Lovely is from the annual catalog. And that's a large punch. So that punches beautifully as well. And the Gift Bow Builder punch, it punches out all 3 of the pieces I included in your kit. You can get 20 bows off of one 12 by 12 metallic sheet, plus 3 to 4 if you punch economically. So if I punch in between all those other shapes, like if I punch it here, I'm not going to get a full shape. But if I punch in between, and then I should be able to get one more as well. So you should be able to get 24 Gift Bow Builder punches off of one 12 by 12 metallic sheet. And that Gift Bow Builder punch is in the holiday catalog. So let me use just some of this stuff out of the way. The annual catalog products that I used, of course, the inks and the cardstock. So I use the Early Espresso cardstock and also the ink on the envelope. The Cajun Craze ink and cardstock is in the Regals collection. And then the Mint Macaron cardstock and ink is in the Subtles collection. Flip to my next marked page here. I wanted to share that if you didn't want to purchase the combo metallic foil package in the holiday catalog, you can purchase individual packages, which is what I did to prepare your kits. So I used the copper foil sheets and also the medium Very Vanilla envelopes. I used a couple of adhesives, so the mini glue dots, the tear and tape, the Stampin' Seal Plus, and the dimensionals. And then here's where is the Label Me Lovely punch pack. So here's our sample again, and here's the envelope that I stamped using the inks and the coordinating stamp set. You're in for a treat. I'm going to show you how I made this awesome border using our Stamparatus, and I'll go through the other elements of the card as well. So let's get started on the border. So I started with a 3x3 inch piece of Very Vanilla, and that's because I wanted to make sure I had space to mat in the Early Espresso and Cajun Craze. So 3x3 of Very Vanilla. And then I put a piece of our perfectly sized backer sheets onto the Stamparatus to protect the foam mat and so that I know where to position the paper. You'll see what I mean in a minute. So I eyeballed the corner of each of the squares in line with a darker line. Now it doesn't matter which line you work with. We are going to mark the mat, so every subsequent card, you're going to use the same grid lines. So line up the point of the paper with the 3 line and then the 4-inch mark for the vertical and the 3 for the horizontal. All right, and then so that the paper doesn't move while we're inking, put one of the magnetic bars over it and then start inking up your stamps. So that's the Mint Macaron, and this is soft suede. And then press down. And the magic of the Stamparatus is if you don't like the amount of ink on the paper, you just re-ink again. Just going to put a little more of the Mint Macaron on there. Everything's perfectly positioned, so you don't get any shadowing effect. All right, and then this plate is the acorn, the open acorn, and then the solid image for the oak leaf. And the oak leaf, I use the Early Espresso ink. So see how pretty that is. All right, and then lift it up and rotate it quarter turn. Line it up with your little pencil marks and ink again. So you'll see that I've got really small ink or stamps, but I'm using the large ink pads. That's because I don't have any ink spots in these colors. And you'll see that I've got ink on the plates, and that's fine. That ink is not going to transfer onto my paper where I don't want it. I'll just have to take the plates to the sink and rinse them off when I'm done. And press down. All right, rotate another quarter turn. So this is our Stamparatus. It's our stamp positioning tool. It comes with 2 plates, and the plates are completely removable. There's a foam pad underneath. So since I'm using the photopolymer stamps, there's a foam pad. And then there's also, if you're just using red rubber stamps, you don't need that foam pad on the Stamparatus. I seem to not be getting this edge because, there, I gotta look and see what I'm doing. There, that's a little better. And then Cajun Craze on the acorn. Early Espresso on the faux oak leaf. So you can see my border is coming together. All right, and rotate another quarter turn. All right, one last rotation of ink. Okay, Cajun Craze, Early Espresso. There, and we have a pretty border, colorful, pretty quick, especially if you're doing a lot in a row. So here's what I just did, and here is the sample. So let me clear off my work area and we'll finish assembling the card. These are the 3 ink pad colors that I used in addition to the Early Espresso to create this little border. So I'm going to zhuzh those off to the side, but I'm not quite done with that Early Espresso. So what I want to do is stamp a thank you through the center. And when you've got one card done, it acts as a sample. So put that right next to there. And what I want to do is stamp the thank you directly through the center. Okay, we got our stamping done, so I can go ahead and close this ink pad up. Zhuzh that out of the way, and we can start assembling. So I processed the Cajun Craze base through an embossing machine using the Old World Map embossing folder. So you can see the difference between the unembossed and the embossed side. It adds just so much detail. You want to make sure you emboss your card fronts if you're able to. Okay, and then we've got a couple of pieces we're going to layer up. So in the Gilded Autumn specialty paper is this beautiful pumpkin paper. I'm sad to say I'm going to cover that up, but I accidentally cut it at the wrong width. So my mistake means I get to make another card. And I like the tan backing too. It's got the tan speckled, the crumb cake with the Early Espresso speckles. So instant background piece. That's the first layer. And then next layer will be Cajun Craze piece. And that measures 3.5 by 3.5 inches. Looking at my sample, what I did was I tilted it a little bit, point down here almost to the edge of the paper, and point up here almost to the spine of the paper. All right, so that was my method to my madness. Oop, what happened here? Got a little crazy with my adhesive. So tilting a little bit. I'm going to put this one up a little higher. Okay. And next layer would be our Early Espresso at 3¼ inches. Pretty sure, let me check that. Yep, 3¼ inches. Tilting that one again as well. You can see right here is my little oops. While I was running or creating my sample card, I put the ink pad directly down into my grid paper and left it there for a little bit, you can see. All right, and then, see, that's my test piece right there. Things weren't quite right where I wanted it on the Stamp-A-Majig. But nobody will know that's on the back side unless they pull this piece off of the card. So pull the dimensional backers off. Make sure those go in the trash. And then position this. So the thank you is straight. All right, next, oh, we're not going to use that piece. That was an extra waste piece. Next, show you the insides, just a white, little bit of the strip that I had extra of, that goes on the top. Okay, so don't need that. I had a couple of these end pieces from cutting down rolls, so I don't ever throw away sniblets because there's always something, some project you can use them on. So here's a sniblet of the linen thread, and all I did was cinch it. So the linen thread is good for making faux bows. If you don't want to make a bow with a loop, try the linen thread look. You just cinch it in the center. And I usually do a double knot. So cinch it, usually holds, like it's not going anywhere. And cinch it again. Now the knot's not going anywhere for sure because it's a double knot. And then I kind of like it overhanging the mint macaron, so I'm going to make that about the same length. Oh, maybe pull that copper through there a little bit. There. All right, so that's going to go tucked behind our acorn trinket. So thread some linen thread through that. And take maybe 6 inches on one side. And tie a knot. And then tie a bow. And then cut your tails off to equal length. And then all I do is match up the one that's already cut with the one that's on the roll and do a snip. All right, so just like this. And the reason why I did a little bit of the extra ribbon, because I initially had it designed like that, and I like that, simple, but I've got these sniblets, and also since this acorn trinket is so thick, the extra layers of ribbon kind of help anchor it to the card. And I wonder, should I put it down here this time or off to the side? What do you think? We'll use some glue dots while I'm thinking about that. Should I put it down here? Y'all tell me where you'd like me to place it. I think I like it off to the side again. And then just a glue dot behind the acorn. There, so it looks like it's attached to the mint macaron and copper ribbon. So there you go. So the sample card, the card I made with you. Now I'm going to be back and I'm going to show you how to figure out how to position all your stamps on the Stamparatus. In the beginning of this segment, I showed you how to block off your square on your Stampin' Grid paper. So you just line up the points of the Very Vanilla paper with the 4-inch vertical line and the 3-inch horizontal line. And then use your pen. Of course, a pen that you got at convention works really great. I don't know if anybody saw that, if any demonstrators are watching, but these are the on-stage convention pens we got a couple of years ago. All right, so mark it off, and then you need to figure out how you wanted everything to lay. So I knew I wanted this long wheat-looking branch stalk towards the edge. And then I knew I wanted the maple leaf about yay so. All right, so then I picked it up on my plate. And then I'm gonna open my ink pads. You're gonna see me open my ink pads. Then ink it up, and you don't have to go too crazy with your ink and making sure everything is right, because this is just for placement. And then the other color that I used was the soft suede. Oops, sorry about that. My ink pads are pretty new, and so they're a little bit squeaky sometimes. It's getting dry in my house as well. So I think I want this over a little bit, the branch over a little bit towards the edge. Let's get our sample in here. Yeah, it's closer to the edge. So all you do then is just reposition it. And this takes a little bit of time, and that's why if you're doing a huge stack of fall cards or Christmas cards, the Stamparatus is your friend. There, I like it on the edge a little better. All right, now we want to do the acorns. Here, I'll put this underneath here, but you can't see that. The acorns kind of over the shaft. And then the oak leaf solid image kind of went like this. And I bet you I need to move that oak leaf a little bit as well towards the edge. All right, so some more ink pads. Oh, not yet. We gotta pick them up. Getting ahead of myself. Ink that up. And then the early espresso one. So I'm looking to put these images towards the edge of the mat. So I've got more space for that, thank you. And the acorn looks good. The oak leaf, I think we're gonna move it to the edge a little more. Pick it up and put it back. So if you're only doing 2 ink pad colors, this is a really quick technique as well. I just wanted a lot of fall color in my border. There. Now I know I need to move the macaron oak leaf towards the edge a little more. There. Pick it up. All right. Let's just ink it up and see if I like it out there. There. All right, so now let's do one real quick. I'll just do a corner. See if we like the placement. Mint macaron. Oh, and you probably can't see me ink. I moved the camera so it's closer to my work surface while I was assembling. You can rewind and watch me in the first segment there. There, I like that placement much better. So I was going for all of the images towards the edge of the very vanilla paper versus this one. I had to reposition some stamps and the grid paper, and everything got moved to the center a little bit, although it creates a nice little vanilla mat around the edge. All right, so I hope that helps you use your Stamparatus a little more, takes the mystery out of how to create a border or a wreath. So if you would like to place an order for these products, go to my blog at superawesomestamper.com. There will be a post up showing the projects that I demonstrated today, along with links that you can click to order these products. I do recommend that you order the suite. Again, the suite is on page 44 and 45 of the August to December catalog, and the suite item number is 155123. That gets you everything on this page, including 10% off the stamps and the punch pack. So the suites provide easy ordering opportunity because you don't have to enter in all these different item numbers. If you want just the stamps and the punch pack, that's on the next page, and you get 10% off those. I featured products using the Gilded Autumn Suite that is in the August to December mini catalog. Go to my blog at superawesomestamper.com and click on this image to download your copy of this catalog. It's full of 84 pages full of fun. Then click on this next image to download the annual catalog, which is 193 pages. If you're ready to shop, go to my blog at superawesomestamper.com and click on the Stamp and Scrapbook Expo for all of my show special details. You can also click on the Shop Now icon, which will take you directly to my online store. There will be details on my blog and online store for the current Designer Series paper sale as well. My Stampin' Up! Business is based online, and one of the ways that I reach people with paper crafting inspiration is through the Global SU Share Fair group. It's a group of Stampin' Up! Demonstrators that share Facebook Live demonstrations about every other month. It's only available for our customers, so make sure you place an order and ask to be invited to the group. Are you ready to get crafty but don't want to do the design and prep work? I can do all that for you with my Kits in the Mail program. Click on this icon for details of the latest offerings. Are you interested in paper crafting with other people from the comfort of your own home? Then click on the Black Friday online retreat for full details and registering. I'll ship you kits promptly and then gather at the set time in our Zoom room, Facebook group, and demonstration videos. Chat with the other Zoom room attendees and see what they're creating with their kits. Go to my blog at superawesomestamper.com and click on Black Friday Online Retreat for details and registering for the retreat. Hope to stamp with you then. I've got another demonstration coming up featuring a new color palette and gorgeous grape acorns. I needed to create a card that had a specific color palette for a particular person I have in mind. And I decided to swap out the Acorn Cajun Craze color with Gorgeous Grape. Radical color choice, but that's okay. I tend to not do things within the norm. I like to do things that may be a little bit surprising. And I wanted to show what it looks like as I finish completing it. And then I will come back and show you the card that I'm going to make with it. So in the bottom corner here is what we've done in the previous segment. And then I wanted to show just how changing one color can change the complete look of the card. And this is the Gorgeous Grape and the Early Espresso. And then the top two. Maple Leaf is that mint macaron, and this soft suede. There, just as pretty and vibrant as the Cajun Craze. So I'll be back in a second and show you what I'm going to do with this Gorgeous Grape colored acorn. Here's what I assembled using the Gorgeous Grape acorn. So I mounted it on Gorgeous Grape cardstock and then embossed it using the Dainty Diamonds embossing folder. On this side you can see just the plain cardstock, so you can see the difference that it makes when you run it through the embossing machine with an embossing folder. And then this paper you'll recognize is the back side of perhaps what you used on your Make and Take. So the mint macaron with that copper leaf. The houndstooth is on the back side. And then the ribbon, I pulled in the tricolor purple ribbon, and I'm still working on my Sniblet linen roll. This is what I've got left after I tied that bow, and this card is ready to mail. So this card was inspired from the card that I shared in the previous segment. So I just wanted to share that if you change just one color in your palette to suit whoever you're going to send the card to, it drastically changes what that card looks like. If your shopping list is longer than your budget, you might consider being a demonstrator on my team and be a happy shopper. A happy shopper enjoys the demonstrator discount while perhaps thinking about sharing the demonstrator opportunity with others. There's no pressure to hold events or sell any products. If you'd like to meet the quarterly minimum all on your own, that's super awesome. Contact me for information on being a happy stamper, demonstrator, or somebody who would like to build a business. The beautiful autumn stamp set has coordinating punches that I used in your kits. If you don't want solid color punches, you can custom create your own colors. So wanted to share how I did that. I got a few things done already. So I have attached down the maple leaf and pumpkin pie, and then I stamped the sprigs all the way around my 2-inch circle punch. So a handy tip is to punch a circle that fits the size of a wreath that you want to make. That way you have a base to add all of your little leaves or flowers or whatever you're putting on your wreath. So I decided to pop up the 4 maple leaves, and then I will work my way around the card with my dimensionals. Now I can't decide if I should pop up the acorns as well or leave those down for a little dimension. I think, let me grab my glue dots. Oh, you know what? If I can't find my glue dots, I guess that's the answer from the universe. I need to pop them all up. I don't see my glue dots. They walk off even though my table is, my work area is just directly in front of me. And they've got that purple tricolor ribbon wrapped around, so they're easy to find. Must be stuck in a different pile. So our mini dimensionals are perfect for this. So acorn's going to be next, right next to the maple leaf. And then the poppy parade oak leaf. And just go around your circle and attach your little punch shapes. And the beauty of this set is you can create custom colors. You don't have to stick to a certain color palette. Years ago, I did a scrapbook layout using Poppy Parade when it was an in color. And I loved that. That is my favorite layout because of the color scheme, which is this color scheme I'm using today. All right, acorn there and there. So easy way to create a colorful wreath. Now a couple more tips on this card. Flip it over. I haven't attached it to anything because I wanted to show you my economy savings here. In my scrap bin, I just had maybe, this was probably 1.5 inches wide of the crushed curry. So I ripped it in half and attached it to either side. And then in addition to, I didn't want to use a full sheet of this embossed, copper embossed paper because it's expensive for one, and for two, you don't need to waste all that behind there. So I just put a 3/4 inch trim behind there. And then the next layer would be, or you attach it to a Poppy Parade base to make that Poppy Parade pop out. And I embossed that using the Subtles embossing folder. So that would go there. That would be your card. How pretty is that? Now I've got all my ink pads out here to tell you this is a game of, can you make sure you get your stamps into the correct ink spots? So let's see if I can do that. Let me move this up a little bit. Oh, another tip, I have the punches sitting here is because you can use all of your little scrap pieces with these punches. So those are all the scrap pieces I used to create that wreath. So this is going to be the inside of the card. And I wanted to do a crushed curry in this, I don't know what you call it, leafy image. And then the pumpkin pie, maple leaf. And then the full image you stamp off. And I will do my best to get these centered. That one's pretty good. The full image you stamp off, so you've got the second generation ink. So you're not saturating that outline ink, you're just filling in there. And then, do I want to do a pine cone? I think I do. Pine cone, maybe, yeah, right there. And then stamp off of that one. Okay, and then just to bring a little more of the brown up, we're gonna stamp this one in the soft suede. Where do I want it down? Oh, I'm gonna do it up. I'm gonna put it right there. And I might do maybe I'm not gonna re-ink that. Put it right there. There, I like that. So that's gonna be for the inside of the card. And then you can do the same thing on the envelope. Look how pretty that is. I'm just astonished at my color scheme. If you like it, give me a thumbs up. All right, I got a couple more cards I'm going to share real quick. So here is another design. I let the pattern paper speak for itself. I embossed the crushed curry card base with that old world map embossing folder. And then I had some scrap of this copper foil. So I had one that was the size of this circle, and these little dies are from the In Good Taste. You can see they've got a little detail on the edge. And then I had scrap of the copper from punching out bows for your kits. So it wasn't a full circle, but that's okay because I tucked it on either end of my sentiment. So you see a full circle wouldn't have fit behind all that. And then again, I used some little bit of scrap to add a little detail there. And then that linen thread that I've been using for the whole session, the little sniblet I had, I tied it around some embroidered ribbon that's in the August to December mini catalog. So there's that card. And then the last two I'm going to share, I featured at a Friday Night In online retreat. So people purchased kits and then they met with us on Zoom and we assembled the kits with them and had some little paper crafting chatting time. And this was the other design that I contributed to that event. I hope you enjoyed my presentation today featuring 9 fabulous projects using the Gilded Autumn Suite from Stampin' Up! All the ordering details for my projects will be on my blog at superawesomestamper.com. You'll also find my show special details there as well. You need to use a special host code in order to qualify for the DSP share and have a minimum order. I'd love for you to subscribe to my YouTube channel where I share demonstration videos just like the ones I did today. Also like my blog and click notify and the bell on my Facebook page. All of those places are where I share my paper crafting inspiration. So I hope to see you there and I hope to stamp with you soon. Bye!
Welcome back, everybody, and boy, what a great project to start out with from Stampin' Up! You know, the acorns and the leaves on that card. I know, it's beautiful.
Oh my goodness,
and
paper.
I know that acorn paper and all the goodies with it.
And look at the foil.
I know, it was just so beautiful. And you know what I really liked about it? Because she showed where you can make 2 different projects. You can do a card, and she did the really cute, the treat topper with it as well. And I took some notes here because I wanted to make sure I'd mention everything. I liked how when she was doing the project, how she layered the papers, the bow, the twine, all of that, and how that just makes everything pop. And she used some of the little mini dots, which I really like those, the smaller ones.
Yeah.
You know, because you sometimes especially things that you want to pop are smaller. So that's a great item and to use to make those little things pop out. And she used for the ribbon, you know, it's sometimes challenging how to put down your ribbon. So she used the double-sided tape, which with that, once again, you want to use a really good double-sided tape. For that too, because that ribbon and because your card is going to be used some. So I thought that was a great thing too to show. Excuse me. Yeah, the little dimensional dots are great. And then adding things to the inside of the card too. I think that's so important. So just a great project overall, and the little treat bag that you can make with the goodies and to give that to somebody special to start out their fall. And you can say, hello, fall. There you go.
That's so cute.
Yes,
I agree. Okay, so some of the things that I adore from what she did was, I love the technique, how you were talking about with the ribbon. I know sometimes these ribbons we want to, I know me, I love having and keeping for a long time, especially beautiful Stampin' Up! Ribbon. There's Stampin' Up! Ribbon, you get a lot of it on the spool, but you still want to cherish it. And so she cut a strip and then, you know, and combined another strip, and then she used this twine to tie in the middle, so it kind of looked like a bow. I thought that was a great technique. And I'm sorry, but then adding the little charms, I thought that was so cute. That just adds to it as well. Just that little extra. The little acorn. Yes, so how adorable. Yes, I would love to get that. So I loved also the Stamparatus. Yes. I love any new stamping tool that can help me we all stamp do. Better. I need it, and I thought that was really neat. So that was something that I loved. Of course, we all know Stampin' Up! Inks are
Yes.
so good.
Yes.
And we talked about how you open it up and you don't lose the lid because it's right there.
That's what I love about them for sure. That's a selling point right there.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah. So, and I love how they always have in colors every year. And so if you want to, like, if you are a collector and you want all the new in colors, it's nice because they have the in color stamps, they have the in color papers,
yes,
the pen, the markers, everything that goes with the in colors. It's that simple to get it all in one. So that's really nice as well. I love their punches.
Yeah.
Their punches are so
They
amazing.
last. I mean, they just last. You don't have to, it's almost like they're self-sharpening because, you don't have that where it sticks together or anything.
Right.
Punch is clear, stays.
I've had punches from Stampin' Up! That I've probably had for like 20 years. And I've never tried to resharpen them ever, I promise.
Yeah.
And they still work like as if I had them from, so great things. I also love that she's such a good teacher.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Like, she really teaches calm and like, so like, you just like, you feel like, okay, yeah, I can make that.
She's building a car. It's almost like, it's like somebody reading you a story.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the way it is.
Exactly. Yeah. Very therapeutic.
Yes.
So good job, Shirley.
That's
we really enjoy it. But I love the like you said, the little treat boxes, the gilded autumn paper,
yes,
the fireside trimmings bundle, which is the fireplace.
Yeah.
I bought that many years ago, but this is an updated one.
Oh, nice.
So I feel like I need that.
You need the new one.
Yes.
Yeah, you were talking about that.
Right. I love the acetate boxes. There's just so much.
Yes.
Stampin' Up! Is just amazing.
Yep.
So thank you so much.
Yes.
And let me tell you,
Shirley.
the show special,
Yes.
place a $40 or more order, excluding shipping and tax, and use host code S4DSKNYQ, and you will receive a pattern paper share. And the offer will end on October 25th. So
Great.
That was awesome.
Great special once again.
Yes.
So get to Stampin' Up! And we will be back after our next presentation.
Hey everybody, it's Mary Jo with chatandchalk.com. I am so excited to share with you guys a fun project that we're going to make today using this little tray or board surface and our chalk paste. Autumn is the year's last loveliest smile. How fun is that, right? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So before we get started, I want you to make sure that you have everything in your kit. So you should have one of these, one of these mini squeegees, and 2 chalk packs. And yours will probably be sage and what's it called? Bark. Those are the 2 colors we're using. So let's get started, and I'll pull you down so we can get going on this. Okay, so I have my self-healing mat here, and I will do a little plug on this. This is the most amazing mat that I have ever seen. So it's 24 by 18, and it's really, really durable. So let's get started with getting all your stuff out. So go ahead and set out everything that you're gonna need for your project. Things that you're gonna need to add on is going to be like a terry cloth towel and then some sort of cleaning towels. I use these microfiber towels. You can use whatever you want, and if you have a fuzzing mat from Chalk Couture, you can actually use that also, and we will be ready to get going. So I want you to take everything out, lay it out so that you have it, and then take your chalk paste and just kind of knead it. It should be squishy there at the bottom, and you're ready to go. Now, it might feel a little thick, and that's okay. I'm going to show you how to make it happy. I love happy chalk paste. But you're going to knead it a little, and then you're just going to take your trimmers and trim off the top. and you're good to go. You're gonna take this, and I like to fold it in half and then just kind of squeeze it out. Now this is the white, you're not gonna have white, but I'm using this so that you guys can see. It's gonna come out and it might be a little clumpy like that, okay? That's okay. You're literally gonna take your mister onto your plate or whatever it is that you're putting this on and give it a little water, and we're gonna stir it into the sour cream consistency. Now, I left my little plate downstairs, so I'm just using a bookmark. Okay, I'm being, you know what? Real life happens, y'all. And this is how it goes. So stir this until you have that nice sour cream consistency, and it shouldn't take long. It literally will go fast. And if I had my little plate, it would be much easier, just so you know. But I'm gonna show you in my tub of white how that will look. So this is my tub of white, and I'm just gonna add this to it actually, so that I can stir it in. But have a little bowl or plate there ready for you to go, and then take and just stir it. This is the consistency you want. You see how that stirred in there really nice? So just a little tiny, we do have like little trays for our chalk paste, but I always use like a little bowl or a little paper plate usually works. It has to have a little bit of a lip because you see it makes a hot mess if you don't. Stir it up with like a plastic knife or something like that. That you can just wash off. This is all non-toxic, so you can even use your own silverware, just so you know. I've done that, thrown it in the dishwasher, and you're good to go. It's nothing big. It's all good. You could eat it if you wanted, but I don't think that's a wise choice. Just so you know. All right, so let's go get going with a real project here. I'm gonna set that. We got our chalk paste all sour creamed up, right? We got it all ready to go. Let me stir mine. I'm just gonna go ahead and use my Crocs here instead of squeezing it onto the plate, but you guys need to go ahead and get that all ready, and I'll give you a second to do that. I'm gonna add just a tad smidge here and stir in a little water. My, as you can see, my what is this called? Bark. It is early in the morning for me, you guys. I got up just special for you. So say, thank you, Mary Jo. You're awesome. What? The crowd goes wild. I like having fun with this. And then this is my sage, and you're going to have sage also. You either have sage or meadow. I don't remember which color green I got for you guys, but I like the sage, so we're gonna go with the sage. And everybody does have these two colors, okay? So this kit is very much consistent on this, so you guys can't say, I don't like that one, because everybody's got the same thing. So it's all good. What? Now we have a little bit of prep to do with our transfer here. You're gonna take your terry cloth towel, or if you have our fuzzing cloth, which is phenomenal, and you're gonna go ahead and open your transfer. Leave this aside because you might wanna, there's instructions on the back there for you on how to clean your transfer, so you might wanna keep that and keep your transfer in it. You're gonna use a Band-Aid roll, pull it off, okay? Don't be picking at your transfers. You don't need to do that. You have pretty nails for a reason. Use that Band-Aid roll. Stick it down on your terry cloth and lift it like 2 or 3 times. We want to add some fuzz on there, which means we're taking off the extra sticky that was in the factory. We're taking off all that extra sticky on the back of our transfer. When we put it down on our surface, it's not going to stretch when we peel it up. We're just adding a little fuzz there. Now the fuzzing cloth is great. You can fuzz on this side and clean. So when we go to clean, I'll show you how to clean on there. And then on the inside, when we clean out and when I do the next segment, I'll be showing you how to use this microfiber part of your fuzzing cloth to remove your old transfers from your Design Love Repeat boards. So we're gonna take this And this is gonna kind of hang off the side. It just adds to the artisan of it. Now, if you wanted to color this with some chalk paste and do like a chalk wash on that, you can. I personally like it white because I like the way this board is. You can also color, and I'll show you after we're done, if we have time, how we could actually color this frame too. Make it a little darker. So you're literally gonna put this down and it's gonna stick up a little. That's okay, that's part of it. I did that on purpose for you guys, I know, because I want the words to show more. And you don't have to rub hard, okay? You just have to lay it down there. And I'm gonna do the brown in the middle and the green on the outside. Now I'm gonna show you also how you could do green and brown. So we're gonna start with the green. If you wanted to make it just simple, you simply dip into your chalk paste that you have and you bring it around and just keep it right there just on the wreath part, okay? But you're gonna push it down into that screen. That's why we have this squeegee. Try and stay away from your words. Or if you just want one color, you could do one color. It's okay too. And just use the tippy tips here. So on this half, I'm just gonna do just the green so you can see what that looks like. Because I'm giving you choices here. You guys are artists, you know how to do that. And then what you're gonna do is you're just gonna pull up that half. Just like that, lift it up, blow on it a little, just for a second, and then we're gonna let it fall right back down where it was. And you wanna make sure that you bring your chalk paste or your screen away from your chalk paste while it's wet, because that way it's going through the screen. Now on this side, I'm gonna show you how to do a little green and brown if you wanna do that. So just add your little green wherever you want, and we're gonna do a little smear technique here. And then I'm gonna wipe my squeegee off on my towel, right here, just wipe it off. And then I'm gonna take some brown and I'm just gonna add here. And this is where you get to get a little bit messy if you like. I don't know if you like to get messy. If you don't like to get messy, this might not be the technique for you. I'm just letting you know. But you're gonna take your finger, add a little bit of water from your mister onto your finger, just a tad bit. You just want your finger moist. And we're just gonna rub this in here, just like this, right into your screen. And we're kind of making an ombre here with our leaves. Kind of like the real fall, right? I'm gonna add a little up here. I have a little that I can bring over to make my top here go in. Just like that, okay? And let me show you what that looks like. And then when we peel it, we have that ombre look on that side, okay? Now, I am going to do the heart in green and then the rest of it brown. So I'm just gonna take a little smidge and I'm just gonna do my heart. And it might be a little thick there, and that's okay, because I'm gonna leave it there and kind of push that through, and then I'm gonna bring my brown right on top of it because I want my words to stand out. And I'm just gonna smear right through like that. Put your excess back. Get that off, there we go. And now when I lift, I'm gonna have my whole project done. So you have the choice of doing the ombre on the side if you like, or you could do it all green. So that's your choice on this one. Or if you want to do it all green, you can do it all green. If you want to do it all brown, you can do it all brown. You have choices. So, and that is that project. Now, I told you we have to learn how to clean these chalk transfers. That's important. So you're actually going to take, if you have the fuzzing cloth, you can take your fuzzing cloth, or you can take that other towel, those two towels that you have. We're gonna set it down here on your fuzzing cloth or on your towel. Spray it with water. This is our mister. A lot of you guys got this mister last time. Are you loving it? I'm telling you what, you guys probably sold out of the mister. I don't know. But, and this you can wash in water. Some people put it in their dishwashers. Then you're going to take a second towel and simply push that wet chalk paste through the screen right onto your fuzzing cloth or your other towel. And that's exactly how we're going to clean this. Then we're going to add a little bit more water just to get the last little bit through the screen, because you don't care what the outside green part looks like. You care about that screen. You want to get the chalk out of there so it doesn't clog the screen. That's your magic, guys. Take it off. You see how we pushed all the chalk through? And then we're going to spray it lightly one more time. Take that same cloth and just rub the back gently. This is a gentle clean on the back just to get the very last bits gone. You're going to let it sit there for a minute, make sure it's nice and dry, which it is. Take your backer. This is important. Shiny goes to sticky. Ready? Shiny goes to sticky. That's very important because otherwise you make it into a sticker and you don't want that. In fact, before you even, if you want, before you even take this off for the next time, you can just write back on here. And that way you know, it just kind of gives you a little reminder, because sometimes, you know, we forget. So shiny to sticky, and now you're ready to use this again. And we're actually going to use this again on the next project that I'm going to show you. Now your fuzzing cloth, this can go right into, I think it says you can put it right into your gentle cycle of your washing machine. It is really awesome. And then we just need to clean up our squeegee. And this is a really wonderful craft. So you can put this chalk on any other surface too. So if you want to put, autumn is this year's last loveliest smile, you could put that on your oven door with your leftover chalk that you have. If you're using the mat, make sure you just spray it with water, wash it off, and you're good to go. Now I do have one little smidge. Let me show you a tool that we just got. It's called our detail tool. And what's really neat about this is it has this little end piece. So if I have a little smidge that maybe I had a bubble in my screen, I can literally take this. I can add a little bit of water on it even, and it will take that little mark right off. And I'm good to go with that. Now I told you I wanted to show you how you could make your frame, since you all have the same frame, a little bit darker. How you would do that is you would take your chalk paste, and you can do this before or after. I suggest before, but you're gonna, it's a little bit tricky, so just listen. You're gonna dip a little bit in your chalk paste on your towel, and you're gonna make sure that towel's wet, and you're gonna very carefully just rub it over your frame like this. And it's just a little bit, it's a little subtle hint of brown. I would not go near the white if you wanna keep your white nice and intact, just like that. You see the difference? It's just, I don't know if you can see, it's just a little hint, you know? And you're just adding a little bit of chalk paste right there to almost stain that wood. You see? And then you could do the sides too. You could do this in the green if you wanted. The green would look pretty too. And it just takes a little bit, so you guys all have enough to be able to do this. And then you would just take and do the sides like this, like a little stain. If you need to see, I'm gonna need to add a little water there, lift up just a tad bit more, not a lot. And then I can get my sides good to go. Then what you want to do, if you want this to be a forever piece for you, then you can just simply spray it with a clear poly if you want, and then it'll be good for indoor, outdoor use. And you can add a little gloss if you want with your clear poly, right? And the good thing about the chalk paste is, like, see right here where there's a little extra? With the water, it just simply rubs off. So you just smooth it out. And that, my friends, let me just clean that again with my water. That, my friends, is our autumn loveliest smile. And I hope you love it as much as I do. I think it's wonderful. And I can't wait to see you guys. Remember that if you're on Facebook, which you probably are. If you're on YouTube, you can join me at Chat and Chalk on YouTube. I have a lot of lives on there, a lot of fun. Y'all see my boards that I'm making behind me. I know. Happy fall, y'all. And if you are on Facebook, make sure you jump in and join me on my Chat and Chalk DIY scrapbooking community. And I would love to have you there. We have steals and deals there, along with specials and all kinds of fun. So make sure you do a little shopping later today, but I hope you enjoyed this craft, and I hope you can take your beautiful artwork and set it or share it with someone else so that they too can smile and have a great day. Until I see you again in just a little while, aloha and mahalo for being my customers. Have a great day. Aloha, it's Mary Jo with chatandchalk.com. I'm so excited to be able to come here today and share with you guys a lot of fun and our products. So what we're going to do today is we're actually going to get a head start on a little bit of Christmas. Yeah, I know you're going, I don't want to hear Christmas, Mary Jo. And I'm like, it's okay. We're going to count down the days. I'm going to show you how we can recycle and use our Chalk Couture boards, because we design, love, and repeat. So what that means for you is you don't have to tote around a whole bunch of bins from your attic downstairs for all your Christmas needs. You can actually chalk on your windows, your oven door, your front door, back door, doggy door, anywhere you want to chalk, you can chalk it up for Christmas. And what I love is the little snowflakes around the windows at Christmas. And then when Christmas is over, I simply spray a little water, wash it off, and my windows are clean. Not only do the snowflakes disappear, but the windows are clean, right? How awesome is that to start the new year? So easy peasy cleanup for the holidays, and we can then also repurpose our surfaces. So remember to go to chatandchalk.com, read a little bit about me, go to the shop link, and have a little fun. So let's get going here while we're starting. So I have my amazing self-healing mat here, 24 by 18. It is top of the line. And of course I have our mister that you guys love, love, love. You just simply give it one punch, and then it gives you a nice stream, and it goes on and on. Well, if you were watching my last video, you saw that we created this with our Club Couture transfer. Well, now we're going to get rid of this because fall's over, and we are actually just going to scrape this chalk off using the scraper. Scrape this off, and we're going to start again. So like I told you, with Chalk Couture, we design, love, and repeat. So what that means for you is you don't have to have 5,000 pieces of artwork to decorate your house. You just find the one that you love. Like, we have amazing gallery boards, and they are magnetic, porcelain magnetic chalkboard. I never knew there were like different chalkboards until I started with Chalk Couture. But I will tell you that the gallery boards are phenomenal, because they clean up just perfect every time. Now, we do have our boutique boards too, and they work just as well. They're just not magnetic. And personally, I like the magnets because I have little hooks, and I can hang my keys right on it and still decorate it for the season, right? So there we go. We have our chalk paste gun. I'm going to dump this into the trash. Then I'm going to show you how to clean this up using our fuzzing cloth, because we have that special microfiber in the fuzzing cloth so that you can actually get everything nice and clean and ready to go. So this is where our mister comes in. We're going to mist it once, take our microfiber cloth again, wash this up, get all that chalk paste off and get it ready for the Christmas season. So we just went from fall to Christmas in the short period of about an hour at my house, but a couple weeks for you guys because you're seeing this at a different time then. So we're going to pretend that it's 46 days till Christmas because I didn't want to count it. So that's what we're going to do. So I have this amazing transfer. It's a big ornament. I'm going to put it here on my fuzzing cloth just to make sure I have it nice. But I love this ornament. And I'm going to do a little bit of a fun design here. And we're going to use our Chockable chips to actually create the days until Christmas. So here's our nice ornament. And then when we do it, we're going to put days until right here. I'm not going to stick it down there. And then I'm going to do Christmas sideways like that because it looks so cool like that. And I'm going to add a couple of these stars up here just to make them fun. Okay, so let me show you how all this is going to go down. Now I choose colors that I like. Y'all can choose colors that you like. I am kind of a retro girl for Christmas. So we're going to start with a nice red bow. I'm going to take our multi-purpose tool and clean up in this chalk jar and stir and make my red chalk paste. The red is it will stain. So just so you guys know, the red does stain. Nothing you can do about it because you got those pigments. But when you're using your chalk paste, you want it to be like sour cream consistency. So you add a little water as you need. This one's a little bit stiff. So I'm gonna keep stirring it and try and get that water in there using my multi-tool, getting up under the edges. This cleans your chalk paste jars and it saves you tons of dollars because you're getting all your chalk paste. You're not, you don't have any that's stuck up underneath that lip of the jar. This is designed just for that purpose for you guys. So I'm just gonna stir this up. Get that all nice and smooth like my sour cream consistency. Clean up around the edges. Look here, see? Do you see how clean that gets it? Can you see that? It's like right there, see? So it's amazing. It's a great tool to have. And we call it a multi-tool because then, and I'll be using the other end here in a minute, you simply turn it over and use it as a squeegee for your detail work. Now we do have a detail tool also for the little tiny things, but this is great because you can hold it like a pencil and use it then also as a squeegee. Let me just wipe a little of this red off. I'm notorious for getting red all over the crazy place. So we have our red and I'm just gonna go ahead, take a squeegee and do my red bow because that's what I like. I like a big red bow. Who doesn't like red bows on their Christmas presents, right? And since I'm gonna take a little time with this, I'm gonna lift this red bow up so that it doesn't dry in the screen. So I'm just gonna lift it up like this. And look, see, I got a little bit over, so I can just wipe that off with my finger right now. And I can also wipe it off later, it doesn't matter. And then I'm gonna put it back down, just like that. Okay. I have red all over me, you guys. I'm a hot mess with red. I told you I was, that's why I do it first, so I can wipe my fingers and do better. Okay, so the next colors I want to use are the teal and the metallic, what do we call this? Shining shimmer olive. And I'm going to use the shimmer olive on my littles here. So I'm just going to simply use my detail tool just to get my little stripes right along in here. And it's not hard, you're just pushing it through, and this is my shimmer paste Remember I showed you on the last video, if you were here, you saw how you could do the shimmer on paper and it looks just like you used glitter. Where is that? Here it is. So this is a sample of that, of the Harvest Gold on scrapbook paper. So you can chalk on your papers, you can chalk cards, you can chalk your whole page designs, and then that way it's all coordinated. It's coordinated really nicely. And then what I love about it is that I can have a lot of solid colors and then make them happy with a bunch of chalk colors. So, and then I'm gonna take the teal and I'm gonna go right along here and do the rest of my ornament. And it's okay if I smear it a little, it's not gonna hurt anything. Just like that, okay? I'm gonna put that back in here. I have a whole stack of squeegees, y'all. And then I'm gonna pull this half up too and let that, my cat was up here being silly. Okay, so I'm just gonna let that lay back down there. It's not gonna hurt anything. And then I wanna get this, and this, I don't know if I wanna do it in silver or black. I might wanna do it in silver. If I can find my silver quickly, I'll do it in silver. If I cannot, I will do it in a different color. I'll do it in the yellow. Let's do it in the yellow. I like the bumblebee better, I think. So again, we're gonna stir up to make sure that it's the right consistency. Add it on, and I'm using my multi-tool here to get that little area. I might have a bubble in that one, actually. I love this yellow. The bumblebee yellow is what it's called. And it's great for every season. It's great for winter, spring, summer, fall, Christmas, Halloween, harvest. It's all there. So we have our ornament now. Now what's great is, so we have the ornament, we're gonna let that dry, and then we're gonna go ahead and make sure all of our snivels are up here because I made some more while I was chalking. Yeah, craziness. There we go. So let me dry this a minute. And what I'm gonna use next, this is our chalkable chalk chip, okay? If y'all were at, if y'all participated in the Halloween Make and Take, then you would have received one of these in your kit. What I've done is I've simply put a magnet on the back with some hot glue. I think actually I used 527 glue or something on this, but you know, either way, you just glue on a magnet onto your chalk chip. If you use hot glue, you'll be able to take the hot glue off. It will actually peel off your chalk chip. And if you spill coffee, make sure you wash it off, because I just noticed I had coffee on my chalk chip. But since this is our metal tray, this is going to, you know, hold on to there. And this is where we're going to do our countdown for Christmas. So you don't have to take off the whole tray. You're just going to simply take off a chalk chip, and we're going to add our numbers here, and we're going to pretend it's 46, okay? I have no idea how many days it is till Christmas. I don't even want to think about it. And I'm going to do this in the green. Today I am. Maybe tomorrow I decide to do it in the red, right? You just never know. You can change it up because it's your project. So can you see? So I got the 4. And then I'm just going to do the 6 here on this side. Even though I know it's far apart, you can always space it a little better. This is just for ideas, guys. Work with me here. But you can line it up and space it. So we have 46 days till Christmas. So I'm just going to put that there and let it dry, okay? We're going to pretend 46. Now tomorrow when it's 45, I would erase the 6 and just put a 5 there. All these numbers come with the transfer. So you get tons and tons of elements with this transfer, days until Christmas. So that's cool. I'm trying to see my time here. Good, because I want to do some more fun. I want to show you one more set if we have time. So days until I'm going to do, if I can find, there's the silver I was looking for, y'all. It's craziness, isn't it? You guys, I need someone to come and organize my life. Any of you organizers, I know y'all love to do your craft room, so do I. I love to organize my craft room, but then I never get nothing done but organizing my craft room, and it's crazy. I'm looking for the black, but I'm not finding it, so I must have used it somewhere, so I'm just going to use this brown. I used it somewhere and didn't put it away. I'm going to have to find it for my next project, though. So I'm just going to do days until, ooh, I still have the hot glue gun on. I just smelt it. So days until, and I think I'll do Christmas in red. My crazy red. And we'll just do that. Now y'all know I'm going to show you how to wash your transfers. I'm going to show you how to wash one, and you're going to do the same thing. I always try and show people how to wash their transfers because this is all reusable. So you reuse these transfers over and over again. So if you do it this year on here and then next year you want to put this on your refrigerator, you do that, right? I got a little bubble there, and that's okay. I know how to fix it. So let's go ahead and wash these up. Take a microfiber towel or just a regular towel, or you can even wash right on your fuzzing cloth. And you're going to spray with water, with the mister, any kind of water. Spray, spray, spray. Get another cloth and wash, 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 and it comes right off. You see how that works? And your goal is to get the chalk out of the screen. It doesn't matter if it leaves a red stain or not. You can also use this board eraser only on the front of your transfers like that, and it gets in there nice and neat and cleans that out. I just usually use a towel, but the board erasers are multi-purpose. You can use those for not only cleaning the fronts of your transfer, but then you can also clean your boards, okay? So that's how we clean a Chalk Couture transfer. 1, 2, 3, easy peasy. Get that off of this cutting mat. I told you the red is crazy, crazy. There we go. Got that done. Throw that towel over there. Now, the next thing is we're going to add a few little stars, right? Let's just add the stars real quick, and I'm going to do those in teal because I can. And I'm going to use our detail tool because I'm going to show you how we're going to fix that one little boo-boo. And I'm going to actually use my finger on this because it's easier for me just to use my finger over and over. And y'all can do that too if you're okay with getting your finger messy, because it washes right off. It's not a big deal. I do that a lot. There we go. So we have some stars there. Where'd my towel? Oh, I threw my towel away. Let me wipe off my hands. So you see right here on my S, I got a little bit of red. So I'm going to make sure that's dry. And remember how we scraped off this board? We can do the same thing to fix things and clean them up. And sometimes that just happens. You can't help it. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just chalk life, baby. So we have this little detail tool. It's got a little cap. It's amazing. And you can just simply scrape that off nice and fine and get all of that off once it's dry. Then take a little Q-tip if you want to go back and get whatever remnants if you'd like. But there you go. So you can fix it up. Really amazing. I love this detail tool. I could sit and do that all day. Okay, so let's see what else we got going on here. I think that's all we have. So this is our days until Christmas. And remember that you can chalk on your windows, wood, glass, mirrors. I did this bottle. You guys remember doing this with me? Doing the little fun night light. Yeah, that's cool. You can now erase this and maybe you could put a Christmas something on it, right? So everything is reusable and everything cleans up with water. So with Chalk Couture, there's no mistakes. We have no chalk emergencies and we just have a good time, right? So I'd like to encourage you to join me at Chat and Chalk DIY Community on Facebook, on YouTube at Chat and Chalk, on Pinterest at Chat and Chalk. And if you want to be part of my amazing Chalk Couture team and save a little money, get a little bit of instant commission, and make a little money for the holidays, then jump on over, message me, and I am good to go to hear what you want to do. I will walk beside you and help you reach your goals. I'm not going to push you, I'm not going to pull you, but I'm going to walk beside you and be your friend and help you reach your goals that you have, if you just want a discount or if you just want to have a little bit of happy money. So join me on one of those avenues, and I can't wait to chalk with you again. Aloha.
Welcome back, everybody, and another great project from Chalk Couture.
I love it.
They do a great job, and they have those transfers for any occasion.
Yes.
And boy, the fall one was great. And this was such a cute project that she did. And look, this is so cute because you could do this and put it on a little easel as well.
For sure.
Yes. Now, like she had mentioned, one thing I do like about it, this chalk goes a long, long way, and like she showed you, to make sure that you need it, just take a little bit of, it just goes so far, and especially when you're doing a smaller project. So need that. Make sure it looks like sour cream, when you go to use
that consistency.
Yes. And make sure when you, like she had mentioned, use that squeegee to get down in to the transfer. You don't have to do it on the whole transfer because you're only getting down in. So some great tips on making sure that the transfers, gosh, that great spritzer that you use to spray it, oh my gosh.
Amazing.
Cleanup is a breeze. It used to be, they're better than Bounty towels used to be. The quicker picker-upper.
Exactly.
But it's such a great, and you put it back and you can use it again. Share that. You can put it on this, you can put it on a page. So a couple of things that I hadn't seen You know, we're always getting new things.
Right.
She took a little bit and she blended it. And it was so great. And she took her finger and, you know, did the blending and everything. And it you know, gave that great project that little bit of oomph. And then also, you know, you have this pine wood, and how she went and she stained it almost around the outside with the chalks and everything. So I just thought those were two great things. You know, never thought about, you know, going outside the box literally you know, to finish the project. So
right.
I thought that was great. So,
yeah, that's so nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I love, like, we know, I love home decor. I love decorating. And like you said, you could use this over and over and over again, even though, you know, we all need that little sign to remind us. I could put this in so many places. In my little, I'm thinking my hutch, you know, I have like a 3-tiered hutch that I like to decorate for every season. That would be so cute for fall, fall leaves and your little pumpkins, and that would be super duper cute. And then it can go on to Christmas.
Yeah, and
Valentine's.
And you clean this board up. You know how easy it is to do that. Comes right off. Gosh.
So I loved her 24x18 self-healing mat that she demoed on. That is so nice, especially if you're a YouTuber and you like filming your own videos, craft videos. I think that is really nice for videos. I'm like, because I love filming YouTube videos. So it looked really... You
need that space to kind of, you know, to have...
because when you're filming down, it looks nice. And it's also usable, like, to cut the, you know, so that was really nice. Like Dave was talking about, I love the mister.
Yes.
That spray just goes on for like ever.
Yeah, yes. And you have control, you know, you have control. Another mister, you spray it all over.
Exactly. And also the multi-purpose tool, how she just got in there. I loved how she showed that like maybe a paste that you hadn't used for a while, and it kind of got, you know, you needed to kind of like reopen or
re-sour cream it.
Yes. And she just used the mister, you know, and then used that tool, and it just got right back to being plush and usable. So that was really nice. So you guys, there's so many things. There's a palette sign. There's the couture gallery. You could do hanging banners, pillow covers, door tags, double-sided box frames, bistro spinning.
Those are fun. Those would be so fun to have on the kitchen counter.
Right. So many different possibilities for home decor.
Yes.
They had the transfers come in all kinds of different sizes.
Yep.
There's all kinds of different colors. And they're reusable. And easy to clean.
And you know what too, like I love this because, you know, like on all the transfers, you know, you can use parts and pieces. You know, maybe you just want like a little piece here, you know, and like she did when she did the different colors on it too.
Exactly.
So just multi-use, endless use of products. So
amazing. So if you like home decor, if you like getting creative with it and doing a lot of DIY projects, this is something you're gonna want to, you know, get into. And how fun was it to play with, and how easy, right? Get your kids involved. So let me go over the show special. It says, order 2 packs of chalk chips or mini tags along with a mini transfer sheet, and get 2 packs of chalk pasted a mini squeegee free, which has a different assorted colors. That's a $7.50 value. And then with any order of products totaling $100, you get a free A-size transfer.
Nice. So those are great specials. My gosh.
Exactly.
You can use and use and use.
Right.
Great.
So that was a great demonstration.
Great. Thank you. We hope you enjoyed that. And it is time for our next presentation from One Paper Place. So we'll be back.
Hi everybody, my name is Christine Rispoli. I own One Paper Place, and I would like to share a project with you today that is a fall themed flip book. Well, let me show you what's inside here. We have a pocket here, a few tags here, a little folder in a pocket. We have 2 more pockets with more folders in them. And then we have this gatefold here. It has a little belly band on the inside, so you can tuck something in there. You can put photos in there if you're using this as a little scrapbook. Or I also thought this would be kind of nice to send to someone that you're thinking about this fall. You could put tea bags in here, or a cup of soup mix, hot cider mix. I have a bunch of ideas for that. So let's get started on the project. If you purchased a kit with Scrapbook Expo, you would have received lots of goodies. The first thing I'm going to show you is the base piece of paper. Now this is 6 inches wide by 18 inches long, and it's scored already for you in the 2 places where it needs to fold. Now whenever a paper is scored, you always should take your bone folder and burnish it a bit on the score lines. I always say that that's teaching the paper how to see things my way. This is another piece that you would receive in the kit that measures 6 inches by 12 inches. It also is scored, and I'm going to do the same thing. The first thing we're going to do is take the checked patterned paper that we received. And we are going to put score tape on the back of it. This is the adhesive that I prefer to use for anytime I'm making something that will get handled a lot. I have many different adhesives that I use depending on what the end use of the product is going to be. But I like score tape for books. One of the things I like about it is that I can tear it like this. I don't have to get my scissors dirty. So another little tip with score tape is, again, you want to take your bone folder and burnish the tape. That'll get the adhesive adhering to the paper a little bit more. I picked up a little tip at a trade show last week. It was a virtual trade show. You know, sometimes if you peel all of your liners off your tape and you adhere it to your project and you're off a little bit, it's pretty tough to get that paper back off of your project. But if you only pull it down so far, your liner that is, you can make sure you're in good position before you pull it the rest of the way. That little tip came from Joey at Photoplay Paper. She's a sweetheart. I don't always worry about exact measurements, but in this case, for the button closure on the front, I do want to make a few measurements just to make sure I'm centered. It's always good to have a 0 centering ruler, isn't it? So I'm about 3/4 of an inch up, but what I really want to make sure that I find is the center of this. So I'm making a little mark with my pencil there. I'm going to take my piercer and pierce a couple holes for that button. Now I had mentioned, aren't these cute? I had mentioned in the supply list that you either needed a strong adhesive to glue this button on, which I did make a sample using glue. I used Fabri-Tac, or needle and thread. I'm going to use needle and thread today. I do know that the Fabri-Tac works and is durable. So I'm probably going to put close to 10 stitches in here, just to be sure that I have it secure. And you'll see as you sew it on, the shank will stay in place and it won't be flapping all over the table like it is right now. See, you can see it there. Now, this isn't like a beautiful cross-stitch project that you want the back to look as nice as the front. We're going to be able to cover up all of these ugly-looking stitches on the back side of this. My grandmother was a seamstress, but the sewing gene skipped a generation here. So now we'll take the orange paper and cover that up. Okay, the next step is to take our belly band and we're going to adhere that to the center panel here. I'm not going to worry about being perfect on this being centered. You don't want this real tight since you are hopefully going to be placing something inside there. So you want it to have a little give like that. And I do like things a little bit off center. I think it adds some visual interest. Our next step here is going to be adding the elastic. So I am going to place some score tape on the back of this middle panel. I'm going to get the tails of the two ends of elastic together. Now, if you leave about 1.25 inches or so loop hanging, that should be sufficient to close the elastic around the acorn. Now, right now this is a little bit loose because we don't have everything inside here that's going to be inside in the end. So I'm satisfied with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unloop this. And just because this is probably the most mechanical part of this whole project, I'm going to add a little glue also, just for a little extra stability. Art glitter glue is one of my favorites. If you use this, then you know that it doesn't ship once the weather gets cold. So check your stock. If you're running low, you should get some on order, get some in your hands before it's too cold. So now we're going to take out our trimmer and do a little trimming. You have a full sheet of 8.5 by 11 in your kit. We're going to do a little bit of cutting here and there. First cut, we're going to cut at 6 inches. And then we're going to turn this and cut again at 6 inches so we have a 6-inch square. So we're going to use this piece for a pocket. So we'll set that to the side. Now with this 6x6 piece, we're going to turn it on an angle here. And I want to line up the points that are the corners here on a diagonal with my cut line. So when I cut this, I'm going to have 2 triangles that are the same size. One of those we're going to leave as is, and the next one we're going to move over just about an inch. Again, this isn't exact, it's just to make it a little bit smaller than the first one so they can kind of layer on top of each other. And now you have a full sheet of craft paper also. And we're going to make those little folders for the inside of these pockets. So our first cut will be at 6. And then we're going to rotate this and cut it at 4 1/4. I think we're done with our trimmer for now. Now we're just going to score these. So our glue is setting up here pretty well. Now what covers that will be this gatefold piece here. So I am going to put score tape around the edges of this. I folded these backward, if you will. I think it'll make sense in a minute when I place it on here. This is another time when I'm going to measure. I want to make sure that these two brads that are going to close this gatefold are across from one another evenly. These don't entirely meet in the center for a reason. I think it's fun to have that little bit of peekaboo going on there to interest people and, you know, wanting to see what's inside there. Remember when I said we were finished with our trimmer? I lie. We need to cut the paper that covers the doors up. What's fun about these patterns is that you have pumpkins and leaves, and on the other sheet acorns going in every direction, so there's really not a top and bottom. So I did make my marks a little bit too soon. That's okay. So now I'm going to take my piercer and pierce through these marks that I made. I like that tonic piercer because it's retractable. I joke around that I like to play hide and seek with myself by losing things. I always lose the cap to the glue, the tape runner. You don't want these brads to be too tight since your twine is going to wrap around them to close this gate. And then I just wound the twine back and forth. We sent quite a bit of twine in the kit, so I don't think you should have a problem with having a nice amount to work with to do this closure. And there still should be more left that you can put some twine on your tags as well. So once you get your bow looking the way you would like it to, you can trim off the excess. So let's pay attention to this panel now. I know it's kind of boring watching me put tape on everything, but if you're doing this along with me, you'll need time to put your tape on, right? So this was that one piece of brown paper that we had trimmed off. We're going to make a pocket out of this. Whenever I make a pocket, I use 1/8 inch score tape. So that's what we're going to use here. Pockets are my favorite. If you purchase the kit, you have this entire pack of frames and tags from Echo Park that coordinates with the paper. So I'm taking the autumn tag. And then this little folder that we cut goes in this pocket. I thought that would really be cute. You can put photos here or journaling, little notes. This is a graphic 45 die. I'll show you at the end of the tutorial. So this page gets this plaid paper. Both sides of this paper is so cute. You can imagine how many times I flipped it back and forth, deciding which side I was going to use. So now we're going to make pockets out of these triangles that we had cut. Again, I'm going to use the 1/8 inch score tape. You know, because if I'm going to have a pocket, I want it to have as much room in it as possible. Try to stay closer to your edge. I kind of went off-road on my other one. So you have one pocket in place now. And there's the second. So I'm just going to pop this pail of flowers out of that tag. I'm just going to drop it here in the corner. Now we're going to go back to these little folders that we have. I'm not popping the center out of this one. I think it looks cute all together. So I'm going to take this frame and I am going to place it vertically on this piece. And then I'll fill the center with this cute saying. You can use foam dots if you'd like there. I didn't, just because this is so bulky to begin with, because I have plans for making it even bulkier when I put all the other goodies inside of it. So the kit contained 2 paper clips. One of them we are going to decorate with this little banner. I'm going to bring my scoreboard back. Just going to score it right above that leaf. Going to put a piece of tape above the score line and one just below it. So we're going to fold that over. And it's going to form a loop over our paper clip. So I thought that was fun. Now for the other one, we are going to take a foam dot and place it on the back of this little pumpkin. We're going to remove the adhesive. And center it on the top of the clip. Now on the back side, if you have a 3/4 inch punch, you could punch out a circle. We have plenty of scrap. Or you can use your pumpkin to trace a circle and then just fussy cut it out. It's only to keep the back on the paper clip. So I'm just going to close that so you can see everything up here. This is a Sizzix die. The stitched slots is, I believe, what this is called. Once again, I'm going to use the 1/8 inch tape. You only want to go around the outside edges. You don't want to put tape in here. Then you won't be able to put anything in those slots. This is a favorite die of mine. I've used it on cards, and I've also used it in scrapbooks. I like the versatility. We don't want to exactly center this up and down. You want it to be a little bit lower since you're going to be putting goodies in those slots. So one of these frames has this "I'm nuts about you." We like squirrels around here, so that's definitely going on. Your kit contained 2 craft tags and the frames and tags ephemera pack that you received has a few tags in it as well, so you can just fill up these pockets with the tags. Again, you have twine that you can use. It's always a nice touch, right? Ribbon or twine. So now we're just going to finish up the front. This is another graphic 45 die. So first we'll make our little pocket here. We can put tape on the back of this. This too I'm not placing centered up and down, since we have this little piece that can go in our pocket. And I like to have that standing up a little bit so you can see it. So, there we have it. Hello Autumn popped up on the front. If you wanted to, there's plenty of ephemera here that you could add something. I just think I like the relief that this gives. And you certainly could have a photograph on here if you were using this as a scrapbook. So there's our finished product. Hope you enjoyed making that as much as I did. Let me just show you real quick. These metal dies from Graphic 45 have a lot of different pieces. So that folder, this is the die for the folder, but it also comes with many sentiments. There's 16 different sentiments and shapes. They're a very nice script. Again, that's mostly for card makers, but also useful for scrapbookers as well. And this is the tag and pocket that was on the front of the project, but there are 8 additional dies in this package. Of very pretty butterflies. And I like that some of them are not the full butterfly, it's just the wings. So you can make your own butterfly or just have, have it peeking on the corner of something like its wings are closed. So I really enjoyed sharing this project with you today. I hope you enjoyed it as well. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. The email address is orders@onepaperplace.com. Just a little friendly reminder that there is a show special, and you also will receive free shipping if your order exceeds $49.
Welcome back, everybody. And oh my gosh, what an adorable little folio book that she made. And you know, this paper, look, I'll tell you, this, talk about beautiful fall paper that she used in this project.
It's like fall.
I can smell this paper almost. You know, this is one of those papers. I love it. Love that. These are just my colors anyway. So, but she used and did want to make mention that this is my favorite fall paper collection. She said that she used from Echo Park, because I know a lot of people want to know that. So she used some great paper line, and you got everything in there to make the folio book. And one of the things that I hadn't seen for quite a while is you know, we're always thinking of different ways to, let me grab the little folio book here, how to keep it closed, you know, how to keep that closed on this part right here. And what she did, she showed a great technique on putting a button there. And what she did, you know, you saw is she sewed that button on and then took that, the elastic and put that on the back and was able to hide it with some of the papers. You know, you put little hideaway place in there. And that was what she used to hold the book closed. And I just thought that was great. And she showed how to make sure that you leave enough room in that elastic, because you know you're going to be adding different things in the book. And she made some really awesome pockets in the book. It was like layered pockets. And another, I thought this was a great technique. You know how we're always, we put our double-sided tape down and we're always trying to make sure that it lines up and everything, because once you peel that piece off, you're done. So I loved what she did is she just, you know, turned down a little corner and then was able to line it up. And then once she got it lined up, then she pulled that little strip off and then she was able to do the other. So it was so lined up. So, you know, you didn't have any overhang. And if you have a little overhang, it's all right. But I just thought that was a great way, because I used double-sided tape all the time. And it was, and she wanted to make sure to use the strong double-sided tape. Once again, that book's going to be used and add pages, and the whole project was just so adorable what she used. And she used also for the button, she also wanted to use some fabric tack, and that would make it, you know, just that little bit more secure, because she did sew it on there and everything. So I thought that was a good adhesive, you know, when you're doing maybe adding buttons to projects as well. So let me see. Let's see here. I'm trying to make sure I didn't want to forget anything. Oh, when you're folding, you know, she was showing the scoring. The main thing is you don't want to go in the ditch. You want to go over the mountain when you do your folds. So that's a great tip.
That is a good tip.
Yes. So just an adorable project.
Beautiful.
And once again, I just love the papers and all the little tips with that tape. I just thought that was great.
And I think it's so nice to, you know, every time that the fall comes around, you bring out the books. It's nice to maybe store them and then when the holiday comes. And I know, like, even my own kids, they love looking at the old when they were little, and grandkids and all that, looking at these mini albums and just all the memories that are made, you know, from that year before. So it's so nice. So you want to make it sturdy with that nice double-sided tape.
And with this,
to withstand the test of time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and with this folio book, I mean, you know, there was the flip and the flapping and everything, and just so many great little cubbies, you know, the pockets. You can add more pockets to where you can store all like little goodies in there, whether it's a picture, you know, maybe it's, maybe a ribbon. Maybe it is something that maybe your kids made. You know how we always have. I have a big trunk of things at home that my son made when he was in school. So that might be a cute little thing that you could have for years, you know, years to come. What an awesome project, and we're so glad to have you on Paper Place with us.
Yes. I loved the beautiful store that they have.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that all the awesome
cute
things they have. Everybody, they have kits They have adhesives. They have albums. They have dies. They have embellishments galore. They have last chance items. So if you're looking at things, maybe go to their website. There are so many things that you don't want to miss, like many albums and stuff that, you know, and just so amazing. I did want to mention all the different stamps they have on their website too. They have Art Gone Wild, Art Impressions, Avriel, Gina K Designs, Hero Arts, Honeybee Stamps, Impression Obsession, Lawn Fawn, Penny Black, Sizzix, Stampendous, Picket Fence Studio, Tim Holtz, Rena K, Northwoods, Versus, Inky Antics, Tailored Expressions, Darcy's Heart and Home, Inky Antics, Studio 490, and Catherine Pooler. So if you're in the market for some amazing stamps, go visit One Paper Place. And let me tell you about their show special, because if you do go visit them, you will receive 15% off. So
very good.
That's awesome. Yes.
Gosh, if you're looking for a stamp, that's the place to go for sure, and other things. So thank you, One Paper Place, and we will be back after our next presentation.
Hello everybody, my name is Kelly Hammonds and I'm an independent consultant with Close to My Heart. I'm very excited to be here today to go through this make and take with you. This is our Bloom and Grace mini book using flip flaps. This is the project that we'll be making. This is what it looks like in your pizza box, so get that out and I'll show you real quick. This is my finished product, and just show you real quick how we took our flip flaps and some of our Picture My Life cards and made a cute little brag book. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to work right along with you so that nobody gets behind. So let's open up the goodies that came in your pizza box and make sure everybody has everything that they need. Okay, you should have a clear shimmer brush. We'll set that aside for now. You should have an envelope that has the Picture My Life cards from Bloom with Grace, and then if you flip it over on the other side, you should have the flip flaps. Let's take those out. And all the pieces that we need to make our sunflowers. So we'll set those pieces aside and double check our flip flaps. We should have 1, 2 that are 3x4 horizontal. You should have 1, 2 that are 3x4 vertical. Should have 2 that are 3x3 and 2 that are 4x4. So a total of 8. Okay, so let's set those aside for a minute. For your sunflowers, you should have 2 top pieces, 2 solid pieces, and tops for the centers, and 2 solid circles. So again, 8 pieces. Okay, we'll set those aside just for a second because we're going to work on the sunflowers first. You should have a 6x12 piece of cardstock. This is our new Desert Rose color, and this is our Desert Rose glitter paper. And so you should have a strip of it. Should be about 1/2 inch wide. Okay, so let's get out to start. Oh, real quick, while everybody's getting all their stuff out, let's just remind you that I do have one website, kellyhammonds.com, and you can go there to shop 2 different sites. One is my Close to My Heart site that's run by our corporate office, and the other is my exclusive store where I offer exclusive bundles, exclusive page kits, discounted retired items, and pre-orders for new catalog items. We have a new catalog coming out November 1st, and so I have some pre-orders, bundles that you can buy now from the new catalog. And then I wanted to let you know about my customer loyalty program. Hopefully you've been receiving emails and you're familiar with this, but we have gone to a system where you, as a customer, not as a consultant, but as a customer, can earn 15% in product credit on all of your purchases. And that's good for 1 year. When you pay your membership fee of $35, if you join before end of this year, you're going to automatically get $25 in product credit up front. And then my exclusive special is I will give you a free paper pack. It's worth $10, so actually your net cost is going to be $0 for joining for the first year. And when you join, you're going to get some exclusive an exclusive Facebook group and workshop, and the company is actually going to offer an exclusive bundle and workshop. So all of that, more information can be found at kellyhammonds.com. Okay, let's get started with our sunflowers. So you're just going to need some fine line glue. I like the Tombow glue. And I wanted to show you, this is our new Sundance color. All of our cardstock is a lighter hue on the back. So when I flip this over, actually it was already flipped over, you can see that it's actually lighter on the back. Okay, so this has been cut out of the same cardstock. And so you can decide whether you would like your base to be light and the top to be dark. Actually, let's use the bigger one. See, like that. Or if you would rather have your bottom be light and your top be dark, which is how I made mine. Okay, so the hardest part, it's not that hard, but the challenging part is lining up your sunflower, because it will match up perfectly. Okay, so you see how it lines up perfectly when you line those up. So let's turn this. Sometimes I find it's easier if I find like something that's unique, like these are close together, and I try to find it with the bottom one, and then I can line it up a little faster. Okay, so we're going to take our glue, and we're going to I'm just going to put the glue in the center of my sunflower. And did I line it back up right? I don't think I lined it back up right. That's why I like this green glue, because it'll let me slide my stuff, and yep, there we go, till it's perfect. I prefer to not glue down my ends, because then I can roll them a little and get more dimension with my sunflowers. Okay, so there's one. Let's do the other one. And I always do this. I always line it up first to begin with, and then I mess it up when I go to glue it. There we go. Nope, still not right. Well, let's see. I'm just giving you a little extra time to glue. How about that? They do line up because they were cut together, so I know they perfectly line up. There we go. It's a little crooked. There we go. Okay, so we've got our tops done, or the petals of our sunflowers. Now we're going to work on the tops. Again, this was cut from our cardstock that has the lighter hue on the back, and this is our cinnamon. Okay, now these, and I didn't mention it, but on your leaves you might have some pieces that are still left over from the Cricut cut. So if you have a paper piercer or something that you like to use to get those little pieces out, let's get rid of those. And then I did these with the solid part being the dark side and the lighter side. Actually, these are cut out of cinnamon, and these are cut out of desert rose. But you'll notice that they're really pretty close. The light side of one is the dark side of the other. So just want to glue them so that you have the dark center and the lighter top, unless you'd like it the other way around. You can make it any way you want. Get these pieces out here. They're just making it worse here. Okay, now I use a little bit of glue to put this down. I'm pretty messy with my glue. I just want to make sure it sticks. There we go. Okay, so now we should have our petals and our centers. Now, you can choose whether you would like to glue down your center directly onto the petal flat, or I like to take a little bit of foam tape and pop it up a little bit. Give it a little dimension. It's completely up to you. I just have a fetish with foam tape, so I go through a lot of it. Okay, and there we go. We've now made our sunflowers. Now you can see I chose for the top, on one I chose the lighter side, and on the other it's the darker side of the one with the holes in it. So they are a little bit different. Okay, so let's get rid of all of this. Set those aside. And next what we're going to do is we are going to start making our book. So you're going to want to get out the 6x12 piece of Desert Rose cardstock and your trimmer. And we are going to cut this down to 4 3/4 by 12. So it's already 12 long, so we're going to measure it to 4 3/4. Okay, oops. And we don't need this piece, so we'll set it aside. So now we have a piece that is 4 3/4 by 12. And if you're still not with me, this is in your written instructions. But if you're keeping up with me, that's 4 3/4. Then we're going to get out our scoreboard, or however you like to score your stuff. And we are going to score at 5 1/4, 6 inches, and 6 3/4. So that's 5 1/4, 6 inches, 6 3/4, 3/4. 5 1/4, 6 inches, 6 3/4. Okay, so we can put this aside now. And we want to go ahead and fold it in half at the 6-inch, flatten it down. Okay, then we're going to fold these back just because, excuse me, when we look at our book, you see how it folds back. So we want that nice fold line. Okay. Okay, set him aside. Now we're going to work with our flip-flaps. So the way that I have made this book is I have actually layered my flip-flaps and stuck them together inside the little binder here. So if you're not familiar with our flip-flaps, I invite you to take a look at the video that was presented yesterday, I did a big show on flip-flaps yesterday. I'm addicted to flip-flaps. This is the class that I teach. I usually teach a flip-flap class when I teach at Expo. So I just love flip-flaps. My problem is, and I always say this, is I'm the person that can never throw a photo away. So I love this because I can add more photos and not feel guilty that I threw something away, because I won't throw it away. So what we're going to do is we're going to stack these, and then we will start adhering them together. So I want you to feel that there's a bumpy side, okay, where the white is. This is the adhesive side, the bumpy side. Okay, so find those. And what we want to do is make sure that the bumpy side is the top page. Okay, so we're going to start stacking our flip-flaps with the bumpy side up. So take a 4x4, bumpy side up, and put it down on your table. Then find a 3x4 horizontal and put it on top of that page. Then take a 3x3 and put that on next. Then a 3x4 vertical. And when I say horizontal or vertical, that is with the adhesive side on your left. Okay, so 3x4 vertical looks like that. And then a 4x4 on top. A 3x4 vertical on top. A 3x4 horizontal on top. And finally a 3x3 on top. So let's just go through and make sure, in case I lost somebody, we've got a 4x4 on bottom, bumpy side up to the left. 3x4 horizontal. 3x3, 3x4 horizontal, I'm sorry, 3x4 vertical, my fault, 3x4 vertical, You didn't screw up, I did. 4 by 4, 3 by 4 vertical, 3 by 4 horizontal, and 3 by 3 on top. Okay? I wish I could see you so I knew everybody was with me, but I'm sure you're with me. Don't forget, you do have this in the booklet if I lost you, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to take this pile and we're going to flip it upside down. And we're going to take the very first one on bottom, which is our 4 by 4, and if you look at my book, you can see that where they're flush on the left side, they're not flush top to bottom. So if you want to make your book exactly like mine, hopefully I'm not off the page, I did my 3 by 4 horizontal flush at the bottom. So I'm going to take him, so he'll go right like this, okay, right on top. So what I want you to do is on the 4 by 4, I want you to take this white strip off, and it does have a static cleaning problem, so if it sticks to you, I understand. And we're going to just line these up on our table, oops, and stick them together so that they are flush on the left, the right, and at the bottom. Okay. Then we're going to take our 3 by 3, bumpy side up. We're going to take this white strip off, and then we're going to make this flush to the left and flush to the bottom. So just line them right up. Whoops. Lights are so bright I can't see what I'm doing. Actually, let's do a little more light there. Didn't realize the light wasn't on all the way. Okay. So now we've got 3 of them. Now we're going to do the 3 by 4 vertical. Okay. So bumpy side up. And this will be flush top and bottom and on the left-hand side. So take the white strip off the 3 by 3 underneath. Okay. And flush on the left, flush top and bottom. There we go. So now we've got 4 pages, and see mine's a little crooked, but that's okay. It's homemade. So now we have the 4 by 4 that's going to go on top of that, right? So we'll take that white strip off, and this one's going to be the easiest one to get straight, because if you just take it at the bottom and left and right, it should line up perfectly, because you've got the 4 by 4 on bottom. Now you've got a 4 by 4 on top. Okay, next we're going to do a 3 by 4 vertical. Okay, so we're going to line it up again, top to bottom, flush, and flush on the left side. So take the white strip off the 4 by 4 underneath it. And line it up, and actually you can almost see the 3 by 4 vertical that we put on before, and if I'd put mine on straight it would line up perfectly, but mine's going to be a little cattywonk, but that's okay. Okay, now we have a 3 by 4 horizontal, and I chose to put mine up high, up all the way. Okay, so we'll take this white strip off and line it up. So it's flush at the top. It'll be flush on both the left and the right. And then our last one is the 3 by 3, and I put it all the way at the bottom. So we'll take this white strip off and flush with the bottom, flush to the left, and that is it. Okay, now don't take this last strip off yet. If you have, it's okay, don't panic. I just like to put it in my book and get a good idea how far in I want to put it, because I want my pages to easily open up in my book, so I can see that it's not going to go all the way in, but it's going to go most of the way in. Okay. Now you can take this top one off, hopefully. Well, I'm trying to. There we go. And I like to make sure it's centered top to bottom, and then we're just going to put those inside. Okay. So if I lost you, we started at the bottom with the 4 by 4, then we stuck the 3 by 4 horizontal, then the 3 by 3 on top of it, then the 3 by 4 vertical, the 4x4, the 3x4 vertical, 3x4 horizontal, and a 3x3 on top. Now, you have a choice, and it just depends on if you have a stapler with you or not. I can't remember if we made it required or optional, or even a suggestion, but I took mine because the bottom isn't stuck, right? The bottom's not stuck. So you can put, if you have like score tape or something you want to put there, you can put there. I just stapled mine. Okay, so if you don't have a stapler, that's okay. If you don't have a good tape for underneath, that's fine too. I actually think on the sample I made, I actually used my Tombow runner, because what we're going to do is we're going to take our strip of glitter paper, okay, and we're going to wrap it around to cover up the staples, if you stapled, and to hold it together. Wouldn't it be nice if we had glitter paper for us to hold it together in our lives? I could use that sometimes. Okay, so most likely your strip is longer than what it takes to wrap it all the way around. So what I did was I found out where it kind of centered, and then I took my scissors I have here, and I actually trimmed mine off so that they butt together. If you want to overlap yours, you can. And then what I took was my adhesive, and I'm going to put it right on here. Well, there we go. A little bit of adhesive. And I just centered it on the spine, left to right. Okay, so we are just now making sure that this stays on. Okay, there we go. So there is our book. So now to decorate for the front, okay, let's actually, you know what, let's get out our PML cards. Let's get those out. We'll take a look at those. If you're not familiar with our Picture My Life cards, they were partially designed originally to do pocket scrapbooking. I don't do much pocket scrapbooking, but I love our PML cards. And if you saw one of my earlier presentations this year, I went through PML cards with you. I like them because you get, sometimes you get embellishments, sometimes you get journal cards, sometimes you get title cards, but our cards all come 3x4. You get 12 3x4 and 12 4x6. Okay. And so whatever design is on the front is also repeated on the back. And if it's vertical on one side, it's horizontal on the other. And then sometimes the color changes. So you can see here, this has the darker background and this one has the white background. Okay, so we have this card, and when you flip it over, it's yellow and white. Here's the horizontal of this card, and you flip it over and it's vertical. So this allows you to use the cards, and these perfectly coordinate with our Bloom with Grace paper pack, that you can use it along with your paper pack, whether you're going to make cards or scrapbooking with it, okay, or just pocket scrapbook. So you can see as we go through. So here's a good one. Here's a title one. You grow through it, and when you flip it over, it's vertical. There's a nice little journaling card, decorative card, another title, The Best Day, flip it over. So you can see you've got quite a few cards here to choose from. Now, if you would like to make your book exactly like I made mine, we're going to walk through that. But of course, this is yours, and so you can decorate it any way you want. So some of these cards also, especially in the larger size, I've used these for photo mats in my books. So you can see here that there's a vertical kind of like tree. It kind of looks like an aurora borealis to me, but you flip it over and it's horizontal. There's a journaling card. This one says, "Be still." This is sunflower decorative. Be someone else's sunshine, vertical, horizontal. There's another decorative one that I probably would use as a photo mat. This one, I probably would put a picture up here and then, you know, journaling down there. Okay, so you get the idea. Okay, so to make your cover, what I did was I took the sunflower card in the 4x6. Okay, this card right here. Okay, now this card will not fit perfectly on the front because it's a 4x6 and our book is 6x4 and 3/4. All right. You can decide if you like it better with the brown background or if you like it better with the white background. And what we're going to do is we're going to take out our trimmer again, and you probably want to keep your trimmer handy for this part because we're going to be cutting down some of these cards, and I'm going to cut it right at 4x5, and I'm going to choose to cut off more of the white end, I think, because I want more of my sunflower on my cover. Okay, and just put that extra piece aside. So now this will fit on there perfectly. If you want to cut it down a little bit more for a little bit more border, you can do that too. Take it off the white side. I didn't take it off the white side, did I? Took it off the dark side. That's okay. I'm going to cut it down a little bit more, just so I can get it to center on here. Now I'm centering it more to the top because I'm going to put my sunflowers that we made down here in the corner. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put that on our cover. I'm putting the white corner down here because I like this big sunflower pop up on this side. Okay. And then if you look in your 3x4 cards, this is where I got the title for my book. I'll be your sunshine when skies are gray. So let's find that card. You could also use the Grow Through It card if you want. There's the best day. That would look cute on there too. But I chose I'll be your sunshine when skies are gray. And I just glued this so that it keeps the same border, which if you're into exact, it's probably about 1/4 of an inch. When I first started crafting, everything had to be exactly as the directions. I couldn't eyeball anything, but I've gotten better in my old age that I can eyeball things a little bit better. But if you like exact, it's probably about 1/4 of an inch all the way around. Okay, so now we've done that much. And then we're ready to put our sunflowers on. And again, I wanted to cover up the seam and I wanted to cover up that white part, but be careful when you open your book that you're not creasing. You can see how on my original I'm creasing my poor petals every time I open it, but it just makes them look fluffier. So again, I'm going to use a little bit of foam tape to pop them up. So we're going to just add these right, and I don't want to come too far off the page, but I kind of want to cover up my seams a little bit. And so I popped that one up pretty high. I'm going to use a thinner one, a thinner foam tape, because we have, Close to My Heart sells foam tape, and we have both the regular and then thin, and I use the thin most of the times, but I have that bigger one popping up a little higher. And so I'm going to put this one. Now in my original, I put the big one on the left. On this one, I'm putting the big one on the right, but that's okay. So there, we've just got him stuck right under there. Okay, so there is our cover. Now on the inside cover, I took, I don't know why this looks like paintbrush strokes to me, but there's one that has paintbrush strokes. That's going to be the one on bottom, isn't it? There we go. Okay, so this one, it's yellow on one side, and then it has the desert rose and the purple color, which is, oh, I have it out here somewhere. Oh, here, let's see. While you guys are looking, sangria. So our sangria color and some of the desert rose. And so I just took this card and I cut it down to 4x4 and glued it to the inside. So again, if you'd rather have something else on the inside cover, I just wanted to have a little bit of color on there. So I'm going to cut this at 4. So now it's 4x4, and just glue that to the inside. Oops. Okay. Again, if you want to decorate yours exactly like mine, I'm going to walk you through it, but I might go a little bit fast. I did not include for you any of the white cards, the placeholders, but anywhere that you don't put one of the PML cards, that's where a photo would go. Okay, so the first card inside is this one that's brown on one side with the flowers and the swoosh, and it's this color on the other side. Again, the sangria and the desert rose kind of mixed together, a little bit of the cinnamon in there too. Okay, so find that card. So this card is 3x4, and I want to put it into a space that is 3x3. So I'm going to cut 1/2 inch off of each end so that it brings it down to 3x3. So my first cut's going to be at 3.5. If you can see that, 3.5, and then 3. And I'm sorry, I'm a messy crafter. I have everything everywhere when I craft. We have to spend a day cleaning up after I've made anything, so I'm sorry for the OCDs. This is challenging to watch me work, but it's the way my brain works. I apologize. So, okay, so there's our front, and then on the back you're going to put a picture. Okay, now we're going to put a picture here. We're going to flip, and I have grow through it next. So that's going to be one of your 3x4 PML cards. It is vertically, it is a white background with a leaf on it. It says grow through it, and you flip it over and it's brown with the green leaf. And so I'm just going to stick that right in so it's face up. Okay, so we've got the flowers on the cover, then we'll put a picture here, we'll put a picture here, and then the grow through it right here. Then another picture here, another picture here, so this will be empty because we'll put a picture on both sides, and then the grid paper on this page. Now I plan to just leave that plain. Maybe I'll do some journaling on it. I'm not sure exactly yet, but this card is part of the 4x6 cards, and it looks like this on one side. It is brown with a sunflower on the other side. Okay, so we're looking for this card. Okay, so we want to cut it down so that it's 4x4. So it's already 4 inches one way. So because I want my sunflower in this corner, I'm going to cut it this way. Of course, once you cut it, then you could also rotate it any direction you want. I was just thinking it might be cute to have the sunflower on the outside edge. Like put it in the book this way. I might do that for this one. Okay, so that's going to go into our 4x4 spot. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we've got the grid paper for the 4x4. We'll put a picture on the back of that. Let me see if I can get these both in here at once. So we're going to do a picture on the back. And it looks like it's a picture here, but this is a 3x4 card. So let's find that 3x4 card. I can tell it's right here because it's yellow. It's yellow on one side with the polka dots, or it is white with the desert rose color on the back side. And what I did was I just put this card in there, and then at the bottom where the dots are, that's where I'm going to put my photo. Okay, so let's put that in the 3x4. Okay, so it looks like this. And we'll put the photo a 3x4 photo right there. See, this is the one I put in crooked, this little cattywonk there. So, okay. Then on the back, we're going to put a photo. And then this one, I have a 2x2. Okay, so we need to find the card. It's this decorative pattern. And it is espresso on one side and sangria on the other. Okay, this is the card we're looking for. And so I use this as a photo mat for my 2x2. So to cut it down, it's in a 3x3 flip flap. Okay. So again, I want to take a 1/2 inch off of one side, 1/2 inch off of the other side. So you guys stay down there. Okay, so I know you can't see at the bottom because that little banner. So cut it 3 1/2 and flip it around and do it at 3 inches. So see, now that circle is perfectly centered in my card. And actually it is on the other side too, just because one of them was vertical, one was horizontal, but I think in this case it doesn't really matter because the card looked the same front and back. Okay, so we're going to put a little 2x2 photo on this card. So we're going to stick it in there. Okay. And then on the back I put a photo, a 3x3 photo. Of course, if you'd like to, you could put a 2x2 on one side and a 2x2 on the other side. Totally up to you. Our next card is going to be a, it looks like it's a 3x4, but it is actually a 4x6. So this is the tricky one, okay? Looks like it's 3x4, but it's 4x6. This one right here that says Be Still. It is a white background on one side, cinnamon on the other side. Okay, so I want this to be 3x4. So it's already 3 inches wide. I'm sorry, 4 inches wide, and we want to make it 3 inches tall. So we're going to have to trim off until this part is 3 inches tall. So I think I just cut it to where that leaf just barely is trimmed. So it looks like it is a little bit more than 4 1/4, but less than 4 1/2. Okay, so that would be 4 3/4, or if you prefer, a little over 4 1/4, but less than 4 1/2. So it trims just right where my leaf is. And then if I turn it around and cut it at 3 inches, hopefully I won't cut off the bottom leaf. Oh, just barely cut that bottom leaf. Okay, so now I have a 3x4 card. So it's going to go right here. Then we'll do a picture on the back. And then the next card is Be Someone Else's Sunshine, which is yellow on one side, sangria on the other. 4x6 card, Be Someone Else's Sunshine, sangria on one side. This is actually the new Sundance color, our newest yellow. And since this card is 4x6 and I want it to be 4x4, I'm going to take 1 inch off the top and 1 inch off the bottom. So we're going to cut it down to 5 inches on one side and then down to 4. So 1 inch off of each side. Oh, and guess what I just did? I did it on the yellow side. Oh, look, it worked out. What fun is that? Perfectly worked out. So you could actually choose either side. If you want a little bit more yellow in your book, more Sundance, or if you want the sangria color. So we're going to put that at the end. And that is our last flip flap, because we'll put a picture right here. And then for my end of my book, I liked this quote, "Stand tall and find the sun." So that is going to be a 4x6 card. It looks like this when it's horizontal. It looks like this when it's vertical. And again, I had to take 1 inch off the top and 1 inch off the bottom so that this part is centered for my back cover. So I want to make it a 4x4 card. We're going to take 1 inch off the top, so at 5 inches, and then at 4 inches, and take my tape runner, and we're just going to adhere that to the back cover. And if you put it in a little bit further, this flip flap will cover it all the way. Mine, I can always put it a little bit closer so it doesn't hang out when you first open the book. Maybe in just a little bit more. It's that eyeballing thing again. So see, it just hangs out a little bit. So when you first open the book, it doesn't hang over too far. It does look crooked, or maybe my flip flops are a little crooked. So there is our finished book. So the final step that I did was I took our shimmer brush, our clear shimmer brush, and I used this to decorate the front cover, to bling it up, because we always need a little more bling. And so I thought what we'd do, if everyone takes out their shimmer brush, I would walk through the benefits, or the qualities of our shimmer brushes. I know there's other companies that make these, but what I wanted to show you was ours are much larger, so they have more stuff in them. Okay, and so in my booth, we usually demo the shimmer brushes quite heavily because everybody loves them. In fact, let me show you while everybody's getting theirs out. We now have 26 different colors of shimmer brushes. Make sure you can see this okay. So we've added the new Scarlet, the new Desert Rose, the new Flamingo Grape, Bluebell, Peacock, Avocado, Sundance Paprika, and Espresso were added October 1st. So we have all of these colors that we've brought back, plus the new ones, plus Green Apple and Lemonade, which aren't pictured. There's the new Sundance. It's really pretty. New Bluebell. There's the Desert Rose, or this is Scarlet Red Desert Rose, Raspberry, the new Grape, and then we have the clear and the silver. I'm sorry, clear and the gold. Okay, so when you first get your shimmer brush, if you have a paper towel or a trash can nearby, I recommend that you grab those. You always want to shake your shimmer brush really well, and the first time you use it, you're going to pull it apart. Okay, I didn't break it, it's okay. Okay, I just said that it was okay that I pulled my shimmer brush apart, and I made it work, as you'll see in just a minute. However, the way it should look is when you pull it, you should still have this part attached. I just pulled it so hard that I pulled it off the, the screw part. So what you need to do, if you didn't pull the whole thing off, is unscrew this, take the yellow ring out, screw it back on, and you're good to go. Throw it back together and then pull it off and make sure it's tight. Okay. Now it's really important that anytime you use your shimmer brush that you always pull the top off and don't screw it off. You don't want to unscrew it to take it off. I always make sure when I take mine off that I make sure that this is nice and tight, because if this unscrews, you're going to have a mess. Now the very first time you use it, you want to bleed it down because you can see there's no shimmer yet. So this is why I like my paper towel or a trash bag, or if you've been in my booth, I do it all over my apron. And you're just going to squeeze it until it starts coming out. If you can see that it started coming out. Okay. Now, when I'm using my shimmer brush on a daily basis, I always make sure I shake it really good before I start using it so that all the glitter hasn't settled somewhere. And then I just use it, and then if it starts feeling a little dry, I get my paper towel or my trash can out and I squeeze a little bit more. You can see there how it's gooped up. And it's good to use. Now, before we start decorating our book, I want to show you a couple of other tricks with my shimmer brushes. First of all, let me show you one of the other colors. Love raspberry. This is my raspberry one. Okay, so raspberry looks really, really pretty. I'm not a pink person, but I love how vivid this raspberry is. So hopefully you can see the shimmer in that. I also like Lagoon. It's really pretty too. But I just told you that we have 26 shimmer brushes, 24 colors. Let's say there's a color that we don't have. Now grape is not the perfect example, but it's the first pad that I grabbed. And so this is a trick that you can do with your clear. If you take our ink, one of our ink pads or ink pads you use, if you squeeze it so that you have ink in the lid, you can take your clear shimmer brush and pick up the color, and now you've made whatever color ink you're using that same color. So now I'm not limited to the 24 colors that Close to My Heart has. Now I have all of the colors that we make. It will come out, it'll rub out, it'll stain the tip a little bit, but there you go. I think that's just, I don't know, I find that so exciting. This is our ink pad. If you're not familiar with them, they are magnetic. They stack really nice. They have their name on the outside. They store upside down automatically, and they nest together really nice. Okay, so let's get back to our little project here. And so what I did for mine was I just took my shimmer brush all over the center of my sunflower. And you can add as little or as much as you want. And then I outlined my petals so that cardstock, I just went around every single petal. The deceiving thing about the clear one is it doesn't look like it's really on there at first, but when it dries, the bling just pops with it. So I'm going to do both of my sunflowers, their petals. Just want to add that little bit of pop. They do dry pretty quick. And once they're dry, the glitter does not go anywhere. It doesn't, peel off. It doesn't flake anywhere. So I'm just going to outline my sunflower in a couple places. Just add a little bling to it too, just to keep the theme going. Okay, and if it's not enough for you, then just go back over it again. Oh, see, now I just squeezed it a little, and you can see it gave me a lot more bling. So it just depends on how much bling, how heavy you want it to be. And then you can go inside your book, and anywhere that you want to add some bling, just take your page out. Like maybe you want to add some bling to this sunflower. Maybe you want to do those a little bit. Maybe at the end. I did mine at the end. Then you'll have to leave it open for a few minutes to let it dry. Okay, so this is our mini book, our little Bloom with Grace mini book, brag book. Okay, I'd like to show you a couple of tricks with the shimmer brushes. This is the sapphire one. You can see that I've already shaken it and bled it out a little bit. But one of the great things that we can do is we can flick it on scrapbook pages or on cards, and you get a nice background look. You can see that real well there. But you get a little sparkle on your page, gives you some good background texture. And then the other thing that you can do is that you can use it on some of your embellishments. So this is a wood piece that I have used on with the shimmer brush. If I bring it down a little bit, you can see it a little bit better. But you can see that it is got the bling in it. It was just a wood piece, and I just colored it. This is with the raspberry. So that gives you a couple more things that you can do with your shimmer brushes. You have leftover cards now. So let's see what we can do with our leftover cards. So I added our Bloom with Grace wood shapes. Okay, these coordinate beautifully with the Bloom with Grace paper pack. And I took the remaining cards and I made some cards. So I layered, I cut them down to, what would this be, 5 1/4, because it's a 5 1/2 card. It's already 4 inches wide, so it goes right on the card very nicely. And then I used the smaller cards on top. So, and then I added the little Bloom with Grace cards. I stamped them with our stamp of the month from October. This is the stamp of the month for October. You can get this for $5 when you spend $50. Okay. There's another one. You got this. The best day. So I just flipped the card vertical, took this card, cut it down. It's so simple and fast. This one I used 2 3x4 cards and layered them. And then the final one here. Cut those off. And then if you're more of a scrapbooker, I did make a real fast and simple scrapbook page. And I don't know if this is going to all show in the same, you're going to be able to see it all. But you can see on this page, I have a title. This is one of the element cards. More of those little wood pieces. This is also the wood pieces, and this one has the journaling. So real basic, real fast. I actually, with the scraps of the PML cards, made some little banners up in the corner. You can certainly decorate this up, make it fancier, but I just threw it together real quick because I want to use everything that's in the pack. I don't like to have leftovers, so this is what I have done with my extras. This is just one sample of the flip-flap in my flip-flap presentation yesterday. These are the larger 6x12 flip-flaps, and you open them up and you get another set of layouts inside. This would be a 4x6 here. And you can also take the 6x12s and you can do them up and down. And you can see there's a 4x4, another 4x6. I scoot it up a little here. You can see here's a 2x2. So this is just one sample that we shared with the presentation yesterday. Before we part, I want to tell you a little bit more about our flip-flaps because they were the basis of our book today. Our flip-flaps are made with the same material as our page protectors, and we've had them around for years. They're one of our best sellers. If you'd like to learn a lot more about flip-flaps, look at my presentation that I did yesterday. But real quick, we make them in 8 different sizes. There's the 2x2, 3x3, 3x4, 4x4, 4x6, 5x7, 6x12, and we have brought back the 8x12 size. I do offer a bundle of all 7, not the new largest one, but all 7. I do offer them in a bundle. They normally retail for $43. That does include the tax, and I take 20% off in my exclusive store, which brings it down to $34.40. And you can get that, like I said, in my exclusive store. And then I also want to tell you about a shimmer brush special that I run as well in my exclusive store. Normally I do a buy 5 get 1 free, but just for this group, for you guys, we're going to do it for buy 4 get 1 free. No code necessary. You just have to go to my exclusive store. Both of these specials will be available until October 31st, Halloween. So I really appreciate you being here with me today. And in closing, just want to remind you of the special flyer inside your packet today, and then also remind you of this loyalty club. Don't forget to sign up for it. Remember, if you sign up before year end, you'll get a free paper pack from me, which will bring your sign-up fee down to 0. You'll earn half-price certificates. You'll earn free catalogs. You'll get free petite perks with each catalog, and I always give out gifts to all my customers. So thanks again for being here today. Now I'd like to talk to you about the inspiration for my Bloom with Grace mini album. This collection is in our current supplemental catalog, and I want to show you everything that is offered with it. Before I do that, however, I want to talk about our 2 catalogs. The first is our core catalog. This is our annual catalog. It came out September 1st of this year, and it will expire in August of next year. And this is basically things that you can use year-round. Our flip-flaps, our ink colors, we have 8 new ink colors, our tools, our organization, the shimmer brushes, stamp sets, die cuts, how-to books. This really is the basis and the backbone of our crafting for the next year. Then we also put out a supplemental every 2 months. This one came out September 1st and it will expire on Halloween, October 31st. And this is where the Bloom with Grace is featured. I want to point out here at the beginning, the cover. Isn't that a beautiful page? I just love that page that serves as the cover of our supplemental. And then if we look in the catalog, there's a whole selection of artwork and items that you can get with Bloom and Grace. So all of our paper packs have 6 cardstock background and texture papers. Okay, so you get 2 sheets of each. So there's the first pattern on the back side, the second pattern, and its back side. Isn't that gorgeous? I love this plaid. Love, love, love this plaid, and that's actually an espresso. And then on the other side, and that's where we'll find our sunflowers. If you're not familiar with our cardstock, our pattern paper, it is cardstock weight. It has a 1/2 inch border at the top, and at the top it'll give you not only the name of the paper pack, but it'll feature all the feature colors that are in the design. So if you want to try to match this yellow or this brown, I can look up here and know exactly what cardstock, ink, or re-inkers to match with it. On the other side, that 1/2 inch is actually a pattern that you can use on your paper crafting projects, so that once you cut that off, then you have a true 12 by 12 paper. Now, the paper packs come with optional stickers. These are the stickers that come with Bloom and Grace, or you can just get the pattern paper by itself. That's really beautiful fall colors. You also have the option to get coordinating cardstock. So the coordinating cardstock is 12 sheets of multiple colors, 12 sheets total. So for example, this is the Desert Rose, and if you're not familiar with our cardstock, on the back side is the lighter hue, so you actually double the number of colors that you have with Close to My Heart. Here we have the cinnamon, the lighter hue. I think in the last video I called this lemonade, but it's actually canary. I've been calling it lemonade, but it's actually canary. This is actually vanilla cream. Of course, it's still the same on the other side. This is our fern, the lighter hue, and the espresso brown, the lighter hue. Every time we come out with a paper pack, a themed paper pack, we also come out with 2 stamp sets that coordinate exactly. This is the Bloom with Grace card making set. It's designed for the card maker. And this one is the Bloom with Grace scrapbooking. It's designed for the scrapbooker. Now, I could still use this with cards, and I could use this in scrapbooking, but this is actually designed with larger icons and larger titles to work well with scrapbooking, and this has more appropriate titles that I would use on cards. Now, if you look at our set, you see how it's blue here. It's got a little blue shade. That tells me that there's a thin cut, a die cut in here. So, this die cut will cut out my boot, my sunflower, and my leaf. You can buy the stamp set with or without the die cuts. It's up to you whether you want the die cuts or not. Every single one of our paper packs comes with some sort of complement. These can be used on both your scrapbooking or your card making. And for Bloom and Grace in particular, we have the wood collection. So these are cut in-house at our corporate offices in Utah. You can see that they go very well with the Bloom and Grace, with the different leaves, the nice little smile word, the hearts, and the arrows. Some of our paper packs come with chipboard sets. Some of them come with acrylics. Every paper pack is a little bit different. Did you know that each paper pack has a coordinating Cricut collection that will go with it? Each collection has icons, titles, and other images that coordinate beautifully with the collection. These are exclusive to Close to My Heart and can only be purchased by visiting my website, kellyhammonds.com, and then go to my Close to My Heart store. There you'll see the Cricut icon, and that will take you to the Cricut store. If you just go to the Cricut store directly, you will not see these images as they are exclusive to Close to My Heart. Once you're in Cricut's exclusive site through my website, then you'll be able to see all of our bundles, all of our collections that coordinate with current and past paper packs. For all of our paper packs, Close to My Heart offers workshops. They offer a scrapbooking workshop and a card making workshop. For the Bloom with Grace workshop kit, you get the paper packet, the sticker sheets, 8 sheets of coordinating cardstock, 4 exclusive die cut sheets, which we'll talk about in a minute, the wood shapes you saw before. They actually give you the place photo here, the placeholders, printed instructions, and then optional page protectors. Now, the die cuts that I mentioned before, these are exclusive that you can't get anywhere else. Okay, these just punch right out. Another thing they give us is exclusive paper in the kit. So if you notice, this is paper that we've seen before, but this one, and this one is exclusive to this kit. So I would not be able to reproduce these unless I bought another kit, because these are patterns that we don't sell anywhere else. Every kit also offers a technique. The technique for Bloom with Grace is the use of stamping. Now, the technique doesn't need to be used to finish your pages. So if you don't want to do the technique, then your pages are still going to be beautiful. Sometimes it's using the watercolor pencils, maybe the markers, maybe like this one is a stamping technique, maybe use of shimmer brush. Every workshop is a little different, and we hope that you will try something new if you haven't tried it before. So let's take a look at these pages. 6 12 by 12 pages, 3 2-page layouts. And you can see here how beautiful. These come together so quickly and easily, and they're just gorgeous. Look at this. Look at this, how you can see the different dimension. I use pop-up tape, foam tape, and so then this is the optional stamping, the Bloom with Grace, the arrow. This one is a sticker. Over here, we don't have, actually we do it, we have stamping of the leaves. So if these leaves weren't here, it would still make a beautiful page. Here's the second set. And what I love about this 2-page layout is this die cut that we give you, that is this maple leaf in the background. And then we show you how to lay down the pattern paper to make the design on both sides. You can see how we repeat the pattern. And then again, this has the stamping of the title from the stamp set, the hearts, the wood shapes, use of, this is a die cut, more die cuts, this is a sticker. So we use as many of the elements together to make these beautiful pages. And then this one is wonderful because how hard or how long does it take to actually make a pie pattern for your pages? So again, these are the die cuts that I just punched right out. So this came together quickly as well. So there is our 2-page layout for this workshop. Then our card kits make 16 cards, 4 each of 4 designs. Okay, this does involve stamping, so we give you an exclusive stamp set that you can't get anywhere else. And as you notice, these are in blue, so again, we're going to give you the die cuts for that stamp set. Our stamp sets are all acrylic. Okay, so you just pop those on your block. There's your die cuts. And then in this particular kit, we actually give you something additional that wasn't necessarily associated with this paper pack, but is part of our core catalog, the annual catalog. So we give you the gold glitter gems as part of this kit. So again, you're going to make 4 of this card, 4 of this card, 4 of this card, and 4 of this card. This is an example, or this is the actual instructions for the card making, but this is exactly what the scrapbooking one looks like as well. So it gives you a picture of what you'll be making, the stamp set that comes with it, with the thin cuts, additional items needed. Usually you're going to have to add something like your stamp pads or your blocks, and the technique that they use in this one is coloring with markers. So it gives you an exact directions for cutting and then how to put the card together. So they came together very quickly, very beautifully. And the nice thing too is if for some reason you don't like this sentiment for this card, you have other options in your stamp set. Now I showed you when we made our little mini album how I made it with flip flaps. So I wanted to show you real quick one of my projects with Bloom with Grace where I used flip flaps. Take a look at the show that was provided yesterday where I go into flip flaps in much more detail. But this is my Bloom with Grace flip flap 2-page layout. So it's real hard to get all laid out at once because my camera just doesn't go tall enough. So maybe we'll just slide it a little this way. And you can see here, again, I haven't done any stamping. I've used the card kit, the pattern paper kit, the cardstock kit, the stickers, the complements. Okay, that's all, and the gold glitter gems. Okay, so I've taken all those elements to make these pages. Let's see down here at the bottom. And this one here. And what's unique about these is that they will hold more pictures than what you see. So if you've never seen a flip flap, these are our flip flaps. And this allows you to add more pictures or perhaps journaling. And then, so this is the 4x4, this is the 4x6, and then we have the 6x12, and I know this is not going to fit in the screen, so we'll just have to move it. It opens up the top and the bottom. So we'll start at the top so you can see. And it comes down all the way to the bottom there. And again, we've added flip flaps. Okay. And then on the other side, our fold is to the left and the right. And oops, yep, flip flap there, flip flap here. This is the 3x3 way over here, and the 4x4, the 4x6. I do sell these kits with full instructions. When I taught at Scrapbook Expo in person, these are the type of projects that I did. We would put this together. So I have really good instructions already typed up for these types of projects that you can do from home. I'm also going to make videos for them so that that might help you as well. Finally, I'd like to remind you of my VIP loyalty program that started October 1st. This is a program where you can earn 15% product credit on every online order. Your product credit is good on your next purchase, or if you'd like, you can save it up for something more expensive. Product credit is good for as long as you are a VIP loyalty member. So if you're a member for 5 years, those dollars that you earned the first day will still be in your bank if you want them to be at the end. You will receive one free stamp of the month each month when you spend $50. There are exclusive products available for purchase, and if you sign up by the end of the year, there's going to be a special bundle and a special workshop that is exclusive to the VIP customers. There will be exclusive Facebook group and more benefits that will be announced in 2021. There's never a minimum or a maximum purchase. If you want to buy once during your year, you can. If you want to buy 52 times, you can buy 52 times. The sign-up cost is $35. We're currently doing a promotional through the end of the year that you'll get $25 product credit once you sign up. And then I'm doing an added bonus. I'll give you a free paper pack worth $10 after you sign, making the net cost of your membership $0. You'll get free catalogs, free Petite Perk stamp sets with each catalog, and periodic free gifts with my group if you sign with me. Finally, the other exclusive item that I'm offering is you have the ability to get half-price items at certain purchasing levels. So take a look at this program on my website. Again, I have one website, kellyhammonds.com. When you go there, not only can you find my Close to My Heart link, but my exclusive store link. And at my exclusive store right now, don't forget that the shimmer brushes are buy 4, get 1 free, and the flip flap bundle that offers one each of all of the flip flaps is 20% off when you buy one of each, except for the brand new 8x12 size. So thanks for hanging out with me today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your time. Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody, and I will tell you, Miss Vicki, what an adorable little mini book, and those, you know how I always love the little surprises and their flip flaps and everything. And gosh, the project started out using the, you know, this beautiful paper, and these cards, the picture my life cards, they used them in this project, and they really wanted the sunflowers, you know, to stand out on the project, because boy, that does say fall. I remember I used to plant sunflowers, and they would be already at the fall, so it was always fun because they're pretty easy to grow too. So, but I love the cards, these because one side is vertical and the other side is horizontal. So they're so easy to use, and you get to pick. And look, I mean, everybody got a stack, these big stack of cards that you can use.
Nice.
So if you're not, if you don't use all of them in your project, you can use.
Right.
And this beautiful bling glitter, just that little strip. Look how that just added so much to that project.
Absolutely,
I thought. I love that. I love all of the, a lot of times when people have the little flip flaps and everything, they're all the same size. They have so many varieties of these. So it's kind of fun because you can see what the next one is. Maybe you have a little picture or you want to make a, bigger picture. There's plenty of room for journaling on all of these, but I just love the multi-use of all these cards. You can decorate the back. You can, she cut the card down, Don't be afraid, with these cards. They're just like, regular, printed cardstock where you can just, once again, cut your parts and pieces. You might just want to put one in the corner. So this is just a really adorable mini album with the sunflowers. And when she cut out the sunflowers, she did, the dark to light and the light to dark, and pop those up a little bit. And, you could even, bring the little corners up on the sunflowers too.
Right.
So what a great project. Always great fun with close to my heart for sure. How does Vicki do?
Oh, absolutely. I like Dave. Look, I have sunflower everything. When I was growing up, in high school, my room was decorated all sunflowers.
Oh, how beautiful!
The bedding, and I even went and did a full border, and it was all sunflowers. So I've always loved sunflowers. Does anybody remember the sunflower Elizabeth Arden perfume? I love that in the 90s. It smells so good. You can sometimes find it at home or at TJ Maxx, and I still buy it.
Buy it. Hey, there
so
you
when
go.
I smell so good, Dave, that's what it is.
That's what it is. Oh, good.
But I love Close to My Heart. I love all of their paper. There's so many, like you were talking about, but I'm obsessed with the flip flaps.
Yes.
I think that just, and they have so many sizes, like you were saying, because I'm one that I love to take a lot of photos of each event, and it's so hard because how do you choose for a layout what pictures you're gonna, even though I took 20, one person would take one, and so I think the flip flaps are a perfect opportunity to be able to open them up.
And it's a nice little showpiece too. If you carry a large enough purse, what a cute little showpiece
so true.
This is.
That would be awesome. So the flip flaps, everybody, they have them in all sizes. Like we see small, but I know they even have like a 12 by, I don't know.
The bigger. So you can add those to your pages.
And stuff. Yes.
Yeah, and I did want to mention one other thing. It was great that she showed how, when you're adhering these, how you're layering as you're adhering these flaps together to put in your book as well.
Cool. Yeah.
So that's very important, to make sure, you work so hard on getting that book and those pages, and you want to make sure that when you put them together, that they're going to stay in that. With the brag book, that's what I was trying to think of earlier.
Yes, exactly, a brag book. Those are so cute.
Yes.
I love how all the paper is two-sided, so you have like a double value. So it's lighter on one side and darker on the other side. This line, I believe, is called Blooming Grace, and it has all coordinating products, so that's super nice. And also what's really nice is that they have a Cricut option. So say you want to cut more.
Oh yeah, the Cricut cuts. Yes.
There's the Cricut Close to My Heart option that you could buy as well. So that's really neat. So it's just everything. I love this paper.
Yes.
I love everything in it. So you're gonna want to visit Close to My Heart's website. And let me tell you right now, there's a flip flap bundle special. Receive $10 free product when you spend over $50. Receive $25 in free product when you spend over $100. Join her loyalty program and receive a free gift. And shop her Story Savers exclusive store for discounted items, bundles, and kits. So you're gonna want to order before October 31st.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's
Very good.
a very
Yes.
awesome, exciting demonstration.
Yes, great.
And I know now, Dave, it's time for a break.
Oh, we're gonna take a little break.
We're gonna
We
take a
gotta
little
get, get a snack probably and
Yes.
everything.
Ooh,
So
snacks are always
I
good.
know. So I guess what we're gonna be taking about 20 minutes. So you guys also go ahead and get your snack, go to the restroom, refill that
Coke Zero.
Coke Zero, no, pumpkin spice.
Oh,
drink,
yes. Okay,
your
yes.
comfort food,
Right.
and we'll be back in 20 minutes
Right.
with our next presentation.
break. We hope you had a great refreshing break, and now we want to go right into our next presenter, which is Creative Creations.
Hi, my name is Caitlin.
And my name is Courtney.
And we're with Creative Creations. Today we are teaching the hot chocolate card make and take. So grab your kits.
And grab a hot chocolate.
And let's get started. All right, my amazing crafters, this is Caitlin and let's get started. So with me, I have my scissors, some liquid glue, and some pop dots. I just have any old scissors because we're just going to use a little bit of cutting. Super easy, don't panic. For my liquid glue, I use Art Glitter Dries Clear Glue. You'll see why. And then for my pop dots, I just have some ordinary tiny pop dots that are easy to use. So we will be showing you how to make this fabulous shaker card using Diamond Dots beads and Tonic Studios shaker refills. So let's get started. Here's my kit in front of me. Yours is going to look something just like this out of your box. So make sure you find that one. On top, you will see there will be a coupon on a little piece of paper, and I'll explain that in a second. So we're going to open that kit up. All right, I've got everything out. Like I said, your coupon is your Mega Make and Take bonus. This is a $5 gift certificate just for you. And if you redeem it today, you will also receive an additional 15% off on your order. Now, right here on top, I have a Tonic Studios mug shaker refill, and I'll explain that in a second, but this is going to be the focus of our card here. And then I have 3 Diamond Dots colors assorted by shade. These are the individual beads that you may find in Diamond Dots projects and within our freestyle products. Here is today is a hot chocolate kind of day. Here is a backer for that word. Here is our coffee mug cut out. A 3x3 square, our weathered wood with that cut out for our shaker. I've got my card and envelope, and if you open up your card, you might find our fragile pieces. Those are our 2 parts to our heart that we're going to save for later. So first, I want you to go back to the shaker refill. That is this piece right here. So you'll see it's kind of a interesting shape. If I flip it over, you'll see this white edge around. This is a film protecting the adhesive around this border. So that's super awesome. That way you don't have to use any glue yourself. And there's an indentation. So if the indentation is going in, that's how you know you have it correct. So we're going to float that indentation side. There we go. That way we can fill it up like a little hole to fill in our coffee mug, well, hot chocolate mug in this case. So with our 3 provided Diamond Dots beads colors, I chose a light brown, a dark brown, and a white. So what we went with here is the light brown and dark brown represents the hot chocolate, and then the white, which is also an AB color, because you can see it has a little bit extra shimmer and shine to it, represents our marshmallows. So that's super awesome. So let's just pour one at a time, not one bead at a time, but one packet at a time from our bags into our shaker. I'm going to do about half of my dark brown. That looks good. And some of my light brown. That looks good. And some white. Nice. Now you may choose to decide how much of each you want in here. it's kind of hard to decide if it's full enough for you for your particular card. The best way to do this is to hold your 3x3 square over it and tightly holding it. Then could you flip it over to see if it looks correct. Now this way I do not recommend because you may be spilling your beads out from the corners and then it becomes a mess. So the best way to keep it safe is just do about half of each of your bags. So now that we've filled up our shaker refill enough, this white edge, which is our film that's holding our adhesive, needs to come off and be exposed so that we can put our 3x3 piece over it. So let's do that now. And if you have any questions about how this works or if you need help, just leave a comment below. All right, so I've removed that piece and that's trash. And you'll see the adhesive is exposed around the edge. I'm going to carefully place that. I want to make sure that all of that edge is covered by this square, which is why we made it bigger than the refill itself. We're going to close that, and I'm even going to hold it up and go around on the edges with my fingers just to make sure it's secured and that we don't lose any beads. That looks good. So now you've got your middle of your card just like I do here. That's super fun. So you can even see I use just about the same amount on both of my cards, and they still look almost identical. And what's nice about the shaker refills, if you're making your own card and you purchase the shaker refill set, then you get 10 of these little capsules in there. That way, if you mess up, you can just start over again and it's no big deal. So that's an awesome part from Tonic Studios. So what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to trim my excess white that is outside of my shaker refill. This isn't totally necessary, but because our shaker is so close to the edge at the bottom of the card, I don't want any white peeking out that shouldn't from behind the card. So I'm just going to trim that off with my scissors. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. It doesn't have to be straight. Just enough that it's not peeking out from behind that card. And just like that, that part is done. So this may be the only tricky part of the whole project. So I've got my extra beads. I'm going to move those, rearrange a little bit. I'm looking for my card base and envelope. I don't need my envelope right this second, so just my card base. I've already taken out those heart pieces. And the best way to go about this is to lay this face down. And remember, this is opening from the right, so we're going to make sure this is the part we're going to adhere on. I'm going to lay it flat, and I'm even going to put my scissors over that side to keep it secure. All right. Move some stuff out of the way. Okay. So we're going to put our shaker piece right there. And then my weathered wood paper already has that exact cutout. Look at that. For that shaker piece. That is the niftiest thing. Now, how did we do that, you might ask? Is that same Tonic Studios coffee mug shaker refill set. This is extra. We also have the shaker creator itself in a separate box that gives you the die to make this specific cutout for that shaker, and it comes with a couple of the shaker creator bubbles itself. So it's an all-in-one package. The refill set is just extra of the bubbles. So check that out. And there's lots of different designs I'll show you later that you can make with these shaker creators. So let's keep going. So I'm going to place that over my shaker bubble, and I'm going to position it, I'm going to move it with it, and position it so that it's centered on my card. Do you see that? All my edges are clean. Let's see, make sure. We're going to hold it still. Now I'm going to go and I'm going to hold that bubble in place, hold on, without moving it. Like I said, this is the only difficult part. We're going to move this piece. We're still holding our bubble in our exact spot. I'm getting my liquid adhesive, and I'm going to carefully pick up one of these corners and let my glue get in there so that this shaker creator can be adhered down and it's secure for putting the next layer on. So I'm just going to hold and let that glue adhere. Nice. Then I can go back and I can put adhesive, liquid adhesive, on the back of my weathered wood piece. I can move that. And this is why I like to use the Art Glitter Dries Clear Glue adhesive, is because if any of this happens to seep out from behind my backer here or any of my pieces, if it's exposed, it will dry perfectly clear. And we're gonna hold. So the reason I did it this way, putting that shaker creator first, is to keep it secure, because I tried it in several ways of maybe trying to hold both pieces while adhering this outside, but that caused for the shaker creator to move. So securing the shaker creator and then the background was the most efficient way to get this project adhered to the card front. So that is already looking good. I can fold back up my card. All right. So now we get to add our outline, which is our mug outline. This was used with that same die to make that background cut for that bubble. It came with the inside die and the outside die. I'm sure there's another word for that. We're going with inside die to make the bubble cut out and the outside die to make your overlay. That's super cute. And our handle is going to be facing right. There is plenty of room over here, so if you wish it to face left because you're a lefty, that might be the way to go too. So I'm going to have my handle face right because I'm a righty. And we're going to put liquid adhesive on that too. All right. You should know it was really fun coming up with this project. Since we're a small family-owned business, recently we've just been using the Diamond Dots greeting cards and making those kits and presenting them. That's been a lot of fun, and I know we have more coming up, but it makes for just a different way of using your Diamond Dots beads and introducing those shaker creators. So next I'm going to attach my two halves to my heart here. So I've got two special pieces that were cut from a coffee cutout I had. So I'm going to position them so they're coming out of this top left corner of my mug, just like that, to where my left piece of my heart is scooted all the way as close to the left side of my card as possible, and then lining up my second part. That's cute. We're going to use liquid adhesive to adhere that. Not on my hand, on my surface. This is a lot easier than those first steps, and I got some extra glue, but that's okay. And my other half. So if you do have those extra Diamond Dots beads laying around, you might want to look into some shaker creators or even make your own bubbles to make your own shaker cards. Just spruces up instead of just boring little beads. You got shiny, shimmery AB beads. So that is our heart piece. That looks good. And then our title. So that we've got our nice today is a hot chocolate kind of day and our brown backer. That centers nicely on that piece. I'm going to pop dot the white piece to the brown. So let's put pop dots on the back of that one. if I want to spruce it up just a little bit more, I think I will take some Stays On brown ink and a blending tool and get that nice and filled. And I'm just going to lightly go around the edges of my title. That looks good. It just gives it a little pop on that piece. Okay, so I'll put that away. So that was just a suggestion. And I can peel off these pieces. Okay, and center it on the brown backer. So there's my title piece, nice and center and pop dotted. Then I'm going to adhere it in this top right corner of the card. And I like to leave just a sliver of that background weathered wood exposed around the edge of the title. So some liquid adhesive back here. And if you pushed your heart all the way to the edge, you've got plenty of extra room here to work with on positioning your title. Nice, that looks fantastic. And I hope you like yours too. One thing I did different was chalking the edges of my title versus my first little go around over here, but they're practically identical. So that is super cute. Since we have lots of extra beads, I may use my white AB beads here. And I think I will use those to put some at each corner of my title. Let's see, I got myself a tool pack that goes with our diamond dots. And this is just a tool pack I had sitting around. If you've used a Diamond Dots project, you already have these items. Okay, so my tool's ready and it came with my tray. I'm going to pour my extra white beads into my tray. I just need 4, so that's plenty. All right, and we're going to do a dot of my liquid adhesive at each corner. Nice, and then I'll use my tool to pick up the rounded side of my beautiful beads and place at each corner. And it may just take 1 to 2 seconds for that adhesive to get tacky enough to keep hold of the bead. I'll move that one in. Looks good. Move that one. Now my corners have a nice little accent to them on top of the chalking that I did around the edges. So that really is a nice card to give. I could even use my extra beads to put some more sporadically around, or even take some and outline my heart maybe. Or on the handle of my cup, it could look like a bedazzled handle. That'd be so cute. So I can put my extra beads, I still have leftover beads, back into my resealable bag. Awesome, and I like to store those. We can put this aside. So the card here, the project is done. And I actually want to show you more samples that are part of a kit that we have on our website using the Tonic Studios shaker creator and dies. So here is a cute one that uses a duck shaker creator and of course the die cutouts. I could have gone back and done a duck outline, but I changed my mind on that one. Instead, I made cute little bubbles with a stamp we had and put my white beads in the center of the bubbles. Here is another one using our crown die and shaker creator. We've got a cute crown, a title, and I sporadically put some remaining beads around on the stars. Here is another one. This is I believe it's a gin glass, but we use it as a wine glass shaker creator. I used the outline as well and made a cute title. And my last one was very similar to our hot chocolate mug. I did a coffee mug that said sending you a latte love. So I might even go back and add some to the corners, maybe chalk up the edges. But all four of these, if you don't want to get the dies and shaker creators themselves, you can just get our class kits and make 4 more shaker cards that are totally awesome. If you have any other questions about your coupon or your project, drop a comment below. Otherwise, we appreciate you watching and stay tuned for our next video. First, I would like to show you the Cosmic Shimmer Opal Blaze Touch. That's this cute little jar right here. It is the exact same thing as these Cosmic Shimmer Opal Blaze Polish that we showed last time. These came in a cute little jar. You'd use it with a makeup sponge. These are just a little different. Instead of using a sponge, it already comes with a cute little lipstick tip right there. So that's super easy and handy to use if you're going for a small area versus a large area. So these are called the Cosmic Shimmer Opal Blaze Touch Tip. So I'm going to show you all the colors here. Here is Pink Blueberry Touch Tip. Nice. And then we have, let's see, Teal Raspberry. That's cute. Here is Gilded Avocado. And these are all the same colors as they were with the regular Opal Blaze Polish. It's just a cuter and easier little setup here. This is Sunset Orange. And Sapphire Grape. And that's so easy to just get a little bit of area. Here is Turquoise Peach. That's cute. That's almost like a silver. And Golden Blackberry. And just like the regular jars, all of them have their cute little sticker in the front that shows you what color it is, as they look clear in the jar, but once they're on the paper is really where you see the difference. So they are iridescent, so as I move them in the light, the colors, that they do change and got that fun shimmery look, and we'll go to bold. So it's super fun to play with and definitely something to add to your projects. So that is Cosmic Shimmer Opal Blaze Touch Tip.
Alright, so the first thing we're going to start with is this brand new mica mist. I really love this mica mist. Most of the time you can't find a very good gold, or sometimes there's golds that are pretty yellowy. This gold is perfect. So I'm just going to spray it on the white and the black, and you can see how they show up on both. Now you see over here on the white, it's kind of faint, gives you that pearly accent, but over here on the black, it is very vibrant and beautiful. Now next we're going to go in with our Wispy Willow new sparkle spray. Now these, even though they're smaller than these larger ones, they have a lot more glitter in them. They're super nice. So we're gonna spray it on the white and on the black, and you can see how vibrant that one is as well. Super nice. Now I'm just gonna explain these shimmer powders real quick. What these are is they're a powder, almost like the Ken Oliver Color Burst. So I'm gonna go ahead and tap some down on my white and tap some down on my black. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in with a water spritzer, and I'm actually just gonna spray those. And you can see that burst of color that automatically pops up. We're gonna go on the black and do the same thing. And again, you can see that same shimmery powder, super nice. And that was our Nuvo shimmer powder. We have lots of other colors. Now, if you wanted to go back and add some to it, you could always just sprinkle that back on, and that will react with the water just as well. Super nice. Next, we have our expanding mousse. And I'm just gonna show you how soft this is. And I'm just gonna show you that on the bottom down here. And I'm gonna show you on the white up here. This is a very nice cream color. Now, if you wanted, you could go with your shimmer powder, and you could actually start mixing that in with it. And this way you have more control of kind of where that shimmer powder is gonna go. And then you just start rubbing it in. And you can see that color. You see the variations of color in it. Super nice. Next, we're gonna jump right into our glacier paste. That's this pink one right here. I really love these glacier pastes. These are a fairly new product, and so this is their newest color. I'm just gonna wipe that off down here so I don't get it in there. And we're gonna take some out, and I'm just gonna rub it up here. And look how pretty and shiny that is. I really like that. It even shows up better on the black. Very nice. And that was the glacier paste. There are more colors of the glacier paste. I believe that we have 6 colors of them now. They are very nice. So here we have another color of Dream Drops Enchanted Elixir. I'm just gonna go in with the squiggle line so you can see what that looks like. It's just a very iridescent pigment in it. It's very nice. And those are great to add detail to your flowers, just little embellishments on your cards, really anywhere. And next, I'm gonna go in with this crystal drop. This is Heritage Rose. I really like this one. This one also gives another pearly accent. Super nice. And the great thing about these as well is when you make little dots on your page, they level out automatically. So you get that perfect round bubble every time. And that's just amazing. Next, we have our very cool stone drops. I really like these because they have a gritty texture within them. And so it just makes for a different texture on your surface. So there's that right there. Super nice. We also have a chalk white one, and that makes great for snow and other things like that. And here we have my favorite item is the Jewel Drop. I really like these. This is Peach Sorbet. This is more of a clear medium. Just like that. Super nice. And again, you could do your dots as well. Very nice. And they level out perfectly. Alright, so here we have the brand new Tonic Rustic Rose Trend number 3. This just came out brand new out of the box. You can see all the very pretty colors and all the brand new mixed media fun things we have here. We're going to go through some of the papers, and then I'm going to demo and go through all of the mixed media. So here I'm just going to show you this new 6x6. This is front and back double-sided papers. Great for cards or other small projects. They're super cute. And that's the 6x6 Rustic Rose. And then we have this very beautiful glitter card, brand new pink frosting. Another one we have is this Peach Parfait. You can see this is a 3D raised paper. It's very, very nice. Those are great for backgrounds. Next, we have this Rose Gold Blossom. I really like this one. See that nice shine on there? All right, and next we have Bubblegum Pink Cardstock. Super cute. And lastly, this is probably my favorite one. we have this Sage Roses, and this also is a 3D one. Super nice. And we're just gonna jump right into these. Here we have our brand new sparkle spray. This is Wispy Willow. Super cute. And here we have Aspen Gold. Very nice. This is a mica mist. Here we have a brand new Glacier Paste color. This is called Frosted Petal. That's a nice soft pink. Here we have a brand new Expanding Mousse. Natural Cotton. Very cute. Next we have this Jewel Drop. This is called Peach Sorbet. I really like this one. It's almost like a clear pearl. I really like that one. Next we have this Crystal Drops. This is super nice. It's called Heritage Rose. Very cute. And next we have this Stone Drop. Stone Drops are a little grittier, so they have more texture to them. And this one is called Rosebud Pink. Next we have one new Dream Drops. This one's called Enchanted Elixir. I really like this one. It gives almost an iridescent look to it. And we have our two brand new Nuvo embossing. We have Pearl Pistachio and Pearl Luster. And this Pearl Luster actually has some sparkle to it, so that's awesome. And we have a new shimmer powder. These we really love. This is called Jade Fountain. And then we also have this new stamp set, Rustic Rose stamp set. Cute. And this new green Nuvo glitter marker called Peppermint Cream. And we're just gonna demo some of those. Okay, so now we have a brand new Tonic Studios clear stamps. Here I'm going to show you the first one. It's a cute butterfly background, and these are great for the backs of cards. And then we have this cute Christmas snow globe. This is my favorite new one because you have this snow globe down here, and you can just stamp whatever you want to put inside of it. And there's some cute sentiments up there. So cute. And here we have Up in the Air. It's a cute air balloon. You got some kids, some clouds, some other stuff you could stamp around it. And again, there's some nice sentiments. And then we have this Strawberry Joy one. You can see it's just some flower pots with some strawberries and flowers in them. And again, there's some sentiments. And then we have some fairly new ones from Stampendous as well. This one's nice. This one is called Survive 2020. She's got some cute little stamps in there. And this one is called Courage Quotes. And these are just cute quotes that you could stamp inside of a card to send someone, maybe if they're having a hard time. Nice. And here we have some new stencils. There's this one right here. And this one is called Sweethearts. Nice. Here's another one. These are some cute flowers. It's actually this one right here. That's called Full Bloom. Here's another one. Very nice. This one's called Dreamy Daisies. Nice. Here's another one. These kind of remind me of like a stained glass window. This one's called Fantasy Florals. And our last one we have here is a butterfly background stencil. Super cute. So now we have a bunch of brand new Tonic Studios dies. These are super cute. The first one I'm going to show you is the Wreath and Skates Festive Die Set. These are all the dies it comes with, and they're just super cute. There are 10 dies in this one. Next we have the Mythical Glade Layering Die Set. This one looks very nice. You can see there are all different kinds of layers that you could punch out and do different things with. It's shown over here. Next we have the Just For You Beautiful Bracelet. This one is kind of a unique one. It's a circular die. That's the Just For You. And here we have It's Your Day. Cute. And next we have an oval one. This one's a big one. You could do many things with this one. This one's called Decorative Oval. Next we have another large one. These are very unique, I think. They're very nice. On Your Special Day. maybe for like a wedding card or a birthday card. Here's another one, wishing you a beautiful day. Look how detailed these are. They're so gorgeous. Another one, fancy floral. Very nice. I love that doily. And here's another one, Little Miss. This is a 3-tiered pull-up card. So this helps you with those difficult cards that are sometimes hard to make. So all you do is die cut these out and then fold them, and there you go. Super easy. And here's another one. Look Who It is what this one's called. All right, so here's another folding card. Easy cutouts, glue, and then folded it together. It's called Staggered Stage Winter Village. Now, this is my favorite one, I think. This is Christmas Sleigh. Now, you could put, candies inside of it, or maybe even some flowers, and maybe set it as a centerpiece on a table or on your mantle, really anywhere. Super cute. And those were our new Tonic Studio dies. Here we have some more new Tonic Studio dies. These are our sentiment strip dies. These are great for cards. I really love them. So here we have Dear Santa. This is really cute. Peace, Jingle Bells, Let It Snow, and Blessings. There are many others that we have as well. These are just our new ones to add to the collection. And then another new thing we want to point out is this cutting tool set. This is great for distressing the ends of your paper. I don't know if you remember the Zutter. Well, this is just a very easy and portable way to do it. Just go along your paper. And this little tool down here is great for cutting fibers and ribbons and other textile embellishments. And these are just some easy lanyards to keep up with them. Alright, so now we have our brand new Craft Perfect Tonic Studios mixed card packs. These are 6x6 card packs, great for making cards. I'm just going to show you one of them. So this is Blue Moon. Now you can see how different it is on the page compared to it in real life. So there's the pearl. Here is the textured one. It's got a little shimmer to it. Here is my favorite one, the glitter card. Super nice. Very nice. And next we have another textured card. This almost reminds me of Glacier. Or maybe an iceberg. So cute. And that's it for that one. And they all have their own colors to them and their own different textured pattern in them. Like this one has some waves. That one maybe has like a little alligator pattern. Super nice. And that was our Craft Perfect cards.
Next, we would like to show you the winter release from Tonic Studios. So that is a collection of all the fun, different Nouveau products that you love and all the same kind of colors going on. So it's super fun. So here are our beautiful cards. Here is Specialty Paper Arctic Ice. So this comes with 5 sheets and it's textured and it looks like a bunch of tiny ice cubes. I think that's super cute to incorporate into your crafts. Here is Specialty Card Silver Pinstripe. So that's kind of a metallic piece that still has texture pieces on it. And again, you get 5 sheets. Here is Mirror Card Turkish Turquoise. So you might see blue in it, and I turn it and you might see that green color. You get 5 sheets, 8.5 by 11. Here is Classic Card Misty Gray. So this is going to be a regular cardstock color, but it's a nice misty gray color. Here is a Pearlescent Card Caribbean Sea. Super nice. It's got a little bit of a iridescent finish to it. And this Caribbean Sea is going to be a main color for the rest of these. You'll see they're going to match up very nicely. Here is our White Wonderland mixed card pack. Like Courtney just showed y'all, these are 6x6. They are perfect for cards. You get 24 sheets and 6 sheets of each of the 4 colors. So I see a metallic, a plain, that Caribbean Sea, and that misty gray. So those same papers that we just showed, you get in a 6x6 little pack. So that's super fun. And then I'll show you what some of the new mixed media items look like. So right here, I have a fun, cute little sample that's metallic. That first one has a little dark blue tint to it. That would be this right here, is our Crystal Drops Metallic Blue Ice. That is super nice. The very next one is kind of white. I would say it's like an opal color. That would be our Dream Drops. That is Frosted Lake. So it's kind of a metallic blue color. It's lighter, and you definitely get that pearlescent look with our Dream Drops. The third one is a bit see-through, like I can see through the paper, and it kind of looks like water to me. I think that's super nice. That would be the Jewel Drops, and that is Jewel Drops Iceberg Blue. That is nice. And that fourth one, that you can see it has little granules in it. That would be our Stone Drops. So that color is Stone Drops Lady Liberty. That's super cute. That goes with our collection. Now, this super fun spray over here, I sprayed that just a minute ago with my sparkle spray. Super nice. That is Peacock Plum. That is nice. That's good for backgrounds, and it really burst out. That was 3 different sprays, still drying, but I got a nice burst on that, and it still keeps a metallic shimmery finish. Some more products that go with this collection include Glacier Paste. They gave us Winter White and Sea Sprite and Iron Frost. That's more like a darker purple. They also gave us some embossing powders to add to our stash. This one is Snow Crystal and Twinkling Tinsel. So I would say this one is a light blue with some shimmer, and then this one is kind of gold with a little bit of silver in there. And then I also have, of course, another Nuvo glitter marker color. This is Arctic Blast, and that's what your color looks like when it is dried. Those glitter markers are awesome. If you haven't seen the other demo of another way to use your glitter markers, go watch that. And here are the hybrid ink pads. There's 3 colors, white, gray, and black shadow, that will coordinate with this collection. And I also have 3 new prills that go with, you could put them in the middle of your flowers on your cards. So this is You Had Me at Yellow prills. Here is Berry Nice prills and Ribbit prills. That's a nice green. And that is the brand new collection from Tonic Studios. This is our Darcy's Heart and Home new kit. This is called the Halloween card kit. So it comes with everything you need to make these 6 cards shown here. They're all super cute, so they get to have those pins, and your background will be pre-stamped and pre-cut, so you're just putting it together. So it's super fun, and you got instructions. If you like these pieces and want to make more cards, we will also have on our website the stamps and pin bundles. So here I have the Darcy's Heart and Home stamp, along with its corresponding pin that goes on top of the faces. So this one was the Toucan Halloween. Here's Owl You Doin'. That's cute. They're dressed up for Halloween, that little owl. And here is Llama Halloween. That's cute. And we will also have the dies. Here are all the background dies and pieces that were used in the card kit. So they are all available on the website. Here are some projects that we have made for you. So this is from Creative Creations. This is a 2-page layout called Prima Pumpkin 2-page layout that's up on our website. This is a very cute first page. You may put a picture where it says give thanks and move that over here is just a suggestion. That's cute. It features some sparkly little leaves over here and some cute little accessories and flowers to add. The second page is just as good. Here's 2 photo mats, a cute little fall y'all piece. Again, the sparkly leaves are cute little pieces to add, some very nice Prima flowers, and some embellishments along the bottom as well. So that is Prima Pumpkin 2-page layout. This is a new card kit from Graphic 45 called Christmas Time Festive Card Set. It makes 6 super cute cards, and you get to have the Christmas Time 8x8s and the Christmas Time ephemera die cut assortments, and these cute little squares for making the cards, and these adorable little stars. Here is another project from Graphic 45 that's brand new. This is the Christmas Time Charming Mini Album. That's such a cute mini album to make. So many fun accessories and different pages that are so unique. Just giving it a little glimpse here. That's super nice. So that you get to use the Graphic 45 metal clock keys, the Christmas Time journaling and ephemera cards, the Christmas Time chipboard pieces, nice, the Christmas Time 12x12 brand new collection pack, and I'll show you the back. This is the bonus sticker sheet that it also comes with. Those are cute. And our awesome black chipboard sheets from Graphic 45.
So here's an example of the new gnome stamps, and these are just some examples of what you can do with them. And so I'm going to show you the paper that you can get to make these cards. You can see there's some little gnomes. It's all Christmas themed, so there's some snowflakes, candy canes, reindeer. Super cute. And then there's this little cutout page you could do some things with. And then we have some little die cuts that you can put with those. So there's your dies you can do. And then we have some stamps. And this one is called Gnome Sayings. There's some cute sayings, maybe like happy birthday or to a friend. And this is our holiday gnomes. Look how cute those are. Super nice. And next we have a little gnome with a little baby gnome. Here's another one, the gnome with the presents. Cute. And here we have a gnome with a little snowman and another gnome with the Christmas tree. Very nice. This one's probably my favorite. It's a little gnome with a little mushroom. And another funny one, the gnome with the little Christmas tree on his head. Cute. And then you see we have these little 3D shadow boxes. That's with this kit right here. So there's different ways that you can design these. You can see we did one over here as well. And they're just some dies, and they tell you exactly how to fold them to get them in that shape. And this was just some examples of our gnome stuff. Fallish paper pack we have is from Graphic 45. This is The Magic of Oz. This is actually the Deluxe Collector's Edition. So it comes with the stickers and the chipboard. Super cute. And you can see all the papers that comes with that one. Very nice. Here we have our brand new Graphic 45 12x12 collection. This is called Christmas Time. You can see this one looks like a very classic Santa Claus. Very cute. With some gears and stuff. Here is the chipboard and the ephemera that goes along with that. And we also have the patterns and solids for that as well. And that was Christmas Time. Super cute. Here is another brand new Graphic 45 kit. This is called Ephemera Queen. I really love all the different variation of colors in this one. You see how cute that one is? Let me get a little closer. And this one also comes with the sticker sheets in that one. Super cute. And that's Ephemera Queen. Here is the die cut assortments and the chipboard that goes along with it. I really love all those colors. And then we also have the 12x12 patterns and solids. Very nice. And these are great for backgrounds of cards or photo mats. Super cute. And that was the Ephemera Queen. Super nice. So here we have our newest Diamond Dots kits. Here we have the very highly requested cute little lighthouse right here. And here we have the rainy day. This almost reminds me of watercolor. I really like the range of colors. And here we have a cute wishing tree. And those are our newest diamond dots.
Welcome back, everybody. And I love hot chocolate, and what a perfect way to say hello fall than with this cute little hot chocolate project from Creative Creations.
Yes.
You know, they're known for their diamond dots, and what a, you know, they use their diamond dots in their little shaker coffee. So
yeah, a different way to use it.
Exactly. And you know, for those of you who maybe have done some their projects before, you might have some extra diamond dots laying around, so you could put all different kinds of colors in here. But I love how they did use the browns and the whites and such, you know, the little,
right,
like for hot chocolate.
Right.
And so what I love about this is the ease of this, the products and the project. You know, you get these, the little cups, I'm going to call them, that you fill. And it's nice because all you need to do is put a paper backer on it. She trimmed around it and put it in there. So instead of trying to line up that acetate, you know, that we've talked about sometimes that are hard. So,
yes.
And also I love how they have the die that cuts that out. I mean, the die to cut this out, and they have 2 or 3 different styles, I think, of these that you can use. So what a cute little project that she did. And you know, this looks like steam. It's a heart. It could be anything. So what a cute little sentiment. And just like she says, today is a hot chocolate kind of day. So great project, Creative Creations.
And I love the paper too.
Yes, that wood grain.
Yes, it goes so well with the theme.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
So, and you know, they have so many great products.
Oh, I know, they sure do. I could spend like hours and hours, which I did, on their website, because they have so much tonic, beautiful, different, like they have
Graphic 45.
Yes. And they have the tonic cosmic shimmer opal blazes, and they now have like the pens that, you know, they also have the bottles, but they have these new pens that are so nice when you want to get into like a little intricate, and it has like the applicator that's kind of similar to maybe like a lip gloss or lips. So that's really nice, and getting in those little
easy to, you know, an easy to use product that really adds to it too.
Exactly.
You know?
And it's so pretty that
Yes.
that iridescent. I'm gonna make up a word.
Yeah, iridescent. That's the right word.
Okay. So just looks amazing. They have the mica mist, the Nuvo sparkle spray. I love doing the sprays. It adds like for a background.
Yeah.
In fact, like on a layout, I love to before I put my pictures, I love to spritz like just a little. It just adds another little layer. Yeah. And I think it's so amazing. So I think a gold for like these fall projects and fall layouts and cards, that would look so pretty.
It not only creates a great background, but it makes everything else in the project pop too.
Exactly. So. I love Nuvo's dream drops, their crystal drops, their stone drops, their jewel drops. Those just add so much beautiful little things to the centers.
And they stay too, when you're doing some of them, some products, they once again, it's a quality product that it keeps the shape that you make it into, the size, because you can make it in different sizes.
Exactly. So pretty. I love everything that has to do with Tonic. They also have stamps, so it was really nice to see that they had that really cute snow globe stamp and a hot air balloon stamp and the strawberry joy stamp. And I have so much, Dave. They have stencils. They have beautiful dies. Oh my goodness, just so much. They have I don't know.
And they're diamond dots. Diamond dots products.
Diamond dots. They have layouts from Prima. This beautiful pumpkin Prima layout that is so pretty with all the flowers. And what I loved that I saw as well is if you never got a chance to get we used to have it, but the Stamp and Scrapbook Expo logo, the diamond dots, they have it on sale right now.
Oh, nice.
On their website. So that I never had one myself, so I was like, oh, I want one for my craft room. So they just have so much. The diamond dots.
I know, and
so pretty.
And with the diamond dots, that's one of those projects that even the small or big, you don't have to finish it in time. It's such a relaxing thing to do. That.
And they have that case, so if you don't want to lose pieces or whatever, they have that really nice beautiful colors too. So look at Creative Creations.
Yes.
I promise you, there's so much.
Oh my gosh, yes.
To buy and ask for Christmas. I would have my list ready for my children.
There you go. Get that ready.
Yes.
Get ready.
So Creative Creations.
One-stop shopping.
Exactly. 15% off everything online. The automatic discount will be on November 18th, but the coupon code is HelloFall, and it's valid from October 19th through October 25th.
Very good.
Very good.
Check them out. And once again, they are a great family business, and the whole family sits in diamond dots and packs and everything.
Can I be a part of your family?
Yes. Well, after you get done all that packing. Well, thank you once again, Creative Creations, and we will be back after our next presentation.
Good morning, everybody. This is Maria C., the Sizzix Lady from it'scheaperthantherapy.com. I want to welcome you today for a fun-filled afternoon with some yummy goodies. So get ready, roll your sleeves up, let's have some fun and learn some new things, see some really cool stuff. And I want to thank you for being here. And thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Teresa. Everybody. So we'll be answering your questions, trying to during the video, and we'll be doing a lot of it maybe right after. This is Maria C., the Sizzix Lady from it'scheaperthantherapy.com. I wanted to welcome you today for the Hello Fall Mega Make and Take Extravaganza projects. Never Stop Looking Up is the project, and what I'd like to go and do for the first thing is kind of go through our sales and stuff. But first, I wanted to welcome everybody and thank everybody for coming. We will be answering your questions during and after the presentation.
So don't forget to chime in there if you have any questions at all. And let's get started. So what we have is we have our sales. And so we've got the It's Cheaper Than Therapy.com. Therapy Style 30 is our sale. And that is the coupon code that you are going to need to get the 30% off of Sizzix, Renea, VZ Crafts, Elizabeth Craft Design, and It's Cheaper Than Therapy. And there are some exclusions a little bit, but if they're on bundle deals or specifically, virtual event pricing. And so when you spend $100 or $50, $50 is going to give you free shipping, free domestic shipping. And if you spend $100, you're going to receive a 10-piece blending brush set. And that is just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful gift. And so if you've never played with the blending brushes, these are it. And so you're going to get a set of these after discounts when you spend over $100. And so, all right, so what we're going to do is I want you to get your kit out and get everything ready. And so you should have your cardstock base and your, let me grab it. It's actually this size, but it's the cream colored one. You're going to have one of those. I'm going to cut one here in just a moment. And then you should have your other one. Okay, everybody, I want you to get all of your pieces out of your kit. And then there's two things that there's a couple things I don't have. I don't have the bling showing, the little rectangle stamped piece, and the twine. So you should have those two. So these are your base pieces that you should have to go ahead and put your project together. You're going to have an A2 size piece of cardstock that is pre-scored. And when it's folded, it's 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. And then your rectangle that will be embossed already is actually 3 3/4 by 5. You should have 2 different colored wreaths. One is in a soft gold, one is in the cream, and they're both metallics, so really beautiful papers. You should have a bird and a wing, and you should also have the little squiggly. And let's get started. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your cardstock and you're going to fold it in half, okay? So be sure you line up your edges and everything first before you score. Even though it's pre-scored, I want you to still kind of line up your edges when you do that, all right? And I don't want to use like a tool real much. This is metallic. It'll pick up all of your little pieces. But sometimes you can use the edge of your die brush on the bottom. I'm using the magnetic and kind of giving a little pressure there on that. And we're going to be using today it's going to be the Big Shot Fold Away. Oh, I got to get my words going this morning. So I'm going to put these over to the side for just a moment. All of your pieces are already cut for you, and so you don't have to try to worry about that, but I wanted to kind of show you a few things that what we did and how you use them on the Big Shot Fold Away, but you can still use the regular Big Shot machine and the other Big Shots. This one we're just happen to show the actual Big Shot machine. So what we're going to do today is we're going to take the multi-purpose platform, just the standard one. This one is sold separately. It does not come with the fold away. You do get a set of platforms with your fold away, but it's not this one. And I'm going to use this for different applications, and I'll show you why here in just a moment. But one of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted to actually cut out one of these little wreaths for you. So what I'm going to do is sandwich it in between the 2 glitter cutting pads. Those are sold separately as well. They come in different colors, and they're really super fun. And so sometimes when you have a detail die, sometimes run it through twice. This one you actually only need to do once, but I wanted to show you how you run it through twice. This part pops out, and I wanted to show you how to use the die brush and foam pad here for just a moment. So here's the die brush and foam pad. Whoop. there you found your die, that's for sure. So let's get rid of this piece here. And you just take your die brush. Oh, he's really getting sticky on everything. And this sometimes will help you push your die piece out of the die, right? But if you noticed how easy everything came out, mostly everything came out except for a couple little pieces. So this is really spectacular of how the die brush works. It really works wonderfully, but it'll only work as wonderful as your machine. So if it doesn't cut it out right, and it doesn't cut it out good enough, the die brush will not work like you think that it should. So there's a couple other little pieces there. There we go. Sometimes you can just do that and just take a quick peek and see if everything is off of there. All right. So now let's put these ones away. I wanted to show you also of how to emboss your paper. And there's different embossing methods. This one is actually using the 3D folders. And so we're not going to actually use this level of it. We can go to, move this around, I got that little guy there. These guys over here. Okay, so when you use the 3D folders, here's your directions. So you put your paper inside the folder. Put your paper inside the folder. And yours is actually like a little A2 size. Where did it go? There it is. I'll choose that one. Grab the wrong color. Colors are very similar. Let's see. This one is your layered piece. And so you're going to take that, put that, and you're going to set it right on top of the platform. And you're going to run it through. Usually you just need one time, and you can kind of tell by pressure or paper of how you want to do it. And so what I'm going to do is take a peek, and it embossed beautifully just one time through. And so that's what the 3D folders are. There's a positive and a negative side on these, and they really do a phenomenal job, but you're going to get different looks on different embossing of how you're going to do that. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But these are just really, really durable and thick, and they're very similar to the other 3D folders that you've used before, but they're just thicker. So I only used one clear cutting pad, not two of them. So be sure you check your platforms and make sure you're doing everything in the right manner. And as you got a list earlier of some of the other things that you're going to need is we use the liquid adhesive, and we also use the foam dots to put the project together. So we do all of that and put that together. So I'm going to set this little guy aside. All right. So one of the things that I did is I got my little foam dots, my foam squares. And it depends upon you. This is a pretty thick piece of paper, so it depends upon you how many foam dots that you're wanting to put on. Your foam squares, foam dots. I always like to put one in the middle. Just kind of gives it that stability. And we can use tweezers from Sizzix, or sometimes the die pick. And sometimes I just grab it with the die pick. Or you can use the tweezers. These are really great tweezers too. Get that little guy too, get that off of there. So is everybody enjoying all of these Make and Take extravaganzas and all of these virtual events? I know I am. So chime in. We'll be answering your questions. This cardstock I sell, this is the vintage gold. This one is the cream, and then the other one is a soft gold. And so you're going to take this and put that on there. Okay. Now there are some really teeny tiny little foam dots, and you can choose whether to use foam dots, foam squares, whatever you'd like. I actually just went ahead and just and cut that a little bit because I want to put the two wreaths down. And so depending upon which wreaths that you want, get that little guy, make sure you check all your little pieces and make sure they're all popped out. And It looks like we're good on that. Okay, so you want to, I like to have this one on the top one because I just like how the leaves and everything, this one's kind of like a bird's nest kind of looking. And I try to off center them a little bit too. And just kind of see how it is. Plus the older gold one, the soft gold one, it actually shows a little bit more on the top than it would on the bottom. We just didn't want too much of a different dimension. Okay, now I'm using the Sizzix Express Glue. This is the Sizzix Quick Drying Express Glue, but this tip will let a lot of glue come out. And this one I used the Fine Tip Bottle by Karen Berniston. This has an 18 gauge tip that you could buy separately. It actually has a smaller gauge tip when you purchase the bottle, and it's a blue one, and that just lets a little bit out. And so I want to find out exactly where I want to put my adhesive. So I just want to put some little adhesives in some general spots. And then I'm going to line this up. I think I'm going to use my tweezers on that. And I can kind of see exactly where I want to put things. And if you get it in an area that you don't want it, you can just kind of give it a little wipe on there. And it dries clear. And it dries quick. It's a quick drying adhesive. Okay, so we're going to let that sit there for just a moment and kind of get its adhesive going. I think what I'm going to do is do this technique here real quick. Kind of get that one. And this is a technique that Else shows from Elizabeth Crafts, and it actually worked really well on there. So because there's so many open spaces, putting the little dots and stuff on there might not always be your best bet. And so now we have our little wreath. Okay, so you can figure out where you want it to go and how you want the little, I like these guys up on the top of there. And then you can take your little foam squares, and I just put a little bit in behind there. Sorry, we got a little aircraft noise flying by there. And just put them wherever you would like. It's where you kind of don't see them. That's why we kind of cut them down. And again, sometimes I like to use the, okay, that one's off. I like to use my die pick to take off the pieces. It's just something that I've always done. I use tweezers too, but for this particular application, I really like to use the die pick. All right, so again, turn this around the way that you like it. He's really cute. That's really pretty. Okay, so these are the dies here that we used. Oh, not that one, this one. So when you buy the die set, there's different birds and things that you can make. So this is the die set. It's called Feathered Friends. And you're going to get all of these dies that are up here in that spot. So you're going to get different, two different birds, two different bird bodies, and different wings, etc. And then let me show you too, this is the funky wreath. And so the funky wreath, you get the two different wreaths in there. And plus you also get all of these different twigs and twines that you can add to kind of do fillers or anything you want on that. So this is really adorable die sets from Sizzix and Tim Holtz. Okay, so we have these guys right here, And so you should have your bird. And again, make sure all of your little pieces are popped out of there, out of your little bird. And there we go. Okay. And now you're going to kind of take your wing and see where it is that you want to put your wing. And then we're also going to do the foam squares and all of that too. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put the wing on. Foam dots, foam squares, whatever it is. You can figure out where you want to put them. And now we're going to take the foam squares off. Foam dots, foam squares, whatever you'd like to call them. Make sure all your little pieces are off. Make sure all the little square things, the little backings came off. And it might be a lot of foam dots that are on here. Okay. And don't forget the bluebird part of it, the blue body part of it. And so we're going to take this and lay it right on top of there too. So just like that. So there's the base, and then there's the body, and then there's the wing. And so we put the foam dots, foam squares in between all of them. And then we're going to put some more foam dots, foam squares. All right, and you're going to kind of set them wherever it is that you want to put them. Okay. And then we have this little squiggly guy. And we just kind of put him here just to give him dimension. It's called Media Marks. And Media Marks is this die set. And it has all of these different little pieces in there, all these little fun things that you can just add to cards to fill in spaces, to make a little border, make a little design, and add just a nice little touch to your card. And so we didn't want to go too bold on different colors and things. So again, I'm going to use this technique here. And I'm going to kind of, just because it's a very, very, very fine tipped one, and you want to make sure that all your little pieces are popped out before you glue it down. So give that another little look. And this is a very beautiful, simple card. And then we're going to have that kind of stick out a little bit. I'm just going to trim off the edges along the edge and get rid of that part of it. And then all you really have is you have the phrase and your twine to put on there. And so I'm not going to go through that part of it, because your pre-stamped phrase, all you got to do is just tear along the edges of that. And but this is also the embossing folder that we use. It is the leaf veins. It is the leaf veins, and it's really, really beautiful. It's got all of the, which you can see. But when you use the embossing folders, you're going to get completely different looks on everything. And so we're going to kind of go through some of those things here in just a little bit. And then your stamped phrase came from this set. It's called Make a Wish. And the stamped phrase is Never Stop Looking Up. And it has all of those different pieces in there. Plus it's a stamp and a die set. It's one of the framelit sets. And so it's a stamp and a die set. And when you do the stamps and dies, you stamp first, and then you lay your die on top of your stamped image, run it through the machine, and then you have a beautiful, beautiful, perfectly cut, where you don't have to fussy cut things. And so this is by Sizzix, and it's really got some fun things, and I'll show you a different card in that in a little bit, what we can do with them. So what do you think of your card? It's just really super fun. Hello Fall. Okay, like I said, you have your stamped image. I am going to go through that with you a little bit here. So get your twine. We're going to cut it, and then you're just going to make your little bow. I am not the best at bows, so please do not make fun of my bows, because I'm not the best at bows. They look pretty. I usually do knots is my thing, okay? And so depending upon the size of twine that you have, you know, just pull it, make the two little loops, make your bow. You can put it here, you can trim it off. Put your adhesive down. All right, and then you have your phrase, never stop licking up. And so we just kind of wanted that little bit more of a torn edge, and so you just want to kind of give it that torn look. And you can decide what kind of tear that you want. If you want, you know, more of the white showing, or just a little bit of the edge showing. I don't like to run my hands across my stamped image very much, so just kind of grab it and kind of pull it. Figure out which part you want. So it doesn't have to be perfect, and that's usually kind of my thing. I don't like them perfect, so that's why everybody's is going to be a little bit different on there. But that's what makes it unique and makes it yours, is yours is going to be different than everybody else's. So there's never stop looking up. And then you can take your bling, and you put your bling where you want to on your wreath. This kind of adds just a little bit. And you put your bling where you want to put your bling, not where I tell you where to put your bling. I wanted mine down there. And so there it is. There is your beautiful card. And so this is Maria C., the Sizzix lady from it'scheaperthantherapy.com. We have, again, we have the Therapy Style 30, 30% off of all of the Sizzix, Renea, VZ Crafts, Elizabeth Craft, and It's Cheaper Than Therapy. Spend $50 and you get free domestic shipping. Spend $100 and you're going to receive a 10-piece blending brush set. Go to our website, it'scheaperthantherapy.com, and sign up for our email list for exclusive sales, discounts, coupon codes, etc. And then we want you to like, share, and follow us on Facebook, because then you could win up to $100 on giveaways that we do there. So be sure you check us out, sign up for our email list, sign up for our social media, and I hope you enjoyed this project. We're going to show you a couple of other little samples here, and we're going to get ready for part 2.
Hello everybody, this is part 2. We did show you how to do the embossing and how to make that really beautiful card. Never stop looking up. That is just a gorgeous, gorgeous card. The dies and everything are by Sizzix, and the stamps and all of that, and we just really love this card. So the dimensions, the colors, the cardstocks that we have. But what I wanted to talk to you about is a little bit more about embossing. Excuse me, there are some different ways of doing embossing, and we're going to use this multi-purpose platform, but we're going to go, and it depends on which level that we're going to emboss on. So this is the 3D directions, and basically it shows that you put your paper inside, or your material inside the folder, set it on top of this coral colored platform, and put one clear cutting pad on there rather than the two that you normally would do with your regular regular embossing folders. So sometimes when you're doing embossing with more delicate papers, it may want to over emboss a little bit. So what happens then is you want to open this up, and this is where it kind of gives you an extra layer less of embossing. So if you have thicker material or more delicate material, or if it's doing it too much or not enough, you can kind of adjust those different levels and stuff. So what I'm going to do is we're going to just do some different embossing. And so I'm going to show you the difference in some of the different materials and cardstocks and foil papers and what other different types of embossings there are. So let's get started. Okay, so some of the papers, materials that we're going to try cutting and embossing with is going to be the Renea double-sided foil papers. And when you have the solid sheets on one side, they always have the gold on the other side. And so if you get tired of one, you can always use the other side. So you can always use gold. And so that's one that we're going to use. This is also the Starstruck patterns that we're going to use. And Starstruck has the stars on both sides of the patterns. And so it's not just one color on one side. So here's the gold on top of the copper. And so those are fun that you can use. The other one is the 110 pound. This one is a copper color, and this is our colors that we were using, you know, for the cards. This one is 110 pound. That's a scrap piece that we got there. This one is a textured cardstock. It's about a 65 pound weight. This one still is the 110, as well as the blue. We're just going to do some embossing with different colors and different techniques. And then here is the about an 80 pound weight textured cardstock. Has a little bit of a weave. I don't know if you can see that real well, of the weave that's in there, but it's really pretty. So this is what we're going to use today, and just kind of show you some of the different patterns. Now, if you don't know anything about the 3D folders or the 3D impresslets. Now, impresslets are kind of a fun thing. The impresslets are like a 3D folder, just like this. I'm going to put these side by side. It's like a 3D folder, but it also has a die in there. So it actually cuts and embosses at the same time. And don't take the die out. It's not intended to come out, but it does die cut and emboss at the same time. So we're going to do that one here in just a little bit. And we're going to do some different embossings. Now, I'm going to show you kind of what happens. Let's pick a different folder here. So we're going to do these leaves, so you can see these leaves really well. And so there's a positive side and a negative side. So one is kind of bumpy and the other one is kind of indented. And so I want the blue to show. Actually, let's go with the gold on this one. And I'm going to put my paper down, put it on top of the platform, and then I'm just going to take one of my cutting plates. And these are the glitter ones that we do sell separately. And we're going to, it's kind of tight, so we're going to see how it embosses on this foil paper. And sometimes what you can see, what you can look for, is sometimes if it's doing a little bit of cracking, see how it kind of, it over embossed just in that little area there. So, you know, you could still use it. It would still work. And that's really a gorgeous folder. That really, really is a gorgeous folder. So what I'm going to do is, because it is over embossing a bit, oh, that's really pretty too. That's really a gorgeous folder. I love it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up a little bit, and we're going to take the same foil papers.
let's see, we have a lot of the purple, so I'm going to take one of the purple ones. It's still the same foil paper. We're going to do gold on it, and we're going to fold this down, and we're going to do it on this platform right here. So then that way it doesn't put quite as much pressure. Now when I'm rolling it through, it wasn't quite as hard to kind of put, you know, get it started in there. And what it did not do is it did not cut. It didn't cut on those things. And so it's actually turned out really, really beautiful. And so it's just, you got to be really careful with the really delicate ones, okay? So that's one way how you can use the foils. So let's use one of these guys here. So this one is the Starstruck. And since we're on the foil paper, we're going to keep it on this level right here. But one of the things that it could depend upon your machine a little bit. So the Big Shot, the fold away has just that little bit more pressure in there than it does with the regular Big Shot. And they did that some with the platforms. Now some of your multi-purpose platforms, this right here, you can't feel it, but you can see a line here and there. It's actually just a hair thicker in that middle area. Look at that. That's beautiful. Isn't that pretty? That's really pretty. So when you do the foils compared to, or the Starstruck compared to the solid foils, you get a completely different look. You know, it's just a completely different look. And so it's the same weight and it's the same papers, but it's just a little bit different. So let's do that same folder on a regular textured cardstock. So we're just going to pick this, let's go over here. We're going to pick this 65-pound weight cardstock, and we're going to put it in here. And since it's just a regular cardstock, it's not quite as delicate, I should say, then I'm going to actually emboss it on this #1 platform, the #1 tab. And I'm going to run it through there. I'm going to move all this paper here just a little bit. So is everybody having a good time today? Okay, so it's a softer look because of the make of the paper. It's going to pick up the embossing and it's going to do a really good job. Now this is where you can take inks and you know, powders and all different kinds of things and kind of hit it up a little bit on there. Gosh, it's really delicate. I love this embossing folder. This is the first time I've used this one and I love it. Love it, love it. Okay, so now we're going to change embossing folders. And I'm going to go into the snowflake. And if you notice that the snowflakes, the jeweled snowflakes, they're a lot more pokey. You know, there's a lot more pokey and things like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up because I'm going to go to a thicker cardstock. I'm going to take this 110-pound weight. Now because it's thicker, I don't want the holes to poke through. Okay, so it's the same color on each side. Oops, it wants to stay open. So let me put that in there. It's the same color on both sides. And then I tend to always put the folder in on the fold side, not the open side. So it always grabs the fold side first rather than grabbing the open side. That way you can assure that nothing is gonna mess up your folder. There's always room for error on everything that we do by hand. And isn't that just beautiful? Now, if you have papers that are that have a white core center on them, which means that if you tear it, it has a white core. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tear this one, and it has a solid core. So if you emboss it and knock off the top of the embossing with like sandpaper, it's not going to do a whole lot for you. Let me grab this other paper here really quick, and I'll show you what that means. Okay, so this is what it means, is this one here, let's tear it. You see, it's like a solid core, but it's a lighter color on the inside. It's not the same color of the die. And so when you emboss it, let me show you.
And this is one of the color patterns that we brought in from the Maria's Surprise Sizzix Craft Box. And you get these 6x6 cardstocks, and you also get this little sandpaper. Why did they give you the sandpaper? Well, we're about to find out. So let's take this, and there's kind of a smoother side on one side, and then there's a more textured side. So always decide where you're going to want it. So usually on the back side of the Sizzix and Ellison logo, and then put this face down, because we want the holes here to push the paper in to these holes and then emboss it. So you're kind of looking at the bottom of the paper. Let's take this through and emboss it, and then I'll show you what it means when we kind of knock off the top of it there. And you can kind of see a little bit how it, you know, made that a little bit wider, which is kind of cool. And then so you can take your little sandpaper, or you can have little tools, and you can just knock off the top of it. So you can just lightly do it. I'm barely putting any pressure on there because I just want to hit the tops of them. And you can knock that off, okay? So then your embossing becomes just a little bit more prominent, and you can see that more. Isn't that pretty? So that's what you have, like a white core or lighter core, color core, cardstocks in that too. So that one's really pretty as well. I love the snowflake one. So what I wanted to do too is we're going to emboss using the impresslets. And so we've done the 3D folders in some different papers. Oh, I wanted to do this thicker cardstock too that we have. And so this is an 80-pound cardstock that we have, and then this is a 110-pound cardstock that we have. And I wanted to try this rose, and so I thought it was really pretty. And so this is the side that I want the embossing on. And I'm going to fold that over. And since it's a pretty thick piece of cardstock, again, I'm going to just use the very last level. When you get into some of the thinner ones, all right. So even the deboss side is really beautiful. And this is with our copper. This is our 110-pound weight metallic copper. And that's just stunning, 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 stunning. And then I'm going to do the 85-pound weight. And since this is much thinner, I'm not sure if I want to use the very bottom layer. So sometimes you want to just test out your papers and just kind of see what's going on. You can put a little scrap piece in there and emboss it in a very particular area to see how it does. And so sometimes it's a little trial and error because there's different machines, different platforms, and things like that. And that's just gorgeous. And I did that on the level 1. So I made it just a little thicker by flipping that over. And we had a gorgeous, I like the deboss side too as well. That's really fun. That's really fun. So let's do an impresslet. Okay, so this is an impresslet. It's a 3D impresslet, and I'll show you a sample here towards the end. And it is that die that has the embossing folder, 3D folder that has the die in it. Let me get my words right. So we're just going to fold that over like we normally would. We're going to put it on top of the platform. We're going to do it just like what we did with the 3D folders. The difference is it has that die in there. So again, you're going to have to depend upon which level you're going to put it on by what material that you're wanting to cut and emboss at the same time. Let me get my little die pick here. There it is. So we're just going to get the little die pick. Just get that little guy out of there. There's no little holes on the other side. Okay. So look at that. That's really gorgeous. So it has the die and the embossing folder in there. And again, you can use the deboss side or the emboss side. Let me show you that sample. Look at that.
And you can do, this one was done with the green, and then it was kind of with those gilding inks and stuff that you can kind of rub on top of the color just to give it a little bit more. Look at that. I know I keep saying stunning and gorgeous, but they are. They're absolutely gorgeous. Okay, so let's do another embossing. Okay, so then the next embossing that we're going to show you is how to use the emboss and transfer set. Now this is a set that comes together, and it has the silicone rubber and the impressions pad in it. And if you notice, there's different ways of using the silicone rubber and the impressions pad. We do sell the silicone rubber and the impressions pad separately, but we also sell it in this emboss and transfer set. That way you do get both of them. Sometimes we run out of one versus the other one. And so if you notice that there's just a way that you can just use embossing. So if you wanted to emboss with the dies that have the holes in them, that have the little edge around there, you know, other brands and stuff like that too, and Sizzix, you can emboss the actual, you can die cut the die, and then you can do the embossing of the middle part of it. There are ways here that you can actually take the die and you could do like the debossing into it. This is like debossing, or you can do embossing into the cardstock without actually doing the cutting. So you can get a completely different look. So this is the silicone rubber and the impressions pad. And they have this impressions pad. It's a hard one. It's not the same thickness as the clear cutting pads, and you don't want to use it as the same way as the clear cutting pad. You want to do it for the directions that it says. And so this is how, if you want to emboss the die itself after you get done cutting it, or just embossing it, is by putting a clear cutting pad down. Then you're going to take your die. Let me grab a die here. Let's say we're going to do the spider web. Okay, we're going to do a spider web. Then you would take your cardstock, whichever cardstock that you want to use. And I think that I'm going to do this silver one. Now this is a thicker cardstock, so we're going to probably get a little bit of a different look just because of the thickness of it. Then you'll take the silicone rubber, and what I'm doing is you can always see which way you're working on things by putting it on here and then keeping pressure down. So I'm holding this down more with my thumb, and then I take the silicone rubber on top, still holding things down with my thumb, and then the impressions pad, still holding things with my thumb. If you don't know if it moved, flip it over and you can see, but we're going to keep it upward. So that way it's not going to cut into the paper, but we're going to find out how much pressure it does. So you can hear it cutting. You can hear a little bit of the cracking, right? That's because it's such a thick, thick paper. And it's just breaking, it kind of cut just a hair, a little bit into it, but not really that much. And it actually looks pretty cool. And so let's do it again with the same paper, but we're going to do it on the other level of platform. So that's with the silver 110-pound weight. And we're going to do the same thing. You guys remember the layering process? We're going to do the clear cutting pad. We're going to do the die. And then now we've got the cardstock. So we've used that die a lot, so I'm going to make sure that I keep my thumb on there, keep the pressure. And then take the impressions pad and put it on top of that. And the machine does roll both ways. I'm just going to run it through this way. And you can find that if you don't like the embossing the way that it does, you can do something else to the paper, and I'll show you that. See? And look at that. So here it is embossed. So you can actually emboss with your dies, or you can deboss with your dies. It depends upon what the look is that you want. So you can either emboss or you can deboss with your dies. Now, I'm going to find a die where you can cut it and then you can actually do the embossing around the edges. Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is how you can actually take the embossing, and if you don't have an image that is really embossing the way that you'd really, really like it to be. So let's take this one, and we're going to actually do two different ones here. So we're going to take our clear cutting pad and the silicone and rubber. And take the clear cutting pad, and we're going to take the die and then the cardstock down, the silicone rubber, and then the impressions pad. And I'm just going to lay it on there real nice. So you'll start getting your own feel for it. And then here's the impressions pad. And I'm doing it on the last level because I just want it lightly embossed. And so I just changed the design a little bit. Look at that. Actually, it embossed really, really nicely. So this is the embossed side. So you can take that and do some really nice things. But if you got the right kind of paper that is not embossing like you would like it to, you can actually take a little spritzer and spritz the pattern or the cardstock, and then it'll weaken the fibers of the paper. So then you can get more of a clear, defined edges on your embossing. And I kind of did that with this spider web. So if you notice that in these areas here, in some of them, it's not very defined along the edges, more defined in the middle. But when you spritz it, it's still a little bit on the wet side. And when you spritz it, it's very defined all the way around. So, you know, that's what you can kind of do. So you can kind of play around a little bit. If I'm doing suede and leather, that's the other thing that I like to do is to kind of spritz it just a little bit too. It really picks up the embossing beautifully. So let's do one more embossing. Okay, so we're going to do the regular powder embossing, which is called wet embossing. So before we go, I just wanted to show you what our show specials are again. Spend over $50, get free domestic shipping. Therapy Style 30. You spend $100, you're going to get a free 10-piece blending brush set. That's a huge value right there. Check out our website, our Facebook page. We want you to like, share, and follow us. You could win up to $100. And then also sign up for our email list. You can get special codes and discounts in that on the website. So I'm going to turn this over and we're going to actually use this. And so what I want to do is these are the embossing powders and stuff from SSBE, and there's 20 different colors, actually 23 when you include the set, you know, of these three. So you got the silver, clear, and then the gold. And so you just want to take your embossing ink pad and just get your impression. And you can't really see anything yet right now. Let's see where it went. There it goes. So you can use little coffee filters if you want. Sometimes you can kind of knock it off with your fingers just to get the excess off. And then this is the SSBE heat tool. And so it has two different settings. So you can find out which setting works the best for you. And I kind of let it get warmed up a little bit before I bring it into the embossing part. And I just do kind of like a little circular motion. And I kind of put it up to the light so that you can tell when it does the embossing. So if you have more to do, you can always do the heat on there, turn it up if you want. Or if you have more delicate, you can see the sparkle on that really starting to come out. And then this is the higher setting, is this right here. I kind of like the lower setting because you can just take your time with it until you get kind of used to it a little bit. But you can really see the sparkle starting to come out once you have it embossed. And they have just this little shimmer sparkle to it. And it also has this little stand so you can keep the end of it from, you know, getting off there. And so let's see if we can get that light on there for you. And so like I said, there's these 20 different colors. And I'm going to move the gun and I'm going to actually take this embossing powder and I'm going to put it back in the jar so we can save it. So this will last you a long, long time. It's pretty fine embossing powder. And then, like I said, it has all of these yummy colors. I'm going to set them out here really quick so you can see them all. And don't forget that there's also the glitters that SSBE has. We also have the VZ Crafts glitters. We also carry the sequins and beads, all of those fun essential things that SSBE has, and all of the embellishments and everything. So here are 20 wonderful colors.
And like I said, you can get the 30% off of those, and that's an additional 30% off too. And this one is, let me see the name on it. I thought it was that one, Bluebell. Isn't that just really pretty? I'm gonna say it again, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. We wanna thank you all again for joining us today for the It's Cheaper Than Therapy Mega Make It Take Extravaganza. You guys all have an awesome day. Have so much fun. Thank you again for joining us. And don't forget to do some fun, awesome shopping. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. And Miss Maria from It's Cheaper Than Therapy, boy, she came through big time this time, didn't she? Like always.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you know, gosh, the card, it started out with this beautiful shimmer shiny paper.
Gorgeous.
And, you know, you don't think of fall really as shimmer shiny, but gosh, this for this beautiful card turned out
It's
so
like
awesome.
perfection.
Yes, and the you know, we have the embossed this cream colored paper that's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And when she was cutting out the wreaths, you know, and you know, she showed like with some of the smaller intricate, I said it right, dies that you sometimes have to run those through a couple times. Not always, but you know, if you want to be sure, and then picking out all those little parts. But one thing that I really loved about the wreath die and how she did this is the layering, and how just layering that, it literally looks like, you know, a straw wreath, you know,
for sure.
And how she, I don't know, I've not tried this only because I don't know if I would or not, but how she showed, you know, with putting these small items down, getting the adhesive, and she put a little bit on her arm to put it down there. So, which is, I think that's a great technique, just because, you know, you don't want the adhesive to shine through, but you still want it to stick. So, and it's good, like on this wreath, that, you know, you don't want it plastered all the way down either. You want to give it a little oomph, you know. And then the cute little birdie, and how, you know, she used the pop dots to pop that out and everything. And then, you know, I always have trouble tying the little bows and everything, but that just kind of topped it right off. And then just adding that little bit of bling just adds to it. So just an adorable little birdie card that we looked at, and Vicki was saying that she thought this kind of looks like Mom's, doesn't it?
It does. It looks like my mom would love
yes.
that. And I was even thinking, wouldn't that be so pretty at like Thanksgiving for place cards?
Oh, yes, for sure. Name,
yes. You know, there on that, and they just
where the sentiment is, you could put. Oh, that would be adorable. So you could use this all fall.
Yeah, for sure. So pretty.
That's awesome.
So once again, It's Cheaper Than Therapy. So much greatness on the website. There's just so much. I love the Rania paper.
Yes.
All the different packs of paper and the colors, and how Maria demonstrated the impress slits, and she ran it through, and how that embossing folder of the leaves on the different metallic papers were like so beautiful. I just think, my gosh, that it just looks like so pretty. Like, I don't know, like
it just makes
beautiful jewelry on paper.
Yeah,
it's just so amazing. So the impress slits, not only do they emboss, but they cut at the same time. So if you have like like she had a beautiful ornament, that's so simple. And to say you have to, make 100 Christmas cards.
Yes.
Well, that's something that just looks so
Oh, yeah.
impressive, and it wouldn't be so hard to do that many because it just looks so pretty with the paper, and then it cut it and it embossed it. That's really nice. So.
And and when you cut and use a product like that, or it's so nice. When you put it on your project, and it's like an accomplishment because it does look so beautiful.
Right? So, it's so true. Yeah. And I think that I will do that when I'm watching like Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
I'll just be
or the Mega Make Take.
Yes. But like with my things, I just like to be busy all of the time. Yes. So. I loved that she showed all the different embossing on different types of paper.
Yes.
And different things. So how you would use the mats or the embossing folders and what the different stacks on the big shot.
That's so important to be able to do.
Very, very good instruction because I'm always guesstimating and I always feel like I'm about to break my big shot.
Yeah.
So that was really informative.
Yeah. Well, and I have gotten things stuck in a big shot before because
I've seen that. Yes. I have actually witnessed that.
So that is really important because there are so many folders and dies and plates and you want to make the sandwich right.
Exactly. So. Yes, the sandwich. So Sizzix also has a heat tool. And I'm in the market for a new heat tool. I think I was gifted mine that I had from my sister-in-law so many years ago.
So it's time.
So Sizzix does have a cool. So there just has so many wonderful things. Maria Surprise Box is still available.
Oh, those are so fun.
Yeah, so
packed full.
Elizabeth Craft Designs, Karen Bernston, Riley and Company, Renia. These are some of the companies that
Tim Holtz.
Yes, there's so much. So let me go ahead and let you know what It's Cheaper Than Therapy's show special is. 30% off all Sizzix.
Yes.
Renia, VZ Crafts, Elizabeth Craft Design, and It's Cheaper Than Therapy. If you spend $100, you're going to receive a 10-piece blending brush set.
Oh, that is nice because you get all those different sizes.
Yes. And you spend over $50, you will receive free domestic shipping. And the code is TherapyStyle30.
There you go. Awesome. Great special, great products, and great project. Thank you, Miss Maria from It's Cheaper Than Therapy. So now we're going to have an awesome project from the great folks from Quick Quotes. So we'll be right back.
Hi everybody, it's Stacy from Quick Quotes Scrapbook Company, and I'm super excited to be here with you today for the Mega Make and Take. We have our autumn tag book that we're going to be doing today, and you probably already have that out in front of you if you had pre-ordered the Mega Make and Take box. I'll show you what we're doing here today. Simple kit, but we are going to be working with some Powder Puff chalking inks. We actually gave you a Powder Puff chalking ink in your kit, and there are lots of colors that go really well with this. So you have a brown shade in there, and you can do it all the browns you want, or you could add some color to it too. We have some of our fall colors out in front of us here. We also will be going over some of the deals that we have for you today. These are some of our favorite fall colors in front of us. And our deal today is save 20% on all regular priced items on our website, and you get a free page kit if you spend $40 or more. But we will go over that later. We are going to get started on our make and take for the day. You probably have your kit right in front of you, but I have the kit here, and I'm going to get set up with it overhead so you can see how I put it together, and you can follow me step by step. Okay, so we are set to do our make and take. You should have your autumn tag kit out in front of you if you're following along. And if you are following along, put in the comments where you're watching from. We would love to know where all of these kits went when we shipped them out to Scrapbook Expo and they sent them on. So say hi in the comments. We would love to hear from you. Your kit should include a direction sheet. You can see here there's step-by-step instructions, and if you were to ever purchase a kit from Quick Quotes, we always have very detailed step-by-step color picture instructions in each kit that we do. You can see here in our page kits, there's a very large color picture that you can go by, and then on the back of this sheet there is step-by-step instructions, so we try to make it very easy to put our kits together. So you should have your instructions sheet. This is your tag sheet. I have these punched out. I haven't punched out the middle yet. And then you should have your white backers for your tags, plus your little fall embellishments, your autumn word and some leaves, and your ribbon to tie it all together at the end. So go ahead and start punching out your pieces. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. You want to make sure that you save all the pieces that you punch out. We're actually going to use the rectangle pieces out of the center here. And then, oh, in your kit also there is a strip like this as well. And in a little bit we are going to cut that into 3 pieces so that we make more of these photo backers for our tags. So go ahead and get everything punched out. In this Make and Take, we don't use these round pieces, but we always say hang on to things because you might have something to use it for later if it's nice big pieces like this. And in a lot of our kits, we actually tell people don't throw away something that may look like scraps, because a lot of times we actually use the negatives from die cuts or little pieces that you may think that just look like scraps, but we try to work them into the kit somewhere. So we have our tags here. And if you don't have photos to put into your Make and Take, no worries. It's just now starting to be fall, so you may not have your fall photos taken yet. So we are going to put this together so that you can add photos to it later. You can see I don't even have mine here. It's my adorable son here on the front. That was 2 years ago, actually. He's so grown up from then. Okay, so once you have everything punched out, also in your kit you have a powder puff chalking ink. We sent everybody a shade of brown. So some people may have Mocha Mama, some people may have Barn Board. That one has a little red in it. Some people have Latte, Butter Pecan, Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary is kind of a red also. Mocha Mama here. Let's see, what other, oh, Tiramisu. Tiramisu is a really nice fall color. It's a little bit orangey brown color. Once you have everything punched out, we are actually going to cut this one sheet of paper here, this one strip of paper that you have in your kit, and we are going to make 3 more backers. So what you want to do is put it into your trimmer, and we are going to cut it at, it's 2 3/4 inch wide, so we are going to cut it at 3 3/4 inch. So put it into your trimmer and go to 3 3/4 inch. Trim that down and you have another backer. Go again to 3 3/4 inch. Trim that down. And you have 2 more backers here. And that's really, in this kit, the only cutting that you have to do. In some of our kits, there's a little more. We try to do most things that are pre-cut for you, so it's nice and easy to put together. So when you have everything punched out, you'll want to chalk up anything that you feel you want to add a little bit of color to. This paper is our gorgeous Board Basics line, and it has lots of fall colors already in it. So if you want to chalk up the edges of this, you go right ahead. But you also can, I'm just going to show you here how we put these down. So I'm just putting a little adhesive just at the top for right now, because if you want to add your photos later, you'll be able to lift these right up and add a photo later and then glue down the edges. So you'll want 3 that have the rectangle frame on it and 3 that have the oval frame on it. And if you want to do your chalking after you get this on, that's a good way to go too, because you could chalk up these white edges to whatever color you want to add. So again, we're just gluing just the top, unless you have your pictures to go ahead and put in. And before I glue these down, I want to show you how you can use your frame to get your picture the size that you would want to put into your frame. So if you're doing an oval, I would take one of these oval circles and put it right over where you want to get his little face in there. And then I would trace with a pen right around the outside. And then when you lift this up, you're going to want to cut just on the outside of where you traced. You want to leave just a little bit of space there, because you need enough space so that you can glue it to the back of this. So you can trace around here, and then you want to cut just on the outside, and it doesn't have to look pretty. You just have to leave a little bit of space so that you have room to glue it down. And a lot of times I'll use a glue pen so that I can be a little more detailed. So I go right around the outside of this. You can see I'm not being too pretty with it here, because you won't see the back once it gets onto your frame. And then I put a little glue with my glue pen around here, put it right over my picture, and then you can glue it right onto your tag. So I'm not adding pictures now, but when you do, that's an easy way to go. So save the insides there. So this kit is fairly simple to put together. We do a lot of kits that have fancier techniques and some folds and some page kits that we do little mini books that go on the front of the page protectors. Lots of different styles and techniques that we have in our kits. But today we're just working on something that we can get done in under 20 minutes and you have a cute little project finished. Okay. Once you get all your tags together, we're going to use some of our Powder Puff chalking inks. I think I'm going to use, I have Tiramisu. My new favorite is, my new favorite is Pumpkin Pie. So I'm going to just take some of my leaves here and some of my Autumn Word, and I'm going to chalk them up. I just hang on to this however it's comfortable for you. It does have a little groove here so that you can put your thumb in it if you like to hold it this way. It has little tails here on the end so that you can get into little cracks and easily get more detailed die cuts all colored up. So see how that leaves just a really bright, gorgeous orange color. I think I'm going to do the other big leaf in Pumpkin Pie. And if you want to, let us know in the comments what colors you are using on your project. I think I'll use Bloody Mary too. You can see in our sample here, we've used Pumpkin Pie and Bloody Mary over the top of it, so it makes a really nice, rich red color. So I'm going to do a little Bloody Mary also. And if you want to, we sent you one ink, so you can, if you have just one, it looks just as good if you do all one color. But if you have extra colors, go ahead and add some other colors to it as well. So once you get all of these inked up the way that you want them, I'm going to use some tiramisu on here also. So our Powder Puff chalking inks, they are very, they go on wet, they're a very soft look, they dry very quickly, so that you can easily get them on your page without them smearing, but they just leave a soft look of chalk without kind of the mess of chalk. So with this autumn piece, I think I'm going to do the top with Bloody Mary. And I'm going to do the bottom with tiramisu. You can do it all one color, you can mix and match. If you are going to use two different colors, you'll probably want to use the lighter color first so you don't mix your ink pads. And then your autumn piece for your first page, I would just put glue, if you don't have your picture in yet, I would just put glue just on the bottom of the autumn piece. And I would glue it down to there. And then you want to take one of your large leaves and a small leaf, which I didn't get inked up here. Use latte. Add that here. And I should be using a glue pen. I don't have one over here right now, but you can see how this all goes on. And what we did, if you see in your instructions, we used all the embellishments on the round one. So it goes every other frame. So you start with the oval. The next one is a rectangle. The next one is an oval that we added embellishments to. Then we went rectangle, oval, rectangle. So we'll get all of these decorated up. Go ahead and glue those down, and you're going to, if you don't have your pictures in yet, go ahead and make sure you get it on this outside frame. I think I'll use the red here, and then the orange here. And our directions, they're just kind of a guide. If you have another idea of how you would like yours to look, you go right ahead and doll it up however you feel you like it. So once you have all of your embellishments on, we're just going to layer these up, and then we'll tie a ribbon in the top of it. Oh, somebody just handed me a glue pen. I'm just going to go glue these down real quick. And if you have used our Powder Puff chalking inks before, let us know in the comments also. We always try to let people know how easy they are to use and how many fun colors there are, but there's nothing better than to hear it straight from somebody who has used them before. And if you have a favorite color that I haven't mentioned here that would work good with this, add that in the comments as well. And if you do like this kit, it's a very easy kit to put together for a gift. We will have this on our website for $8.99. And that's just the kit. You guys got an extra Powder Puff chalking ink in yours for ordering it through Stamp and Scrapbook Expo Mega Make and Take. But on the website, we will have the kit that you could purchase for $8.99 as well. It's just a fun, easy one to put together. So once you have these all together, you alternate oval, square, oval, square, oval, square, and then we will run our ribbon through. And what I did was just tie a loose knot. You leave a little bit of space there so that you're able to flip the pages. And then take my scissors, I fold this in half, make a little dovetail. And then on the back, you can use all of these little photo backer pieces to glue right onto the back. And if you wanted to chalk up these white tags, you'll want to do that before you put your ribbon in. But you can do these all different colors throughout here, some really nice fall colors. But each one of these get a photo backer glued to the back. And I'm going to actually chalk this one up here. I'll put this one on. And I'm going to chalk these up a little bit before I put that on. Sorry, did that a little bit backwards. But if you already have that tied on, you can do it that way too. I just wanted to chalk these a little. So I'm using Bloody Mary again. And it has kind of a deep red. And our Powder Puff chalking inks, they're good for stamping as well. They leave a soft kind of chalky look on stamps, but they do work on stamps as well. I'm going to go ahead and use a little bit of amaretto over the top of that. I love that. So it just leaves a nice soft chalky fall color on there. So once you have all of those chalked up, tie this in the top. And then you have your fun little tag book here. Super simple. It uses our barn board paper line, which I will show you all the pieces in that paper line. So if you wanted to do something else in that paper line as well. So I hope you enjoyed that make and take. What you have left over is a 12 by 12 piece of chipboard that we added in there just to make the kit sturdy. So when it shipped to you, it wasn't getting bent. But I wanted to show you something that you could do, because you also have this fall laser cut, die cut that we sent to you as well. What I'm going to do here with this extra piece of chipboard, because we do not like to just throw anything away, I'm going to cut that at 6 inches. Cut this at 6 inches. And you can easily make another little book out of this. So here's one of the other papers from the barn board line. This is really rich purple color. I love it. I'm going to cut this at 6 inches. Put them together. 6 inches again. Then I'm going to alternate here. And this makes this super easy. Take your crocodile, make a hole here at the top, and get them all in there. I don't know if I can do all of these at one time. There we go. And then pull another ribbon through. And this could be a whole nother book that you have from that same kit. Tie a little knot. Just kind of something fun to use your extra scraps on. So again, this was a pretty simple kit, but a lot of the kits that we do are a little more involved, but super easy to put together with our step-by-step instructions, and a lot of them have different techniques in it. And this chipboard looks really great chalked up as well. Lots of colors of Powder Puff chalking ink, so if you liked using that one that we sent in your kit, we probably have about 50 other colors that you can choose from as well. You can see how easy they are to use. I'm also going to use our little fall piece here that we gave extra. And I'll show you, I'm going to use a little stamp. Do an all over stamp, and that just kind of gives it a little texture. You could use this for your other book here. So I hope you enjoyed the Make and Take. And I hope you get some great fall pictures to put in it to finish it off. Thanks so much for joining us, and we will be back with our specials for the event, and it's 20% off of all regular priced items. You use fall 15 code. Go to shopquickquotes.com, and if you spend over $40, you will get a free page kit if you order by October 20th. Hi everybody, welcome back. We had a little change of scenery here, and we are going to let you know about some of our deals and some of our upcoming events. We are very excited to announce that we have a one-day event on November 7th, so it's a Saturday. And we will be doing, Patsy will actually be doing, most of you know Patsy from classes, from conventions and stuff like that, or some of our live classes that we've done too. She will be, on November 7th, she will be teaching a full day of classes, and I wanted to show you real quick what those classes were because she has some really fun techniques. So at the November 7th one-day event, Quick Quotes will be teaching these classes. We have a double page layout, and there's some fun techniques there. This is the second page. This is some fun colors using our Delight and Popsicle line. Second page. And at this event, everything will be live. We will have door prizes to give away. You get a thank you gift when you sign up. This is kind of a fun little technique over the top of your page protector. Extra pictures can go in there. This flips up for another photo. Some really fun classes for you. And then there's also another little box class here that we'll be teaching. So you get actually 4 classes at the November 7th event. And you also get a thank you gift from us, and you get lots of chances for door prizes. The event is only $49, and you get classes all day, thank you gift, and when you sign up for it, your name goes into a drawing so that you can get door prizes as well. So November 7th, you can sign up on our website, shopquickquotes.com, and you go to classes and events, and it is the November 7th bundle. So check that out. We also have, if you like our kits and you like the paper that we used in our Make and Take earlier, We also have our Club Q monthly shipment. You can sign up for Club Q, and these are the kits that you would be getting this month. So you get option A, you get 2 double page layouts. So here's the second layout. And if you like the altered projects like the tag books and picture frames and calendars and cards and stuff like that, you can sign up for the Ultimate Combo, which always comes with a large altered project and a smaller altered project. You can see here it has tags that come out the end. So this is one of the kits. If you were to sign up for Club Q, this is what you would get in your October shipment. There's a small one here too. Oops, I've got it upside down. So if you sign up for our Ultimate Combo on Club Q and become a member, you will also get the 20% off of your first shipment. The deal this weekend is 20% off all regular priced items. If you sign up for Club Q, that also goes towards your first shipment of Club Q as well. So, also with the page layout option is $19.99 plus shipping. Shipping is $8.99 fee, just flat rate. The Ultimate Combo is $49 for all 4 projects, plus you get an extra pack of paper, ribbon, vellum, extra stuff every month. And in your first shipment, if you sign up in the next 2 days, you get 20% off your first shipment, plus you get a 12 pack of assorted powder puff inks. So right there, that's a $39 value. And if you sign up for Club Q in the next 2 days, you get the 20% plus the 12 pack of assorted inks as well. And it's not necessarily, it's just a random assorted pack, but you get lots of fun colors in there. So you can check out our website, shopquickwidows.com, and if you're interested in Club Q, there's lots of benefits. So check it out. If you sign up this weekend, you get to get some extra deals for that. And now I will talk about some of the things that you can get with your 20% off deal this weekend. So for until the 20th, you'll get 20% off if you use code FALL15. And any of our new papers, our regular price kits, any of that stuff you can get at 20% off. If you liked the paper, the brand new paper that we used in the Make and Take earlier, we have that in a paper pack that just got put on our website just a couple days ago. And you can see here, this is this is Board Basics. And it has some gorgeous fall colors, some tans, some deep blues, really rich purple colors. This one is brand new, just on our website. And then we also have From Afar. This paper pack is a travel paper line, but it has some gorgeous papers to be able to use for fall as well. Some great fall colors in there. And I want to show you real quick just my favorite paper in this one. I love this one. So if you have some travel pages that you need to make, there's some nice prints on here for travel. So also with your special this weekend, any purchase of $40 and more, if you put in the Fall15 code, you will get a free kit, free double page layout, and I'll show you which one you'll get here. So if you spend $40 or more, this will automatically be put into your shipment if you use the code Fall15. And it's a really fun kit to put together. And then here are some of the seasonal kits that we have that might work well for you if you are looking for some fall kits or going into winter. These are on our website as well at regular price, so you would get 20% off of that. There's a December kit. This one is back to school, and it is back to school for 2020, which looks a little different this year for most people. So it says virtual classes, online, homeschool, the year of 2020. So this has this works for a lot of people right now because a lot of kids are at home for school. Here is an October, more traditional colors. And here's a November kit. And then here is an October kit. So all of these are on our website. And also the tag book that we did for our demo earlier, this will be on our website for $8.99. So you get all the pieces, directions, everything is in there for you. And if you use the code FALL15, and when you check out, you'll save 20%. And if you spend over $40, you get the free double page layout. So check out the events, because we would love to see you on November 7th live on the Quick Quotes Scrapbook Company Facebook page. And check out Club Q. And if you are a Club Q member, wave and let us know in the comments. Let us know where everybody's watching from. We'd love to say hi. Thanks for watching, and we will see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody, and Miss Vicki, they'll tag your it. What a great tag, little mini tag book.
So cute.
It is, and you know, and I want to make sure I get the paper right. It's the Board Basics paper line that the tags are made out.
I love it.
And it just has that, gosh, that textured look.
It screams fall.
It did. And you know what? I love Quick Quotes. They always make it so great and easy to use. So you always get these little almost pre-punched, pre-cut out parts and pieces. And you know, they were showing when they were taking the tags apart, you know, to use the frames, and when you were putting your book together, to use like an oval frame and then the rectangle frame, and to save the inside, because you're able to decorate the backs as well using those parts. So you're using all the little parts and pieces on there. And of course, they're great chalking inks.
Best.
And I know some of you got, I think it was called the pumpkin pie. Oh, I think I can smell the pumpkin spice in that right now. So,
yes.
But you know, just distressing those sides like they do, that just always, you know, adds, especially to a project like this. And once again, it's something that you don't have to do if you don't like. If you want the, you know, the white to show, that's fine. But she used even some different colors, mixed colors, because these do go on, excuse me, wet, but they do dry quick, which is really nice. You don't have to sit there and wait. So by the time you get around your, you know, do your one color on your tags, you go around, and then you get even a different color that, you know, it's not just a brown or a red or what have you. Mix them and get a different color. So don't be afraid to kind of chalk outside the box, I guess, so to speak, and try that. And then they have the cute little ribbon on the top, and to make sure when you do these little books to leave some space, because you're going to be adding things in there. And
that girth.
Exactly. Yeah, because you know, you want to fill that with all your fall fun.
For sure.
And the sentiments, you know, she did, and the leaf, you know, just adding that little bit of distressing on there.
I love it.
Or color, we could even say. And then, gosh, you always get a bonus with Quick Quotes. You get fall, because you'll be able to put that on a page, or maybe even in a little mini book as well. So wonderful project, and just love Miss Patsy and Miss Stacy and all of them. So once again, another great family business. So
that's so
awesome. And I know we always like to shop with them too.
Yes. Now, they're like, again, I know I say this every time, but there's just so many beautiful layouts on the website. There are so many different paper packs, like Dave was talking about. There, let's see. What I love is these powder puff chalking ink sets. There's a 12 pack. So if you want to just buy all the colors, that's like a really amazing Christmas gift.
Yes, and they're always coming out with the new colors too.
Yes. So like these are so awesome. So look at that. You could either buy the colors individually, like say you really just love the brown tones. You could, buy that.
Or, buy one, try it out. see,
that's true.
Because
Yeah.
once you buy one, you'll want to get that 12 pack
Exactly.
for sure.
So true. And I hope that my kids are once again listening, because I would really love that.
Yes, I hope they are too.
Yes. Uncle Dave also.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. Okay, so there's the Club Q. That's always amazing. Can you imagine getting
a box of goodness
every single month? That is so fun. So look into that if you're looking into a subscription, or that's amazing. There's so many things, Dave. There's the holiday treat boxes, the Christmas piggyback box.
How fun
That
is
was
that?
so cute, just to give to neighbors and just to decorate. I mean, I know I love homemade or handmade gifts. That would be so touching and so easy to do. So look into that if you're looking for some Christmas ideas. This is a good one. There's the beautiful Christmas tags. There's back to school 12 by 12 layouts, and they have the different ones, with all, especially right now. So cute. Christmas truck album, the mini holiday book. They even have a ribbon grab bag.
Oh, wow.
So I love getting surprised with ribbons.
Yes.
I used to belong to a ribbon subscription, so that was really nice. So this is something that you would really love to have.
Yeah.
So there's so much goodness, Dave.
Yeah, and too, what when they were doing their project, Stacy was saying that this is a fairly simple project,
right?
But look how cute.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, and she said, they have all different levels. Some are more detailed, but my goodness, the instructions that you get step by step. It's not like when you get that grill that just has pictures on it.
Right.
So if you want to get some great instructions on all kinds of different levels of projects, you'll want to get with Quick Quotes.
Very good. So you're going to get a free gift with a $40 order, and 20% off all regular priced items using promo code FALL15, and the offer will end on October 20th.
Great. Well, thank you again, Miss Patsy, just love you, and Miss Stacy, and all the great fine folks at Quick Quotes. And it's now time for our project and shopping from Kiwi Lane. We'll be back.
Hi there, I'm Susan with Kiwi Lane Designs. I am the CEO and co-founder here at Kiwi Lane, and I am so excited to be sharing with you a fun class so that we can create these 3 cards. And we're really grateful to be able to partner with Scrapbook Expo and bring this class to you specifically in your home. And so we're going to be making this card right here. It says, "You inspire me," which is great for maybe a friend or a family member or a neighbor, or just anyone in your life that maybe you could just send this card to brighten their day. This card right here has no sentiment on it, which is great because maybe you have a birthday coming up or any other reason. So sometimes having some cards that are just blank with no sentiment actually leaves it open for you to use it in a variety of ways. And then this one right here, it says, "Friends always." So I definitely recommend when we're creating this to be thinking of a friend that is really special and dear to you that you could be sending this card to, and creating with them in mind. I love these little owls. They're so cute. Super, super cute. So those are the 3 cards that we're going to be creating. Now, to create them, the things that you're going to need is the supplies that you should have gotten from Scrapbook Expo, and that is these 3 sheets. So you'll get 3 of the exact same sheets, okay? And then, of course, one of our card sampler packs. Now, this has a variety of different designer templates, and I'm going to show you how easy and simple they are to use. And we're going to play to create these 3 adorable cards. So other than that, you're going to need some basic tools. So a pair of scissors, preferably a nice pair of scissors. Hopefully you have some scissors around, and grab those. I personally recommend ink and a dauber, so whatever version that you might like and need for that. A pencil, basic pencil, nothing fancy there. Some adhesive, and also a paper trimmer, so straight paper trimmer. So whatever version you have for that will work. All right, so let's go ahead and start playing to create. So the first step we're going to do is we're going to just take one of these sheets at a time, all right? And we're going to separate each one of these sections. I find that to be super helpful. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take off this little label strip here really quickly, and then trim down the middle, right? And then just each of these sections here, okay? So we're just gonna go ahead and do a straight cut on each of those. Now this little card that you see here at the bottom, this is just a little recipe card. This is a different type of card that you could create with some of our other designer templates. It's not the cards we're gonna be creating in this class. But I just wanted to show you that because one of the beautiful things is we are gonna be using the same paper for each of these cards that we're creating, but you can see even more options, well, 2 more options using that same paper. So it's really fun because when you play with the designer templates, again, which I'll be showing you here, you can change the look, and it's amazing even using the same paper how that look changes. But you can imagine if you change that paper, the look of it changes as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this last section here, and I'm gonna take off this little bit of bottom part here since I'm already doing some straight cuts. Okay, so I'm gonna keep all of my pieces. These are gonna be my layering pieces. So I wanna keep those all secure in a nice little pile. We're done with our paper trimmer for now, so I'm gonna put that to the side. And this is gonna become our card base, all right? Looks like I have a little strip here that I need to clean up. So it's a good thing I point that out so that if that's the case for you, again, you could just clean that up just a little on yours as well. All right, now we should be good. Okay, so first step is we're gonna take the card base. This is this larger piece that we just trimmed out of the sheet, and we're gonna fold it over, and this is gonna become our, basically our canvas in which we're gonna design our card on top of. Now the first card, I'm just gonna go ahead and pull this one over. We're gonna design this card right here. And so what you're going to need to do is now pull out your card sampler pack here, which has the variety of different designer templates that we are going to be using. And again, we're just gonna be creating these 3 cards, but it's amazing what else you can create with just these designer templates. So have a lot of fun using these for other cards that you might wanna create as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull this out here. Now you get a lot of designer templates inside of this kit. So again, we're barely gonna use them all, but I'm excited to see what you create with them. And so feel free to join us over on our Play to Create group on Facebook. It's Play to Create with Kiwi Lane, so that we can see what other cards that you'll make with these, and I would love to see your finished projects as well. So to start off with, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take our Sincerely 1A, 1B. So you're just gonna see it right here at the bottom. It says Sincerely, and it's 1A and 1B. So you're gonna grab those 2, and we're gonna lay it out on our card base like I showed you. So this allows us to play to create our designs and allow us to visualize a card design. So lots and lots of fun things that you can do with these. Just keep in mind to allow yourself to play. In this case, we are going to be card lifting this design. So I'm just gonna lay them out as I see them here, all right? So just like that, see how quickly that came together? As you can imagine, this is really fun because a lot of the cards that you see, whether that's on our website, or we have lots of fun different idea books. We have this amazing card idea book that you can get on our website that just has tons of different ideas, and yes, even lists the different sets that we use, designer templates. For example, you'll see them listed here on this. So you kind of get the formula, what we used for each of those. And then of course, just an easy way for you to use your scraps of paper and create some fun cards. So definitely make sure to check that out and follow the link provided through this class. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish this card up. So again, we're going to move everything else to the other side, and all we used is the accents 2T, the tags 6T, the rings 1, and the sentiments and strips. So yours should end up looking just like that. Now that we have it designed, we're going to go ahead and trace each of those elements out. So you can see here, this pattern we used, so I'm going to grab this sheet of paper that we just traced out of our sheet, and I'm going to actually lay the little tiny border up on the edge of this paper. Okay, let me move this up a little. Here we go. All right, so first step, you're going to just trace along that edge. And if we had a bigger sheet of paper, I just want to show you this because they actually pair together. So then if say this sheet was bigger sheet, in this case the kit already comes pre-cut in that manner, then all you would do is make a mark right here and then do a straight cut with your paper trimmer. And the beauty of that is that we're just going to cut it once up the middle, and that one cut is going to give us our 2 pieces. All right, now I'm going to save the inking towards the end. Let's go ahead and cut all of our pieces. Now you're going to have a little bit of pencil line. Even I have a little pencil line. I don't use my time to erase those. I'm just going to ink right over it. You know what? Let me go ahead and show you that for this one, and then we'll just ink all the other ones at the same time. So see how you can just ink right over that edges, and it gives everything a nice finished look, hides any blemishes, imperfections, anything like that. So now I just ink all of the edges that are going to show. This top piece will be covered by that middle strip design that we just did there. All right. So that's the piece here. We can go ahead and slide it back. We don't need to adhere anything down yet. We're just going to take each layer at a time. Now this one is the yellow strip here. So probably what I'll do is I'll just lay that down, and again I'm going to trim it up towards the end. So I'm just going to place that in there. That replaces our 2-inch strip. Okay. Now on the tag, we're going to take the tag and our sentiment that you see here, right? And the great thing about the designer templates is they're clear, so you're just going to lay that over and you can see and adjust as needed. If you love stamping, pull out those stamps. If you haven't used your stamps for a while, dust off the cobwebs and pull them out, and you can also make some adorable cards. Again, you can use these over and over again. So we're going to just make the 3 cards, but you can pull out your scraps of paper, pull out your stamps, and put them to good use using this fun design card kit that you just got for this class. All right, so we're going to just do the same step. We're going to trace around the edges now that I have it lined up. So let's say it was a stamp, right? Then of course you could just take a piece of paper, stamp on it, and then take your piece and straighten it at that point and adjust it as needed, and then trace it out. So the same feature here works for the stamping technique. All right, now what I always like to do is I like to kind of detach just the extra pieces if I don't necessarily want to work around them. And then I'm just going to do some quick shortcuts. Now I'm going to give you some cutting tips here, since this is a little bit more intricate. Is you'll notice that my cutting hand is staying stationed and my left hand, or your opposite hand, is guiding it through. So I kind of just allow the paper to kind of guide through my paper, or my cutting scissors, like so, and see that my hand kind of adjust those and move it along. So just something to pay attention to when you're cutting. So for example, maybe you're kind of going like this, right, with your hand, kind of moving it all over. Just try, you know, bringing your other hand in and guiding it through the cuts. So hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, just again, something to be mindful of on that. All right. Okay, now we're going to take our other 2 little pieces we have here. They are double-sided, so if you wish that you wanted to maybe do the green instead of the red, that's completely up to you. Just have a lot of fun with that. So again, I'm going to stick to the card to make it simple. And we're going to trace out the flower on the orange, like so. And I'm going to go ahead and just trace out the ring at the same time. So I'm going to take that outside edge and trace the inside. You don't have to use this as a ring, by the way. You can just use it as a full circle. I'm going to show you how we recommend cutting out the inside of the rings, but you don't have to use it as necessary ring in your designs all the time. So just keep that in mind as well. All right, so we're going to go ahead and again just kind of detach that just so that it guides through our scissors a little bit easier on that. And so I'm going to go ahead and follow that along. So if you're not a big fussy cutter, I don't consider this too fussy though. Again, some of the design or templates are a little bit more intricate than others, but I find it very therapeutic. A lot of it comes down to what scissors you're using as well. So I always call it a test drive, just kind of like how you go for a test drive for a car to kind of figure out which one works for you, what you like, your style, you know, which one you feel good with using, etc. I kind of feel the same way with scissors. So we have 3 different scissors that we recommend personally that we've used on our website. And each one of us has a different one that we like. And when I say each one of us, the co-founders, which is myself, my mother-in-law Debbie, and my sister-in-law Shiloh, we all find that we like different types of scissors, which shows you that we're all a little bit different. So just finding a good pair of scissors that you're comfortable with makes the world of a difference. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut this one out. I couldn't help myself to ink that piece. See, it's just so second nature. It becomes very therapeutic, whether it's through the cutting or the inking. Once you get past that initial designing, it's really just some simple steps, which is very therapeutic. You can put a TV show on, sit in front of a movie, grab a couple scraps and a couple designer templates, and you don't have to haul your whole house to go to a crop or to a fun get together with some friends. So very simple and very productive. You'll be able to accomplish a lot. Okay, so for this ring, one tip that I have, and you'll notice this in a lot of our idea books, is that most of the time when we're using this ring, we have a little bit of a layering hiding it. And what we do is we just clip right in to the center, and then I'm going to cut that center piece out. And then of course where I clipped in to make this inside cut, that will be hiding anyways. So nobody will know the difference at all. So it's again all about kind of keeping that simple. You can use a little X-Acto knife if you wanted to, but like I said, most of the time when we're using these rings, we are layering it with other pieces. So it kind of hides it for you, like so. Let me go ahead and ink the tag. So you're going to want to do the same thing. Just go ahead and ink that edge. Now the one color that we recommend, it's Vintage Photo by Ranger. And the reason why we've settled on this one color is because we found that it works really great with lights, brights, darks, even blacks, you know, color palettes. So it just really kind of blends those pencil lines in as well. But this does not mean that you cannot use any other ink colors that you prefer. So if you want to maybe ink some of this yellow to color with the rest of the color palette, then by all means. It's just we have settled on this one color, which just kind of helps in one area of the creative process, eliminate some decision making. So for me, I just know that it works, and so I kind of stick with the one color. Okay, so now let's go ahead and first adhere our pieces down, and then I'm going to trim that piece off. Okay, so starting with the top piece, you're going to add a little bit of adhesive, right? And then adjust, lay that down. And usually I look at the edge of the card and I'm like, okay, so it's about right there on the edge. Make sure this is straight on your one edge. And again, we can trim that up. Well, I need to trim mine up just a little because my card base, but that's okay. All of that is creative problem solving at its finest. So we're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna come down here. So sometimes I hear people say, well, I don't know where to place them or anything like that. If you designed it, just kind of keep in mind proportionally how far close it was to an edge or different things like that. But for the most part, don't overthink it. Just kind of work with what you got here. And for this, I'm gonna just put it right onto the card base so that I can get the adhesive right to the edge, because I'm gonna trim this piece off. And I'm gonna trim those sides up as well. So that's just gonna go right down the center, and then flip over your card base. And this is all I'm gonna do. So I'm just gonna take my scissors and trim those edges like so. Okay, so you're just gonna trim those off. And then I would, of course, just do a quick inking around the edges. I do love that nice cohesive finish look. So that's also one of the beautiful benefits of just taking a couple minutes and inking your edges. All right, so the next piece is starting with your bottom layer, which is going to be the ring in this case. Add some adhesive, and then we're gonna go ahead and, again, make sure that slit is down towards the bottom, because then we'll be able to cover it. I'm gonna take this next piece, place that right here, and it kind of goes right here in the middle of the ring and slide to the right a little bit, like so. And then as far as your flower goes, you're gonna wanna just, turn it so that it's kind of the U still shows. So you don't wanna cover the U necessarily. So if you need to go over a little bit more on your tag, then I definitely recommend that. And a little bit of my pencil is showing there. So I'm just gonna add a little bit more ink. There we go. Now I am a big fan of pop-up, so I'm gonna add a little bit of pop-up. This is optional. If you want to add pop-up to yours, then definitely recommend it. You wanna be careful, I would say, as far as other thick embellishments. Maybe if you're like, well, why don't I add a brad or something? Just keep in mind, if you are shipping your cards, all of that adds extra postage. So I found that a little bit of pop-up doesn't really add to the postage unless you're going crazy, and depending on how thick your pop-up is. But for the most part, I tend to design with a little bit of pop-up, and it's pretty much standard shipping rates on that. Now we have a lot of different fun options. You get a pick. You could definitely do another owl here. We're gonna do an owl on our other card. So you get to decide. I'm gonna go ahead with the heart, just because, you inspire me speaks from the heart. And you're just gonna follow those lines like so. You're gonna really wanna slow down your cuts when you're doing little circles. I recommend that. You just kind of cut towards the tip. Now, if of course, maybe it's not as perfect cut as you want, you can kind of adjust. As, so like that's a little lopsided for me. So I'm just gonna go back really quickly and I'm gonna get closer to that stitch line, since that stitch line is pretty circular. There we go. And the magic of inking, not only does it hide pencil marks, give it a nice finished look, but it really deceives the eye in a lot of those personal, detailed touches. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a little adhesive, and voila, we're done. That is card number 1. Okay, so hopefully that was pretty simple for everyone. Now we didn't use, you'll notice like I have this little extra in this strip. It wasn't used in this card. You could absolutely open up the inside, and in this case, because we have these extra strips, add little strip down here. Again, I would ink those edges personally, and I'm gonna go ahead and add that. Why not, right? Just a little bit of pop of color inside, and to go along with your personal message. So that's really cute. And then if you want to come back, you could cut again, maybe a couple of those other circles well, let me do it so we can see what it looks like. And then we'll move on to the next card. So again, you don't have to use these. You can toss them in your recycling bin, but I did want to point it out that it's kind of fun sometimes to just use those scraps. Use what you have to its full advantage. Okay? So just a little inside thing there. All right. So let me go ahead and stick our little scrap pile over here. So that is card number 1. Let's go ahead and move to card number 2. So we're going to repeat the same steps. We're going to go ahead and design, trace, cut, ink, replace, same basic steps. Now the first step though, of course, is we have to do a little prepping. So let's go ahead and pull out our paper trimmer again, in this case, and cut off the label strip. Try to get my cuts a little closer this time on this. And here on that. Okay, and again, you don't have to cut each of these sections individually. I just simply trim it up. Now this recipe card, again, is the same as the other one, so you don't need to keep all of them. You can give it to a friend if you want. There are a lot of, you know, show them. Put KiwiLane.com on there, share the love. That would be awesome. And just kind of give somebody, especially if they're not, you know, just getting started with paper crafting or not familiar with it, whether that be scrapbooking or card making or just paper crafting in general. I have found that card making is kind of like not as intimidating, so kind of a good way to bring on some more creative buddies with you. Convert more people, right? We all need more creative buddies to join us in our madness. So let's go ahead and fold this one over. This one is also with the teal on the outside, so keep that on the outside. Let me go ahead and put this up here for a reference as we're doing this. And then we're going to find the designer templates and first design it so that we have what we need in our reach. All right, so and this card, we're going to use the other tiny border set sample that you get in that card kit sampler, and that is the Sentiments 2A and 2B. So we're going to go ahead and grab those. We're going to do the same design of a back-to-back, right? Of course, you can layer these like this. Look how cute that would be. And you could do a strip, squirrel, but I do want to show you just, again, this versatility of playing and adding different layers and how quickly that would come together. So yes, lots of fun, lots and lots of fun. Play, just play, play, play. We all need a little bit of play in our lives. So the key here is to not overthink it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this down here at the bottom, like so. And then we're going to, that's where this orange strip is gonna come into play. And it looks like Explore 6T and the tiny accents 2T is placed right there with the green kind of poking through, and you can offset it. So that's kind of the basic design there on this. If we wanted to change it up, you could put, instead of a strip in the middle, maybe this Adorn 1A kind of instead. And you could do different colors. I will change this one up, so just so you can see versatility. But if you love this, stick to this design. I'm gonna just shift it just a little bit so that we can play a little bit. All right. Okay, so first thing first, again, we're gonna take our bottom layers, our borders. Now I wanna show you on these cards how they're getting these opposites here. So same thing, we're gonna take our sheet of paper here, and just like they layer together, if it's double-sided, then that's where you can flip it and have these two different patterns represented. So we're just gonna take one of our pieces, line it up on the edge, trace. We don't have to do a straight cut because the paper's already wide, the exact width that we need. And then we're just gonna take our pair of scissors and cut it once up the middle. And you'll notice that I kind of always start on the back ends of my scissors and then just do some quick shortcuts up, okay? So just like I was sharing with you. So what we're gonna do is, if this was gonna go back down, then all you would do is flip it. Okay, so whatever direction that might be, and that is how you get the two different patterns. All right, so very simple. Again, I'm not gonna ink anything until we're done. So let's go ahead and lay those down and put our pieces back up. If you wanna stick with the original design, then all I would recommend, mine has a little bit of, I need to clean it up just a little, so I'm just gonna clean up my strip just a tad. Okay, and then that would go down in the center. If you might want to just change it up, then another option is take the adorn, and I would trace it out of the, you could stick to yellow, but I'm gonna trace it out of the red and then change up the color that I do that one in. Oh, I don't know. It's fun. Either way, all of three of the cards, you know, I was hesitant to use yellow again just because we used it, but the truth is we're gonna use this red on the next card anyhow. So I just wanted to show you guys for the sake of showing you what the adorn in between those two borders looks like, instead of maybe a 1/2 inch strip like it is. Okay, so you're just gonna trace that. Now on these borders, they you do trace each side. So we call these a fun border, and they are designed slightly different, that you do trace and cut each side of those. Okay, so let's go ahead and cut our next layer out. I'm gonna stick with the green because I do feel like that helps a little bit. Pop that, and you like that. Now, one of the things I was just noticing here is that if I do the teal, then it kind of blends with the background. So, and then if I do the red, then it's going to be layered red on top of red because I put this here. So I might flip my adorn and do the yellow. I think so, down the middle. So you're going to want to hold this down. It takes a little bit of work to just hold that down and get used to it. But you just hold it down with one of your hands and then trace with your other one. Okay, like so. So let me go ahead and, again, same thing. Let's go ahead and trace out the other one. You could trace it on the side that you are cutting it, or you can trace it on the opposite side. So that's completely up to you. Often I'll just trace it on the color that I want, just so I don't have to do the math per se of figuring out, okay, wait, hold on, if I trace it on this side, will it flip correctly depending on the design, all of that stuff. But if that is something that you want to explore, then yes, absolutely do. It's not foreign by any means. It's just usually another step you have to explain. So I just usually just trace it on the top of the pattern. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and cut that out. Again, guiding it through your cutting hand with your left hand, like so. Okay. All right, and then we'll do the next one. On this one, what I recommend is to cut around the outside edges first. So you'll see how I'm kind of cutting it and just connecting at those endpoints. And then I'm just gonna snip in, like so. Just do some straight cuts, snipping into each of those designs. And again, I'm feeding it through my scissors with my opposite hand. You can see that I'm kind of feeding that through. Okay, so hopefully that was helpful. And then of course we're going to ink all of our pieces, so if you're still cutting, that's okay. We'll be inking for a moment here. We got to ink all of these pieces really quickly. And that's what I love about this dauber, is when you have little details like this, it's really easy to get in to those spaces, and it's, you know, you are using, you know, paper, so you're able to bend it and get into those crevices as well if needed. So if you don't have a dauber like this, you know, there's the sponges, lots of variations. So if you're not familiar with that, or if you have one of those, of course it works just as good. So again, that's a preference. But if you happen to be new, I personally use the dauber. I like how it fits on my finger, which is ultimately why I choose this one over other types of daubers, variations. All right. I was trying to look to see if I had any of those other versions that sometimes people use. I don't have any close by. I'm gonna flip this, like I mentioned on mine, and I'm not gonna use the strip, but here is the version with the strip. So I wanted to just create the two of them so that you could see for yourself. Sometimes just that little adjustment makes it your own as well. Now, I will say that I love that about the Play to Create system is one, it allows you to play your way to creativity. So feel free to play with the designs and come up with your own creations. Like I said, we would love to see them. So make sure to jump over. You can create a free account on our website at kiwilink.com. We have a really fun community that we just started there with our new website, and gives you a chance to connect with other creatives and just be inspired by each other. And we're of course on Facebook, so make sure to find us over there, Kiwi Lane Designs. And our group is Play to Create with Kiwi Lane. And then of course, you can post and share. Each month we do a few different giveaways for a $25 gift certificate. So if you're posting on your personal pages or other places like Instagram, just use hashtag create with Kiwi Lane. That way you'll be entered into those monthly giveaways. Each month we pick a new winner based off of the post for those months, okay? So once you finish these cards, post them on your Instagram and tag us for another chance to just win. Now I'm gonna let this kind of go up over the edge, but that's where my pieces are gonna go. So I'm just gonna hide that little piece there anyways. So that's kind of a look at the similar but a little bit different designs here, like so, right? Now, of course, we didn't use these other two sentiments, which this sentiment we're going to use on our next card because it's double-sided and that's fun. But I do want a centerpiece, so I'm going to go ahead and take one of these centerpieces. I'm just going to cut the owl out and add that to the center of my flower again. So in this design kit here, you also get some different balloons and just different things. Look how, like, we didn't even use all these fun ones. Honestly, I'm not sure why we didn't, because they're so cute. But I just wanted to show you with just the same repetitive pieces how cute you can, how many cards versatility you can make. But there's so many other designer templates inside of your kit that you can take full advantage of. Make sure to click on the link down below. It'll take you to a landing page that will show you even more cards using these specific other designer templates that we didn't quite design with, okay? So make sure you check out those links provided with this class. All right, now we're on to our last card here. And this is the card we'll be creating. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna take our next sheet and we're going to go ahead and separate those patterns of paper really quickly. So this is one of our Make and Take sheets, but we actually have in our shop these quick card paper kits that we provide, and they already pre-cut. So instead of doing this step that we're doing right now, they're already pre-cut, so you can have all the pieces inside of these kits, and then it shows you each, like, so it's 10 different cards, sorry about that. It has 5 bags, but each bag creates 2 cards. So you see those recipes here too, just a sample of this and this being used, and the designer templates listed here. Now I will note that if you don't use, of course, the designer templates, like if you say you have like sentiments, the border that we're using, you could just replace it. Instead of maybe using this blissful, use the one that you have there instead. So these are in our shop. Fun quick card kits is what we call them. Quick card kits. that really helps simplify the process, and like I said, easy to take with you, and to crops. Like, you can grab a couple supplies, you don't need much, and you'll be able to create beautiful cards. I think that's what's fun about this style, is that it's kind of deceiving in a little bit, because it makes it feel like it took hours to create, yet it didn't. They come together pretty quickly. So definitely check out those quick card kits if you personally love to make cards and need a bit of card creations there. I'm going to flip that here. Okay. All right, so now that we have our canvas, we are going to grab, on this case, we're going to use only one of the borders. In this one, we'll stick the other piece inside of our card, because again, when you cut two, you'll automatically get the two pieces. Or if you want, save your other piece that comes out of that cut and create another card, right? So I always think it's fun to have a little bit of pop of color inside the card. So that's probably what I'll do with mine. Okay, so I'm just gonna gather those, just get a visual of what I'm doing here. So I'm gonna flip that. Adorn is flipped. If you want it up on the right side edge there. And in this sample, we used Explore 6T and Tiny Accents 3T. So you'll look for those. They're listed there. And that's tucked in there halfway. So I'll show you how we cut that out as well, just to simplify it. Okay, let's get started. So again, I'm gonna line this up, take the bottom layer, line this up on the edge, and trace it. That extra piece that you won't be using on this design, again, you can place it inside, or you can use it on another card or creation another time. All right, so let me go ahead and take the next layer here. So I'm going to cut this out of red, and this one, again, you trace it on both sides like so. I might have done that really quickly, so I apologize. So hopefully you can kind of catch up on that. I know I tend to cut pretty fast, so I'm trying to go really slow, but if I'm going a little fast, hopefully you can pause it, and then once you're done, kind of catch up too. Okay. All right. So that is the other piece. Now, as far as the sentiment, again, we're going to adjust it and see through the design. So see how we can see through that. And it looks like it just lines up right there at the bottom. And I'm only gonna cut out the little bit of portion here because it's gonna be tucked anyways. Detach it. It's always helpful to detach any extra pieces you don't need hanging on to your sheet. And then I just cut across the top. Again, you want to go high enough, but it is going to be tucking in here. So kind of tuck in there. And then we're going to take our next two pieces, and you can trace these out of these little squares. If you want to change it up, again, feel free to change it up. Say we want to do this flower piece over here instead, maybe layered with that. See how cute that is? All right, let me see if this will fit here. Oh, it's not quite the right for this quick card kit, but you'll find many other paper designs capable to accommodate for that size of space. Now you could have adjusted a little if you need to work with your scraps of paper. I always recommend using your scraps of paper. So I don't know, I think the star is kind of cute, but let me just kind of show you how I do that. I would trace around that. It takes a little bit of adjustment, but I'll show you just for the sake of showing you. Because sometimes I do run into this issue where my scraps of paper is not quite. And sometimes we'll kind of think, oh no, but in the end, you know, all you're gonna do is, instead of going to that edge, I'm just gonna trim it up a little there. I mean, you're talking just a sliver of a size difference. So it's important to kind of use up your scraps. So this is, of course, again, creative problem solving at its finest. And at the end of the day, nobody will know the difference, right? So same kind of thing. I actually would just snip right into these on them and just make them straight cuts to simplify it on that. Like so. And guide it through with your left hand. Simple, simple. Let me see how this turned out so we know. I might need to trim this up just a little bit more on this side. There we go. So it's a little offset. So I kind of experimented for the sake of all of us so you guys could see. I'm going to trim these up just a little bit more. And that will solve the problem and give us the need of this paper for this design. Again, you won't run into this all the time, but if you did, some easy adjustments like that will do just the trick. So, and then you can flip this one over and we're going to trace this out. So just again, hold it down with your left hand for the most part and just kind of slowly trace those edges. Sometimes it moves on me as well, and that's okay because it's just pencil, so no harm, no foul. If needed, you can adjust or erase if you go in a little bit. It didn't seem to do any problem. It seemed to be fine. So I always just snip around these round designs. Like when it's round, I go on the outside edge first, and then I snip on the inside, like so. So hopefully you're able to, like I said, pull out scraps of paper, create multiple different cards using the rest of the supplies that you have. And the great thing about the designer templates is they are a tool. They're a designing tool to help you first design instead of staring at an empty page. Well, for scrapbooking, it's super helpful, or basically staring at an empty canvas, right? And super helpful in that. Okay, so now I'm just gonna ink the edges like so. So I just remember the days I used to just stare at an empty canvas, whether that's a layout or a card or whatever, and I would just start questioning, I don't feel creative, I'm not creative. And so the ability to use these tools to start to basically awaken your creativity and be inspired by them. There's just so many layering techniques, different ways that you can layer them. So like I said, play your way to creativity. You'll have a lot of fun. And if you just kind of not overthink it and give yourself permission to play, I promise you'll have a lot of fun. And they play friendly with other products. Often as crafters, we tend to start collecting, you know, different products. And so I have found that this style really gives a foundation for me to build on with so many of their supplies that I have been holding on to, whether that's stamps or just where to put buttons or embellishments. Can always stick those in the centers. Again, just giving you that foundation to build on top of. I mean, I pulled out my shape scissors the other day. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like these old guys, these shape scissors, and if you cut your borders with them, it adds a little cute edging. And again, because you're only cutting it once, it adds it to both sides and it's just a decorative edge. So how many of you guys have those? I have revitalized them. Now they're right there in my reach with my other tools because they're a lot of fun to use. So, all right. So let me go ahead and start adhering this down. I'm gonna start with the bottom layers, add a little adhesive. Depending on your adhesive, if you've got pretty good dependable adhesive, then I don't add that much. I just add a little to the edges like you see. I personally use the 3L. I'm using the glue glider because I'm using up a lot of my stash that I have. I was talking and I just put it on the red side. And sometimes that happens. So guess what? I'm going yellow. I'm going yellow. So I'm going to turn mine over, ink that edge, and I will have yellow showing instead of the red. All right. Anyways, adhesive. So I do like the glue glider. I also like, I'm going to have to adjust this a little. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to have to adjust mine a little, guys. We're going to have yellow on yellow there. So be careful. Hopefully you're not listening to me talk and you can put your red, because personally I would prefer not to have these blend together like that. But it's still going to be very cute. So I'm going to go with it. Like so. I always bend my corners up too. I didn't point that out, but for me, I always kind of add that little bit of to these round designs. It seems like sometimes I do that. So whether you stuck with the original design, which is right there, again, I just wanted to show you that versatility, that sometimes we get our inspiration and we adjust it a little bit, right? So that's okay. That is absolutely awesome. Sometimes we scrap lift completely, and we and I give you permission to do that from any of the designs in the idea books or on our website or in our community. We are each inspired by each other, so which is so valuable. So definitely make sure to share freely, and you'll be surprised what inspiration will come through that act of sharing and connecting with others through this shared hobby. And then, of course, I wanted to point this out in the idea book one more time here for this card making. Kind of the same concept here, that I used it as my inspiration, right? But you can adjust it a little. So just keep that in mind as you're looking at the samples and you're seeing what designer templates they use. Maybe you have the same paper, likely you could. Not all of this is, you know, like this is, I remember making those. That was completely from my scraps of paper from old, like super old My Mind's Eye paper. And we're talking like 2010 paper, guys. So, but like if you were making this and you, again, don't have Adorn or Sincerely, you can kind of adjust based off of these designer templates that just came in this starter kit. So if you see something that you like here, kind of like this, see how it has the strip and the border here? So what I could do is I could take, where did that go? Here it is. If I say I was going to create something, well, let me flip this over just so we have a canvas to create on top of here, right? I could create that, and maybe instead of that strip, although you could put a strip, just cut a piece of strip out. I can't get that paper up, hold on, there we go. And then a flower. And then a flower, and you just duplicated that same design. And that is one of the other reasons why I love the Play to Create. Not only does it let you play to create your own way, but it does give you the formula and the possibility to duplicate what you see online in other ways. I remember when I used to see tons of cute samples or ideas and I would want to duplicate it, but it was like, okay, well, I can't really duplicate. It wasn't a practical duplication. Like it wasn't like you could practically do what you saw some of the designers do online. So, all right, so that is the Play to Create system for card making. If you are a scrapbooker, make sure to check out our website. You're gonna love it. The same process, great way to use up your paper stash, great way to design and not stare at an empty page, and to use the supplies that you have at home so that you can start getting that satisfaction of using what you've got, but also simplifying the process and having the end result, that fulfillment that comes through this. And then of course, make sure you send these cards to someone. Hopefully you are thinking about somebody, while we were creating these cards and you had somebody in mind or maybe inspired, you know, from above or whatever reason, and that person came into your mind when you were thinking about friends in your life that you are just so grateful to have. And so don't take long, go get an envelope, address it, put a stamp on it, and send it on its way. Thank you guys so much for joining me. If you guys have any questions, please make sure to email our team at support@kiwilane.com. And of course, again, check out those links, and that will give you more information and more ideas on different ways that you can use this card pack that you got inside of this class. And keep playing, keep creating, and keep connecting. Thanks again. So over on our website, you can create an account. And once you create an account, and it's a free account, definitely make sure to check out the home page. There is, of course, some tutorials for the scrapbooking and card making, so make sure to check those out. But here in the community feed, I wanted to show that to you as well. You can share ideas, you can comment with other people's ideas, and of course you can even see just fun different craft ideas all around, whether that's for the season. That's really cute, Carrie. For just out, you know, other fun ideas to inspire each other. Oh, I love fall, right? It's fun, some snap frames, adorable. So lots of fun ideas you can check out there, and just be inspired with the different products that lots of people are being inspired by. And smiling faces are always nice as well. Hi, I'm Susan Budge, one of the co-founders and president of Kiwilane Designs. And in this video, I want to personally give you a demonstration of the Play to Create system for card making. Now, card making is a wonderful hobby. It's something that not only will bring you joy and have that creative fulfillment by creating something with your hands, but also to the person that you give that card to. So it's a wonderful hobby, and it can be really simple. And so I just want to give you a quick demonstration of how simple it can be to create handmade cards. Now, to start off with, we're going to design on top of this card base. Now, I am going to be designing a traditional card size, which is 5.5 inches wide by 8.5 inches long. And then of course you just fold that over, which creates a card base for you to use for your card. Also, the great thing about this size is that it works with a lot of envelopes, so it's really easy to find envelopes to fit for this size. But you can design 4x4 cards, you can design 6x6 cards, whatever you want to design. There's a lot of different options, and it can be a lot of fun. Now, I am going to be using some designer templates from our Frolic Tiny Border set and our Tiny Springtime set. And the way that the Play to Create system works is we design first, so it allows you to basically play. And keep that in mind. Really, you want to play, and you just want to play and create, and you can layer them together, and it can be a lot of fun. Now, since I am doing a 5.5 inch card, then I would just go to the 5.5 inch mark, and that's what I will know to use in my design. You have extra so that if you want to do a 6-inch card, you have that option. So you can go from 5.5 to 5 to 4 to 3, and those marks are all marked here on the card borders. So it's really easy to just change up the design and play to create something else. So I always recommend that you just play for, 2 to 5 minutes and just see what you can come up with, and then choose one of the designs that you liked the most out of what you played with. And so you just keep playing with the designer templates. I'm going to play around really fast with Frolic 2A and 2B. And we can do like just one design here at the bottom, for example. And then maybe we want to throw the flower in. We can have it kind of tucked behind like so. And then maybe add in another layer on the top. And that can be really cute as well. And then if you wanted to, you can again add stickers or a sentiment anywhere you like on this card. So a lot of different ways that you can play to create your card. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead with this design that you see here. And what you're going to do is you're going to take your scraps of paper or whatever paper stash that you're working with. And so I have some fun patterns that I have here, and you just line it up. And since I was only doing 5.5 inches, I'm just going to go to that 5.5 inch, and I'm going to trace this border out. And once you have it traced out, you of course can replace it. You would ink the edges, which I'll go ahead and do really fast just so that we can see that finished look. and it really makes it come together, and it helps get that nice, hides up any blemishes, imperfections. So again, if you want to check out a video to learn more about that, click on the one below as well. And then we're going to layer this together, and then you would just keep doing that. So for your accessories, I would go and trace out my accessory on whatever pattern paper that I'm working with. So I'm just going to trace it out of that green so that it really pops. Take my bottom layer, and then I trace out the next piece. Now, if you would like, you can take a picture of your design before you start moving the pieces, maybe like with your phone or something, so that you use it as a reference. I have seen others do that. Now, if that's personally something that would be helpful for you, then I recommend doing that. And then of course you always just cut that right out of that piece of paper, detach it, and then I just cut that design out. And first I'm gonna go around the edges really fast, and then I'm gonna go inside each of those petals. And you just go one way. Well, this is how I do it. When I'm cutting out more of these circular shapes, then I just tend to cut one way, and then I'm gonna go back the other way. And again, if you are not exactly on that pencil line, I promise that inking is magical. It hides it all. So you'll just want to ink those edges, which honestly just give it that nice finished look anyways. So personally, I inked everything, whether it's hand cut or not, I add a little ink to it. Okay, so let me go ahead and ink those edges, and I'm just going to add a little ink. And using the dauber really helps with these smaller designs as well. Okay, and then we'll add that, and then of course you would do that with the next layer, well, for as many layers as that you would like. Now, if you are a card maker but you love to stamp, then I want to show you something else that's great about the designer templates. They are clear, so if say you had stamped on a piece of paper, so like I did here, I just stamped on best wishes, and then the designer templates are clear. So if we wanted to add, say, this little design to our card with a stamp, or however you want to add that to your card, basically what we would do is we would just place it right over, and then we can adjust it and align it as we'd like. You can see through the designer template, and then you could trace and of course cut that out. So you could add that to your card, and then of course we would want to trace out our other flowers. So let me go ahead and do that really fast. That way we can add that to our card as well. And then we're done. We just created a card from start to finish. We used very minimal scraps of paper. And of course they ended up being just really nice, clean look. So a lot of things that you can build on top of this too. So we always say that the designer templates play friendly with other products. So your stamps or your stencils or your glitter or whatever else that you want to embellish up on your cards, then by all means just play and have fun. Okay, so I just cut that out. I'll probably add, I don't know, a little circle or a button in there in the middle there. And honestly, I think the way that we designed it, we had this one behind and allowing that border to kind of peek through just a little bit more, and then that one layered on top, and then we could place that down here or something like that. So really simple and easy to do, and then of course you just adhere it down to your card base. I hope that this has inspired you to pull out your paper stash or your stashes of paper, or maybe you're just a beginner getting started with card making. It's really not that complicated. With the few basic tools, you can create some really cute cards to give to those that you care about and that you are thinking about. And thank you so much for watching.
Welcome back, everybody, and another great, 3 cards projects from Kiwi Lane. And you know what, Vickyville, I just love, because it's when you do the project that they have, it's so nice to be able to go in and use those templates and lay your project out, you know. And they have a mark, so you know which side it goes on and everything, so you're not guessing. And even when you're doing the layering, you can lay it out and see exactly how you want it to look, and maybe figure out which paper you want to use. And I know Kiwi Lane has always been known like for their borders, but my gosh, they have a template for their flowers, and they have different layering flowers, and just endless things that you can use. And the other thing that I always notice about their projects that they do and have done at the shows is that they use, it's almost like they just use the right papers, and when they do that distressing on their projects, it just, I don't know, but their projects always look so good with that distressing on it. And once again, just easy, trace and cut, use your favorite papers. I mean, lay it out, and you know exactly what your projects are going to look like. So, and gosh, you guys were so lucky to get so much to make so many cards with and everything. So nice. And so just endless possibilities. Again. So.
I love these templates. They're so nice, like you said. Say, a lot of times we don't have the right punch for a sentiment. And I love how you could just put that template over a sentiment and then trace it and then just press cut and then ink the edges, and it's so pretty. And you didn't need, I always used to stress out when I'd be like, I don't know how I'm going to get this sentiment.
And trying to do the punch, to so it's not cumbersome to use.
So that it's just so nice having that.
And like on a pattern paper, if there's a certain thing maybe that you want, like let's say that it's a flower and you want something specific in the middle of the flower, you can lay it right over there because it's transparent. You can see exactly what you're getting. So
or you, like, even if you were using this, you could put it in between all 4 papers.
Oh yeah, exactly, right here to get the little flower.
All of it. So these are so, I know you might think, well, I have this machine, or I have that machine, or I have these, but this is different, and you need it. You do. It's so, all those other things can't do what this can do.
And look, you take this little pack, you're not having to take a machine anywhere. These are great.
Heavy.
These would be great, like if you were going to friends or something like that.
Perfect. So
share those with your friends for sure.
I love their play to create system. I think that's just so nice. And I went on the website. They have so many different things. They have chevron templates, photo set, large brackets. You could, like you were saying, using them for cards. We're not just layouts.
Use them
for cards. Just
use part of the template for a card or something. You can take a 12-inch border and see, if it's a wave, which part of the wave that you want to put on your card, and they do have all those specific ones for cards that are great too. So
so true. So this, I love the demonstration. I love her teaching. She's so soothing.
Once again.
It's just, so yes, Kiwi Lane, thank you. And let me go ahead and share their show special. So get photo sets for only $5. Save from $5 to $8 on each set. And what is the photo set is so cool, because you could just put that template over a picture and just trace it around it, and you don't need your trimmer or anything. You could see the image and cut it exactly where you want it.
Once again, we talked about exactly what you want to get.
So there's no guessing on your photo. You know exactly, and you just put it right where it needs to be. So that's amazing.
Great.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Kiwi Lane. And gosh, Vicki, we have had such a fun day. Welcoming fall, hello fall.
Yes.
In our great.
We wore our fall colors.
Mine's not as fallish.
You are.
So I always like to make her look good, so she doesn't need help though. But we know for sure that you have enjoyed these great projects. We want to thank all of our great sponsors of our Hello Fall project
For
today.
sure.
And in your box, you should also have received one of these little Hello Fall themed buttons. Maybe you put that on wearing that today, and I can't wait to see some of those walking around the show, or even a picture.
Right.
Send us the picture.
Or even add it to our Facebook group.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'd be really
exactly.
neat to see you in your button.
In your fall, yes. Yeah. And this, we know everybody loves the storage, and we have this
awesome.
paper keeper that we have too. So, and also make sure, I think we still have a few more of these if you want to grab a couple, because we have just a limited quantities of these left too. So, but everybody that got the Mega Make and Take box got one of these with it. So everybody, once again, hello fall, and we will be back soon to see you with another great Mega Make and Take box of goodies.
Thank you for being with us. We love you. Bye.